surface on all four mains. Sailors caught sight of him as he passed and nudged each other. "Harry Carey," he said one say. The tone wasn't quite derisive, not this time. Now the men looked at him with wonder, as if they weren't sure if he were right in the head. "Killed 10 Japs," another hissed. "Crazy," Charlie heard the first man say. It had been more like 5, but he saw no point in correction. If the crew feared him a little, so be it. He had bigger things on his mind. It was dawning on him that he'd blown his first shot at command. "Think before you act," the captain had lectured him. But he had. That was the problem. He went over the logic of his decisions, as he'd done many times since returning to the boat, and remained sure he'd chosen a practical plan of action. The end result had proven him right. Still, he felt shaken. Hunter was also right. There was another course he could have taken that would have protected both the boat and the mission. And he shouldn't have gone himself. Sure, he'd gained a fierce reputation among the crew, but that didn't really matter. He didn't have anything to prove. After his first taste of command, Charlie had to ask himself again if he wanted it for himself one day. The answer was still yes. He wanted it bad. Maybe Hunter was right, and a man got second chances. "Quit your moping," he told himself. "Learn from your mistakes." Liebold caught his eye in the control room. "Everything all right?" "Right as rain," Charlie said, and headed for the radio shack. He established contact with Pearl and reported the rendezvous was compromised by nearby Japanese troops. He requested new orders for the boat. Then he went to the plotting table and leaned against it, pretending to study nautical charts while he processed the battle. Despite the bracing effects of the brandy, his body trembled as shock set in. The Japanese soldiers had toppled when he'd shot them, knocked over like bowling pins, the wounded howling where they'd fallen. Charlie remembered the horror he'd felt knowing they wanted to stab him with their bayonets, the elation that though they'd wanted to take his life, he'd killed them first. Now that it was over, he just felt remorse. He hated the Japanese for what they did at Pearl, but it was hard to hate those soldiers. It was like their skirmish hadn't been about Pearl, or domination of the Pacific, or the clash of nations. It had been strangely personal, like a horrible misunderstanding. The radar man called out contacts. 2 Japanese patrol boats heading toward Kayapo Kling Beach. Hunter was right about one thing. That stretch of coast would be hot for the next few days. The entire operation was in jeopardy. Bryant appeared next to him. He leaned against the table, pretending to study the same chart. After a while, he said, "You did all right, Harrison." "Thanks," Charlie said absently. "There's no right or wrong until what happens in the end. Until the end result comes through, there's only different levels of risk and reward." Charlie shot him a look. "If Hunter hadn't taken command, you would have been there waiting for us once the shooting started, right?" The engineering officer laughed. Before he could answer, the radio man reported Sabretooth had received a flash message from Pearl. The message read simply, "For Sabretooth. Wait 3 days and reattempt. Com Subpack sends." Chapter 20. Fertig's Guerrillas. Sabretooth kept her distance while Japanese patrol boats steamed along the coast for 2 days and then left, no doubt puzzled by the strange invasion. On the 3rd day, she crept closer to the shore and raised her periscopes. After some searching, the captain found 2 sheets strung between coconut palms. "We're still in the game," Hunter said. "Now we wait for sunset. Harrison, take first watch. Don't raise the scope more than once per hour." "Aye, aye, Captain," Charlie said. "I'll take first watch," a voice rasped. Walt Lewis entered the control room, moving slowly. The man looked terrible. His face was still bruised, and he squinted as if his head still hurt. Scrawny to begin with, he'd lost some weight, and he looked pale even for a submariner. Even so, the men grinned at the sight of him. Hunter said, "Great to see you back on your feet, Walt. You all right?" "I'm fit for duty, Skipper. Short of a direct order, I'm doing my job." "It's good to have you back." "It's good to be back." The XO eyed Charlie. I hear I missed a ruckus." "You did. Mr. Harrison invaded the Philippines single-handed." "What did I say about buccaneering, young Charles?" Charlie said glumly, "No buccaneering on Sabretooth, XO." Lewis snorted. "You appear to enjoy killing Japs, I'll give you that." He switched his gaze to the captain. "What about you? Are you all right?" Hunter frowned and looked away. "I'm fine." Charlie felt relieved to have the captain and the XO back. They'd taken the burden of command, and with it the intense pressure, though he already missed it. The captain called a meeting with Charlie, Leibold, and Bryant in the wardroom. They planned the operation. Lewis would remain in the control room. Bryant would lead the security detail in case the guerrillas turned out to be Japanese soldiers attempting a boarding. Leibold would run the gun crew. And Charlie? Charlie would manage the supplies offload and the refugee boarding. "Aye, aye, sir," he said, though he didn't relish the prospect of babysitting civilians. "Everybody keep a sharp eye," Hunter told them. "We could be attacked from the boats, by sea, and by air. We'll be a sitting duck until it's over." The men nodded. "That's why your job is so important, Harrison," the captain continued. "Get those civilians aboard as fast as you can. Think you can handle it?" "Aye, Captain." "Captain to control," Gibson's voice blared over the 1MC. Hunter glanced at his watch and stood. "It's showtime. Let's do it right." The officers rushed to the control room. "Activity on the beach, Skipper," the XO reported. "Men putting out boats, bankers and outriggers. Some of them are armed." "Let's take a look, XO." The captain took over the scope. "One boat's got what appears to be a little American flag flying from the mast." "That's a good sign," Lewis said. "And we're not taking any chances. Security detail stand by. Gun crew stand by. Lookouts to the conning tower. All compartments rigged to surface." The general alarm blared. Across the boat, sailors hustled to action stations. The security detail took rifles and Tommy guns from the small arms locker. The gun crew assembled in their life jackets and bulky steel helmets. The men were tense. They knew if enemy planes or ships appeared, the hatch would slam shut and they'd be forced to jump overboard. "Forward engine room secure ventilation," Lewis said. "All compartments shut the bulkhead flappers." "They're getting close," Hunter said, his face still pressed against the scope's eyepiece. "They're dropping sail." The telephone talker said, "Ready to surface in every respect, Captain." "Very well. Stand by." Then he grinned. "I see Americans. They spotted our scope. They're pointing at it and cheering. Let's give 'em a show. Surface." Lewis smiled. "Aye, sir." The surfacing alarm sounded throughout the boat. The manifold men blew the main ballast tanks. The telephone talker said into the phone, "Maneuvering room stand by to switch from motors to diesels. On surfacing. Answer bells on all main engines." The boat tilted toward the surface and rose. What a sight it must be for those people up there, Charlie thought. The black bow of the submarine breaking the sea in a rush of foam. The radarman confirmed the presence of the boats nearby, but otherwise reported no contacts. The captain said, "Very well. XO, mind the store while we go topside." "Aye, aye, Skipper." By the time Charlie climbed up to the bridge, the lookouts were perched on the shears and the deck had filled with sailors. Bryant's men fidgeting with their weapons, Leibold's gun crew unlimbering the deck gun, the 40mm and 20mm crews manning their deadly cannons. The diesel engines sputtered and roared, exhaust vents coughing smoke. The half-moon shimmered on the Pacific. Hunter appeared on the bridge and surveyed the little flotilla bobbing in the water. He said into the intercom, "Control, bridge. Come left to 280, all ahead standard." Charlie descended to the deck. The after battery hatch opened, ready to admit the refugees into the boat. "All back full," the captain ordered. "All stop." One of the boats came alongside. Charlie said, "Ahoy, boat." A man called back, "Welcome to the Philippines." "You got a password for me?" Hunter asked him. "Red Robin." "Who are you?" "Major Ramon Bautista at your service. I'm here under orders from Colonel Wendell Fertig, commander of the 10th Military District of the U.S. Armed Forces in the Far East." "I'll be damned," Bryant said behind the captain. When Corregidor fell despite a valiant resistance, General Wainwright ordered the surrender of all U.S. forces in the Philippines, an order to which Fertig apparently said go to hell, and kept fighting for 7 months on his own. "May I come aboard?" Bautista asked. "Come ahead," Hunter replied. The men tied the boat off, and the major jumped onto the hull. Charlie pulled him onto the deck. The major smiled at him and said, "God bless America." "Welcome aboard Sabretooth, Major." Bautista straightened his khaki uniform and strutted to the cigarette deck, where Hunter met him with a warm handshake. Charlie helped the next man aboard, a Filipino with a bulky radio pack on his back, and then a rangy American GI with sergeant's stripes on his shoulders and a .45 on each hip. "I was told you had a dozen passengers," the captain said. 21, actually," Bautista told him. 9 of them are children. Americans." The major turned and inspected the boat. "It is a big submarine." "We can barely fit ourselves," Hunter said dryly. "We can't really fit a dozen, so what's 9 more? We'll take 'em. Get them aboard quick." "Thank you, Captain." "Don't mention it. Harrison, get those people in the boat." "Aye, aye, Captain," Charlie said, and turned back in time to see a swarm of ragged children surge up the hull toward him with excited cries. He grabbed one, a squealing little girl, and passed her up. Then the next, a teenage boy. Bryant's men got them all down the hatch without fanfare. Another figure leaped to the hull. Charlie reached and took the person's hand. A woman looked up at him. He froze, taking in her bright eyes, pretty tanned face, braided hair, and ragged shirt-waist dress. She gave him a knowing smile. "Take a picture, sailor. It'll last longer." Charlie stifled a groan. Women. On a submarine. Even worse than kids. Of course there'd be women, he scolded himself. If there were children, they'd likely be with their mothers. She added, "I'm Jane. Pleased to meet—" "Hey!" He hauled her up onto the deck and passed her on. A large, matronly woman jumped onto the hull. He pulled her up with a grunt. "God bless you," she said, and rained kisses on his face. "Thank you, ma'am," Charlie said, his face burning from the loving assault, and passed her on. Soon the last of the passengers stood on the crowded deck waiting their turn to go down the hatch. 2 of them were coughing hard, so weak they had to be carried. When the last of them went down, the boxes came up, a laborious process of unloading and loading that consumed precious time. Charlie watched the shoreline. At any moment a plane might come howling over the jungle. If a plane came now, there'd be no time to get everybody below. They'd have to jump overboard while Sabretooth dived, and then they'd have to wait for rescue. "Do not worry, Lieutenant," said the major, who descended from the cigarette deck to watch the operation unfold. "I have lookouts in the hills. If they see a plane, they will tell us by radio." "That's fine," Charlie said, though his instincts howled at being out here in the open in Japanese-controlled waters. "Miller." "Mr. Harrison. Make sure Yo takes down everybody's names." "Aye, sir." The boat pulled away after flashing a signal to the next that it was their turn to come alongside. The banca made fast, and the operation repeated itself. 3 wounded American and Filipino soldiers came aboard. Dirty and bandaged, they looked like they'd walked right off a battlefield. "Miller, asked Doc to take a look at these guys," Charlie said. He turned to the major. "I counted 21. 3 men, 9 women, 9 children. Is everybody accounted for?" "Correct," Bautista said, and smiled at the sight of another train of boxes coming out of the hatch for loading onto the banca. Food, medicine, weapons, radios. "This equipment will do us a lot of good." "I gotta hand it to you. Fighting the Japs for 7 months on your own. Is it hard going?" "Tate is a genius," the major said, referring to Colonel Fertig as father. "He was at Bataan, at Corregidor. He refused to surrender. He united all of us against the invaders. Now the Japanese fear us." Charlie shook his head. "Amazing." Bautista said, "Do not stop fighting. Do not stop fighting until victory, or this is all for nothing." "We won't." The men stacked the last of the boxes onto the boats. Gibson confirmed all the supplies had been offloaded. The sailors secured the guns and began to return to the submarine's safe, cramped belly. "Looks like this is goodbye, Major. Or see you later," Bautista said with a snappy salute. "For I hope you will visit Mindanao again." Charlie smiled and returned the salute. Minutes later, Hunter said on the bridge, "Secure the deck. Helm come left to 165. All ahead standard." Sabretooth veered onto her new course, bound for Australia. Chapter 21. Refugees. Sabretooth raced south by southwest, plowing the swells at 18 knots. The captain wanted to put as many miles as possible between the submarine and the Philippines by morning when they'd return to the depths. Below decks, the refugees crowded into the crew's mess, a bare room with 4 tables bolted to the deck and a large coffee urn attached to the wall. Excited chatter filled the space. Sailors tramped through the passengers' meager luggage. The cooks looked up from their smoking griddles and smiled at the crowd. Charlie's head swam. Where were they going to put all these people? How could they be managed so they didn't completely disrupt the boat's efficiency? 9 of the passengers were children, who Charlie thought looked subdued but ready to become a menace at a moment's notice. Another 9 were women, a different kind of menace in a cramped boat full of sex-starved sailors who considered it a badge of honor to mouth an obscenity every other sentence. Charlie had heard one of the women, a mother of 2, flirt with the sailors on the deck, who responded by paying attention to her instead of their sectors. 3 were army nurses, quite beautiful and apparently single. The men were already ogling them. And 2 of the 3 male passengers, dressed in ragged fatigues and looking dazed, were wounded, while the 3rd coughed loudly. Charlie stared at the red-faced man and saw him as the biggest problem of all. The size of Sabretooth's crew didn't rate a doctor. Instead, the boat carried a pharmacist's mate, a highly trained corpsman. Boat crews typically suffered a wave of colds after leaving port, but then reached a state of steady health. If the man had brought aboard a serious disease, the boat could have a plague on its hands. Hunter entered the room and frowned at Charlie. "Get these people organized, Harrison." "Everybody take a seat," Charlie called out. "Hey!" They didn't hear him. It was chaos in there. "Listen up!" Bryant roared. The people flinched and shut up. "Welcome aboard, Sabretooth," Hunter said. "I'm happy to tell you that you're safe now." The crowd erupted into spontaneous applause. The kids howled and cheered. The captain laughed and tried to continue, but the nurses belted out the Star-Spangled Banner and everybody joined in. At the end, they were all grinning. "We're heading straight to Darwin," Hunter went on. 900 nautical miles through Jap waters. Should take us about 9 days. You'll be assigned quarters for the duration. It's not comfortable or anything, but it's safe. Follow the crew's instructions, and whatever you do, don't touch any of our equipment." "The Jap propaganda said we were licked, Captain," the matronly woman called from the back. "The Jap propaganda said we were licked, Captain," the matronly woman called from the back. "Is that so? Give it to us straight." "No, it is not," the captain answered firmly. "We've got the Japs on the run." "How many Japs you killed?" a brave kid yelled out. Hunter smiled. 9 days, that's all. Hang tight and you'll be celebrating the New Year in Australia." He caught sight of the cook waving at him. "And now, get ready for a feast. You're not home yet, but we can offer you a humble welcome back to civilization." The cooks came out of the galley in a train with trays of steaming food, roast beef and mashed potatoes drowned in brown gravy, vegetables, bowls of canned fruit. The kids oohed over their plates and dug in. "Hey, sailor," one of the nurses said. "Is that hot coffee?" Charlie turned and saw the first woman he'd helped aboard, Jane. Even now he had a hard time getting used to seeing a female on Sabretooth in the middle of a war zone. Deeply tanned by the tropical sun, she wore no makeup, and she looked terribly thin, as they all did. No doubt the result of hunger and malnutrition. She hadn't washed in days. Her stringy hair was done up in braids. Still, she was a striking woman. Her blue eyes shined, seemingly from an internal light source. He couldn't help but notice she had an attractive figure accentuated by the plain but form-fitting gray shirtwaist dress. "What?" he said stupidly. Jane pointed at the coffee urn on the wall. "I asked if that's coffee over there." "Yes, it is." "Thank God." She hesitated. "Can I ask you something?" What is it?" "What's that weird smell?" "Well, that's the diesel, ma'am." That, plus frying food, cigarette smoke, and pungent body odor. The submariners didn't call their boats sewer pipes for nothing. It'll get worse when we're back underwater. By the end of their voyage, they'd get used to it. In fact, by then, their first breath of fresh air in Darwin would probably smell funny to them. "Oh," she said. "I asked because I'm a nurse." "Yes, I know you are." "The smell. I was just wondering, with all this machinery around, if there was a gas leak or something. You're in good spirits, but you're all so pale." He chuckled. "We're in a submarine. We fight underwater. Most of the crew haven't seen the sun in a long time." "Of course," she said, her cheeks blooming red. "That was dumb of me." "Not at all, ma'am." "It's Jane," she said, eyeing him. "Jane Larson. I still didn't get your name." Then she went off to get a cup of joe. Baffled, Charlie watched her go. The Army nurse sure had an interesting energy about her that he found appealing, and that was what confused him. His response to her, which he considered instinctive, was not based on anything real. No wonder women were thought bad luck on ships. Nobody paid attention to what they were doing. Look at him, blushing like a kid at a pretty face. Best to put her and the rest of them, even Evie, out of his mind. He had a job to do, the kind of job where mistakes got men killed. In little over a week, the boat would dock in Darwin, and Charlie would have the lessons learned from his second war patrol. Then they'd go out again, hopefully to choice hunting grounds and put Japanese ships on the bottom. Maybe even get another crack at Yosai. God, would he love that. After the war ended, there'd be plenty of time for the right woman, and a large part of him still hoped it would be Evie. Until then, he'd keep his head in the game. Then he smiled. We did it. In less than 2 hours, Sabretooth had rescued a score of Americans and dropped off 90 tons of supplies, deep behind enemy lines. The captain laughed at something one of the passengers said to him, apparently enjoying himself. Then he continued to work the room, shaking hands. He had a lot to feel jolly about. The operation was a complete success thanks to him. Hunter left the crowd and said to Charlie, "How are we fixed for stowing our riders, Harrison?" "I figured some of the kids and their moms can sleep in the forward torpedo compartment, the nurses and the rest of the moms and kids in the chief's quarters, the men in the aft torpedo compartment. Everybody will have to hot bunk it." Hot bunking meant the crew would have to share the same bunk and sleep in shifts. They wouldn't like it, but there was no other way. Something else, too. Something the captain wouldn't like. Kids needed to play somewhere. The wardroom was the only space for them. Charlie didn't like the whole thing either. Kids in a torpedo room. Sabretooth would be combat ineffective for the duration. Hunter nodded and said, "See to it." "Aye, aye, Captain." He saw Jane sighing over her coffee mug, which she held in both hands as if afraid somebody might try to swipe it from her. She caught him staring and sighed. "What a meal. You boys are tops." The refugees were already flagging. Some of the children slept in their mothers' laps. Charlie gave orders to divide them up and take them to their berths. His work done, he went to the wardroom to get some coffee for himself. Hunter and Lewis slouched in the wardroom, nursing their own mugs. The XO looked even worse for wear after 4 hours on duty in the control room. They'd put a record on the phonograph, which played throughout the boat over the 1MC for the benefit of the passengers, now trying to bed down on a submarine for the first time. Glenn Miller's Moonlight Serenade, one of Charlie's favorites. "Ah, Harrison," the captain said. "Got our riders nice and settled?" "They're settled," Charlie said. "As for nice, well," he shrugged. "Grab a chair. We were just talking about the years before the war. Back when the fleet boats were just that. Boats designed to work with the surface fleet and fight warships, Lewis said. We were told always fight at periscope depth. Lots of other things that turned out to be horse hockey. Hunter laughed. Still, they were the good old days. Walt and I served as ensigns together on the S-56. She was a fine boat. Walt here was 2 years ahead of me. Gave me the fire hose treatment. He was a little go-getter just like you, young Charles, Lewis said. Grab a seat and join us, Harrison. Charlie did. Thank you, sir. And when I served on the 55, my XO was from the 56. Horrible shame what happened to that boat, Hunter said. And what happened to Reynolds, Charlie thought. Hunter didn't let the mood sour. He smiled and went on. We were also just celebrating what we did today. Barring the possibility of the children tearing the boat apart, we'll be in Australia in less than 10 days with one in the wind column. I'm still surprised at how smoothly it all went, Charlie admitted. That makes 2 of us, the captain said. A man mostly makes his own luck by playing his cards right. Still, it helps when you get a good hand. Hunter had a right to be pleased. He'd pulled himself out of his depression and led the crew in a daring exploit. A rescue and supply drop deep in the Japanese Empire. Charlie was pleased, too, and not just with the success of their mission. He'd had a brief taste of command and had learned some hard lessons, but now he could go back to learning from seasoned professionals. The string of bad luck had ended. The XO had returned to duty, and the captain was back on his game. Lewis sagged in his chair. He looked white as a sheet. His eyes drifted shut. It's been a long day, Hunter said. I guess I'd better turn in, Skipper, Lewis answered. He didn't move. His mouth dropped open. Charlie eyed him with alarm. You sure you're all right, XO? The man's eyes flashed open. You know what your problem is, Charles? What's that? The XO's eyes rolled and his head hit the table with a sickening thud. Chapter 22. Burial at Sea. Attention Sections 1 and 3, the 1MC blared through the boat. All hands, bury the dead. From the bridge, Hunter ordered the boat to reduce to 1/3 speed as several sailors brought Lieutenant Walter Lewis's body up from below decks. He'd been sewn into a burial shroud made of sailcloth. The night before, the XO had died of wounds received during the depth charging by Yosai's escorts. Internal bleeding in the brain, the pharmacist's mate had guessed as to the cause of death. The double detail of lookouts scanned the darkness for threats while the off-duty crew filed out and assembled topside. The 20mm anti-aircraft guns stood manned and locked, ready to greet a surprise aerial attack. Charlie looked around anxiously. The captain had taken a risk conducting a formal funeral, but Lewis was one of Hunter's oldest friends. Looks like you're XO for the duration, Harrison. Hunter had said this with all the enthusiasm of a hungry man being told the only item on the menu was a crap sandwich. Now the old man looked pale and shaken. He reeked of booze. Sabretooth's bad luck had returned with a vengeance. Just 9 days, Charlie thought. We just have to hold it together for 9 more days. The sailors stood at parade rest while the burial detail carried and placed the body on a stand. Lewis's feet protruded overboard. The men draped a U.S. flag over him. Charlie pictured a Zeke roaring over the water, machine guns blazing, men flying apart as dozens of shells struck the deck. But aside from the growl of the diesel engines, the night remained still. Overhead, a sea of stars. Hunter intoned, Under Almighty God we commend the soul of our brother departed, and we commit his body to the deep. Firing party, Charlie said. Present arms. The sailors held their Garand carbines in front of their chests. As the burial detail tilted the stand, the American flag fluttered in their hands as Walt Lewis slid out from under it and struck the ocean with a splash. Fire! The guns cracked, startlingly loud. Charlie smelled gun smoke. In his mind's eye, he saw Japanese soldiers crumple to the sand. They hadn't expected to die either. Or maybe Lewis had. One way or the other, he'd forced himself out of bed to do his duty one last time. Like those soldiers, he died fighting. Fire! Another crash of gunfire, and then another. After the third volley, Hunter said, "Well, Lewis was a good man. He did his duty. We depended on him for our very lives, and we knew we could. It was an honor to serve with him. Sabretooth owes him a great debt. America owes him." Then he dismissed the hands. Charlie listened to him cough with fresh alarm while the sailors returned below deck. Lewis was dead, and Hunter had caught something, probably from the refugees, and likely because his boozing had wrecked his resistance to germs. If the man could no longer perform his duties, Charlie, as the next senior line officer, would have to bring Sabretooth to Darwin on his own, a possibility he found terrifying, even as it tempted. What he'd experienced during his brief taste of command still baffled him, that strange combination of power and pressure. In any case, he believed nothing would happen. The captain was boozing again, something to keep an eye on. He'd caught a bug, probably no big deal. 9 days. Below decks, Charlie ran into a pack of children playing in the wardroom. They clustered around. "Hey, mister, Mom said you killed 20 Japs on Mindanao. Is that—" "Make a hole," Charlie said, and stomped past. The kids scattered. He knocked on the captain's doorframe and entered. Hunter lay sprawled out on his bunk, already sleeping it off. Charlie sat at the desk, switched on the desk lamp, and began to read through administrative reports. As acting XO, he represented the captain in maintaining the submarine's efficiency. It was now his job to coordinate all work done on the boat. He pictured Lewis's head thumping against the wardroom table. "You know what your problem is, Charles?" Talk about famous last words. God, just like that, the man was dead. It rattled him. He shook his head and dove into his work. The administrative reports gave him a clear picture of what was happening aboard Sabretooth. After offloading 90 tons and taking on riders, Lewis had worked hard to ensure the boat regained good trim, which was confirmed during today's submergence. She still had 20 torpedoes, 12 in the forward nest and 8 aft. 6 men were recovering from injuries they'd received during the depth charging. Tarzan remained bedridden from getting hurled against the bulkhead. 3 of the refugees appeared seriously sick. Another 3 were recovering from battle wounds sustained during action on Mindanao. The captain snored loudly. Charlie looked over at him and thought, "Keep it together, Skipper. You're not expendable either. We happen to need you too." He returned to the reports. The boat, he learned, suffered her own wounds. She was still leaking from damage to the hull and the hydraulics. Charlie remembered the red light winking on the Christmas tree board before a recent dive, which showed whether all hull openings were secured, green, or open, red. It had taken Bryant and the auxiliary men precious time to jury-rig a seal. Sabretooth would need a major refit once she reached Darwin. Charlie grunted as he pored over the work logs and gained a new sense of respect for the abrasive engineering officer. The boat would make it to Darwin, but Charlie doubted she had the mettle for another fight. It was probably for the best that she'd been taken over by women and children. A knock on the doorframe. A woman's voice. "Captain Hunter, sir?" "Hello?" He sighed. Speak of the devil. Charlie glanced at Hunter. "Captain?" The man moaned and rolled over. He was sweating buckets, either from the booze or illness. Charlie made up his mind to fetch the pharmacist's mate. Right now, though, he had to deal with this visitor. He got up and whipped the curtain aside. "Yes?" "Oh," Jane said. "I was looking for the captain." She wore a man's T-shirt and cut-off dungarees, a donation from the crew. "He's sleeping," Charlie told her, keeping his voice down. She put her hand over her chest as she caught her breath. "For such a small ship, it's easy to get lost around here." "It's called a boat, ma'am." "And I'm called Jane. What did I tell you?" "Sorry, Jane. Thank you, Lieutenant Harrison. That's right, I got your name. I even heard your nickname, Harry Carey. You'll have to explain that to me sometime. Not on your life, he thought. The captain coughed behind him. Can I help you with something? He asked. Sorry about Lieutenant Lewis. Was he a friend? Charlie had to think about that. More like a mentor. He was a good man. My condolences just the same. From everybody. We're all sorry about it. Thanks, Jane. Is that what you came to see the captain about? Well, she said, turning scarlet. Charlie waited, unable to even guess what she wanted. It's about the toilet, she said finally. It's kind of a complicated setup. He smiled. It's probably best to let a crew member flush it. I made a real mess today. We ladies use lady products, you know. She'd lost him again. He didn't understand. Kotex, sailor, Jane said. We use Kotex. You mean... Oh. He blushed now. Yeah, don't flush that. Now I know that. Thanks, Lieutenant. Don't mention it, Jane, and it's Charlie. She smiled. Okay, Charlie, one more thing. Where can I get a bath? You can't. We're rationing fresh water as it is. That explains the long hair and beards, she said. It didn't exactly inspire confidence when I came aboard. You all look like cavemen. When we're surfaced at night, you can take a bucket up top, tie a cord to it, and haul up some seawater for a quick sponge bath. Just be ready to run like hell and get back below deck if a lookout sounds the alarm. And that was a big if, with girls topside. He pictured the pretty nurses washing themselves while the lookouts ogled them, ignoring their sectors. A single minute of carelessness was all it took to lose everything. The boat, their lives. Charlie gulped. The image of the nurses washing up stuck in his mind. All right, she told him. We'll figure a way to do that privately. Hold up a sheet or something. Right, he said, barely listening. Yes. Jane lingered. Charlie became aware of little details as they grabbed his attention. Her eyes, her prominent cheekbones, the elegant curve of her neck. He stammered, Was there anything else, ma'am? Jane? Smooth, he thought. You're a regular Gary Cooper. She took a deep breath. I need to know. Are we going to make it to Darwin? Give it to me straight. Charlie nodded, delaying speech. Yes, we're going to be fine. I have to tell you, it's not an easy thing for the boat to carry so many civilians. That's what's been occupying my mind, not to mention Lewis's passing. It didn't occur to me that you might see this trip as dangerous. It must be hard for you. Jane surprised him by laughing. Are you kidding? The night before we boarded, I had my finger buried up to the knuckle in some poor guy's neck. Oh, Charlie said. Ah. Something else he hadn't considered. That these people had been through hell these past months. He tried to imagine fighting the Mizukaze, not one horrible night, but multiple nights stretched out across months. Jane knew war, possibly better than he did. Doris and Mary, they've been through hell, she told him. Some of these other folks, I've gotten to know them pretty good. I just wanted to hear it straight that we're going to make it home. Thanks for telling me. I appreciate it. As she turned to go, Charlie heard the captain cough again. He made up his mind to ask something important. Hey, Jane? Yeah, Charlie. I'm afraid the captain might have caught a bug from one of your people. Would you examine him when he wakes up? Sure. Let me know when he does. I'll come running. The boat! Hunter screamed from his rack. We're on fire! Chapter 23. Plague Ship. Charlie called a meeting of the officers in the wardroom. Bryant and Leibold started at the sight of Jane, no doubt wondering what she was doing at the meeting. Holding a cup of coffee with both hands, she gazed back at them as if she owned the place. The pharmacist's mate is with the captain, Charlie explained. He's sick as hell. He was raving. Jane here examined him and knows what he caught. It's bad. Meningitis, she said. Hunter had curled into a fetal ball, shivering with his hands jammed under his armpits, burning up with fever. Sweat poured off him. He'd smelled like sickness. While Charlie had stood there stupidly, Jane took action. She gave the captain a quick exam and found blotchy red rashes along his neck. Prickly heat, Charlie had guessed. Acute bacterial meningitis, Jane told him. In the wardroom, she explained her diagnosis and what Captain Hunter had in store for him. The disease inflamed the membranes around the brain and spinal cord. Many victims suffered fever and chills, headache, vomiting, rash, and a stiff neck. Some exhibited confusion and fear of bright light. "Are you sure?" Bryant said. "No offense, but you're just a nurse." "Excuse me," she said. "I know what I'm doing, thank you very much." Liebold wrung his hands. "Is the old man going to be all right?" "His odds are good. 9 out of 10 pull through." Bryant let out a frustrated sigh. "Great news. Really. But what we really need to know right now, though, is how contagious this thing is." Sabretooth carried one very sick captain, but also dozens of healthy people. All of them wanted to get home. Jane said, "For people in close contact, it's very contagious." "Christ." The engineering officer pulled a fresh cigarette from the wilted pack in the breast pocket of his service khakis and lit it. "We're on a goddamn submarine." Which explained how the captain caught it. Charlie remembered him in the crew's mess that first night, shaking hands with every passenger in sight. Now, Sabretooth was looking at the possibility of an epidemic. When they'd served together on the 55, Rusty told him of a submarine that had gone through a similar experience, a bad stomach flu that spread like wildfire. Almost every crew member was puking his guts out and crapping into buckets. At one point, an undefended Japanese merchant convoy steamed right past them. Focused on their survival, the crew hadn't been able to do a thing about it. The epidemic had stopped them cold. "It spreads easily among people living in close quarters," Jane said. "Like army barracks or, a submarine. The most susceptible are young kids, adults whose immune system is weak. The captain seems—" She glanced at Charlie. He knew she'd seen the bottle of brandy on the captain's desk, and she'd smelled the alcohol on his sour breath. He gave her a blank stare. That the old man drank was the business of the crew and the crew alone. Jane got the hint. "I guess your captain was just unlucky." "Unlucky hell," Bryant said. "You people brought that germ aboard, and you, a nurse. How'd you let that happen is what I want to know." "Don't look at me, mister," Jane shot back. "I don't know half these people. Me, Doris, and Mary, we were patching up gorillas in a hut when we heard you fellas were on your way. A lot of us met for the first time only 4 days ago. We spent 3 of those days trekking through the jungle trying to stay away from the bee's nest you boys stirred up when you came ashore." Charlie said, clearing his throat. Jane squinted at him. "Huh, I should have known. You're a real cowboy, aren't you?" She shook her head. "Doesn't matter much anyways. The disease would have snuck aboard either way." Charlie shifted his gaze to Liebold and Bryant. "I don't know if Doc is up to this," which is also crew business, but he needed Jane's help. She held up her mug as Isco came around with a fresh pot of coffee. "Me, Doris, and Mary will be happy to pitch in and make ourselves useful if that's what you want." "We'd be grateful. What do you recommend we do to stop it from spreading?" "I know water is an issue and all, but everybody really needs to wash their hands as often as possible, especially the cooks." Charlie nodded. "And we're tight on water, but we'll make it work." "The main thing is to keep an eye out for anybody who gets symptoms, isolate them, and treat them as best we can." "Where the hell are we supposed to do that?" Bryant said. "We can barely fit everybody aboard. We don't have any spare rooms." "I have no idea," Jane said. Then she sipped her coffee and leaned back in her chair with another contented sigh. "We'll have to take our meals in our rooms," Charlie said. "Turn the wardroom into a sick ward. We've got at least 2 sick people, the captain and whoever brought the disease aboard. There are probably more. We'll need to screen everybody for symptoms and get them here quick." The men nodded. Charlie wiped sweat from his forehead. He'd shared a room with the captain for hours. The Navy labeled it a stateroom, but it was about the size of a large closet. Did he catch the germ? And if he did, how long did he have? God, they were already down 2 line officers. Then it truly hit him. He was in command again, and this time he had no safety cushion. If Charlie went to Hunter with a new problem now, the only thing he'd get out of the captain would be more incoherent shouting. "How long until the captain recovers?" he asked Jane. "Days. A week. Who knows?" "All right. From here on out, we're going to focus on getting to Darwin. Bryant, can you handle both engineering and XO responsibilities?" The man grinned. "You bet, boss." "Jack, you'll take over plotting and communications." "Aye, Charlie." "And Jane?" She looked up from her mug. "Yeah." "Screen every single human being on this boat and send them here if they're sick. Lieutenant Leibold will have the chief of the boat come along to make sure everybody complies, though I doubt you'll get any resistance from the crew." Jane smirked. "Aye, aye." The men started as the klaxon wailed. Ensign Miller, who was officer of the deck, was diving the boat. Charlie glanced at his watch. Too early. They still had 4 hours of darkness left. Something was up. The 1MC buzzed. Miller's voice. "Captain to control." Bryant ground out his cigarette in the ashtray. "That would be you, hotshot." Chapter 24. Some Opportunities. Charlie hustled into the control room. "What have you got?" "We found another Jap battle group." The young ensign looked past Charlie's shoulder, expecting to see the captain appear. "Make your report, Mr. Miller." The ensign stiffened at Charlie's formality. "Radar reported multiple contacts, Mr. Harrison, north by northwest, bearing 175, range 34,000 yards. After we dived, sound picked up multiple sets of heavy and light screws. What's their speed? 25 knots. That meant warships. Merchants traveled at less than half that speed. Upscope." Charlie wrapped his arm around the periscope as it rose. "How does she head?" 200. Charlie scanned the darkness for the enemy. Moonlight glowed on the white caps. He couldn't see them in the dark. They were too far away. No threat. He could easily avoid them. J.R. Kane had taught him a captain had to pick his battles. Fighting a battle group was David and Goliath, even in the best of circumstances, but this time David would fight with one hand tied behind his back. Sabretooth was leaking, carrying civilians, with an infectious disease aboard, and without her 2 most experienced officers. Best to let Goliath and his band of Philistines go on their merry way. "Have you started a plot?" "I was waiting on the captain. Is he coming?" "Start a plot, Mr. Miller." "Aye, aye." Charlie stepped back from the periscope, feeling jittery. The radar contact had gotten his blood up, but he had nowhere to expend his energy. Downscope. "Sound, control," the soundman reported. I think that's Yosai." "Yosai." Charlie fought to keep his voice steady. "What makes you say that?" "She's got a signature. One of her propeller blades is bent." When fighting underwater, a submarine listened using sonar and hydrophones. Sonar emitted a loud ping that gave away location, typically a no-go for a boat whose primary advantage was stealth and surprise. The hydrophones, attached to the hull, picked up noise in the water, and it did it passively. Propellers made noise, specifically resonation plus cavitation caused by air bubbles forming on the blades as they cut through the water. Different sizes of screws and how fast they turned produced characteristic sounds. A well-trained and experienced soundman could distinguish one set of screws among others and make an educated estimate of the target's size, bearing, and speed. During Yosai's repairs after Midway, the Japanese machinists must have rushed the job and missed the defect. That, or maybe one of Hunter's torpedoes had exploded close aboard and done some damage. Charlie grabbed the microphone and keyed the 1MC. "Attention all hands, this is Lieutenant Harrison. Lieutenant Commander Hunter is in bed due to illness. I have assumed command. That is all." No need to elaborate on the nature of the illness. The crew would likely think the captain was on a bender again. Let them. Doc and Jane would spread the word about the meningitis outbreak. He didn't want to start a panic if he was going to. Going to what? Was he really considering taking on a heavily defended aircraft carrier? 2 heavy cruisers, 6 destroyers, up to 200 depth charges. WWII, the fortress, had been aptly named, and he really, really wanted to sink her. Ensign Miller stared at him with his mouth open, probably wondering if he was going to declare battle stations and initiate the approach. Think before you act, Charlie reminded himself. He closed his eyes and performed a series of mental calculations. The calculations became a picture in his mind. The picture became a plan. He said, "All compartments prepare to surface. Forward engine room secure ventilation. All compartments shut the bulkhead flappers." The telephone talker relayed the orders and reported, "All compartments report ready to surface in every respect, Mr. Harrison." "Very well. Surface." The alarm blared. The manifold men blew the main ballast tanks. Sabertooth angled up and broke the surface of the sea. "Helm, come left to 170, Charlie said. "All ahead full." "Come left to 170, aye," the helmsman answered. "All ahead full." "Radar, control. Sugar jig, make an automatic sweep on the PPL." The SJ radar swept the surface, revealing a new set of pips on the plan position indicator screen. The radar man reported Yosai's current position. "Steady as she goes," Charlie said. "Bryant and Leibold to control." Gibson relayed his request over the 1MC. In moments, the officers arrived and joined him at the plotting table. "What's all the ruckus?" Bryant wondered. "Gentlemen," Charlie said, "we've located Yosai again." "And we're steering well clear of her?" Leibold guessed with a note of hope. Charlie tapped the plot. "The carrier group is here, moving at a speed of 25 knots. We're here, moving roughly parallel to them at 18 knots. Before they can pass us, we'll come right here and submerge in their track." "I'd sure love to drill some holes in Yosai," Bryant said. "But we took heavy damage last time we fought her. I'm not sure our boat is up for another fight." He was right, but the boat's essential systems, engines, battery, propellers, and torpedo tubes, had survived largely unscathed. They could operate in combat. They just might not survive another depth charging like the last one. "Are you seriously thinking about taking civilians into a fight against an aircraft carrier?" Leibold asked him. Charlie grit his teeth. He hadn't thought of that. Still, they were fighting a war. Their standing orders were to sink Japanese ships. And there the enemy was, daring him to attack. "Not to mention," Leibold went on, "the fact we've got 6 civilians, a sick captain, and no XO." Charlie frowned again. "You wanted to see what Sabertooth could do, didn't you?" "Sure, but this is how you do it, Jack. You have to take risks." Still plotting, Ensign Miller watched them with wide eyes. "Pretty big risks," Bryant muttered. "And again, it's a pretty big reward, too." "Do you know how many IJN carriers are in operation right now?" Charlie asked them. "Not many," Leibold guessed. "That's right. Word is we sank 4 of their carriers at Midway. Meanwhile, all we've got left out in the theater is Enterprise. If we sink Yosai, it could change the strategic balance in the Pacific," Bryant said. "It could change the war." Charlie tapped the plot. "The boat will be in their track just before dawn. We'll let them pass over us and surface in their wake. We'll fire a spread up Yosai's skirts and head north balls to the wall. If anything goes wrong, we'll let her pass without a shot." The men said nothing as they chewed on that. Charlie went on. "Any problems with the plan? Anything I'm missing? I need to be able to rely on your experience." He knew by now he had a penchant for being aggressive. When his blood was up, he found a way to rationalize decisive action. If he decided to attack, he wanted to consider every reason why he shouldn't, every risk. Bryant said, "It's a long shot, and you heard me say the boat can't take another pounding. But some opportunities you can't pass up, right?" Charlie fixed his gaze on Leibold. "What about you, Jack?" "The safe move is to deliver these people to Darwin, get the boat patched up and the captain to a hospital. Fight another day. I didn't sign up for this to play it safe. I signed up to kill Japs." Bryant guffawed. "I think I'm starting to like you, Harrison." "All right," Leibold sighed. "It's your call. I hope you know what you're doing." "That's what I'm trying to figure out," Charlie told him. "Is there anything I'm missing? Yeah. If we're going to sink a carrier, the torpedoes we shoot have to work. Charlie said, Mr. Bryant, take the con. I'll be in the forward torpedo room with Mr. Liebold. Chapter 25. Damn the torpedoes. Manned by 6 sailors and currently occupied by several mothers and a gaggle of screaming children touching everything in sight, the forward torpedo compartment was the largest aboard the Tambor-class submarine. Most of the room was filled with 12 torpedoes, 1 in each forward tube, and another 6 stacked in rows. 4 of the skids, emptied during the failed attack on Yosai, now had blankets on them, serving as bunks for the refugees. Pipes, valves, and gauges crowded the rest of the space. During action, torpedoman First Class Freddie Kemper oversaw the operation, wearing headphones with which he talked to the rest of the boat. 2 sailors manned the tubes, responsible for opening and closing the inner and outer doors. They also operated the manifold, which kept the boat balanced every time a 1.5-ton torpedo blew out into the sea. A man checked the angle set on each torpedo's gyroscope, and another worked a manual firing key in case the torpedo didn't respond to the electrical firing command from control. The reload crew swung fresh torpedoes into position using chains. In combat, they worked together like a machine. "Why are we here?" Liebold asked him. "We're here," Charlie said, "because I want you to fix the torpedoes." Liebold sagged. "That's what I thought. You know it's against Bureau of Ordnance regulations to mess with these things." "I do know that. We could wind up in front of a court-martial for this. You're talking about messing around with a $10,000 piece of government property. Any other objections? I could screw up and blow us all to hell." Charlie remembered something Reynolds had asked him back on the S-55. "How bad do you want to kill Japs?" He'd already answered that question for himself. He wanted to sink Yosai so badly he was willing to risk his career, not to mention all of their lives. "That's not a fair question, Charlie. This is reckless." "No," he said. "What's reckless is going into combat with torpedoes that don't work. It practically did the old man in. It almost did us in." Liebold squinted at him, no doubt trying to figure out whether Charlie was the fearless hero he'd initially heard he was, or simply a madman who'd gotten lucky and ended up being called a hero for it. Charlie decided to try another angle. "Look, if we don't get a clean shot at Yosai, we're not going to use the torpedoes. We'll take to the submarine base at Darwin and I'll report the modification. I'll take full responsibility." "All right, Charlie," the officer said. "I'll modify the torpedoes." "Good." "On your orders," Liebold added. "I'll take what I can get. Show me what you think you can do." Liebold asked Kemper for a set of tools. While the sailor stared at him with mounting alarm, he removed the plate from the firing controls of one of the big Mark 14 torpedoes. The Mark 14 carried a warhead containing close to 700 pounds of Torpex, a compound more explosive than TNT. Charlie looked inside and inspected the sophisticated firing mechanism. It must have weighed 100 pounds on its own. "The Mark 14 uses the Mark 6 magnetic pistol exploder," Liebold explained. "It's based on a simple compass. When the needle swings toward an enemy ship's magnetic field, the firing pin is released." The older contact exploders were proven but had a flaw. Even with the higher level of explosives packed into the Mark 14 compared to the Mark 10 torpedo the S-55 used, it might not be powerful enough to break the hull of a heavily armored battleship. Under the keel, however, the battleship was vulnerable. That was the idea behind the Mark 6 magnetic exploder design. The Mark 14 swam under the warship and came into contact with its magnetic field under its keel, or bottom. Then it exploded, breaking the ship's back. In theory, anyway. "So the torpedo doesn't explode before you want it to. The warhead stays unarmed for 450 yards, Liebold said. It uses a spinner activated by the torpedo's movement through the water. The problem was the torpedoes often went off prematurely at 450 yards. Some of the braver kids edged in closer to stare at the gadgets and wiring packed inside the torpedo. One of the torpedo men shooed them away. "And here," Liebold said, "is the anti-countermining mechanism. It keeps the firing pin from moving and accidentally blowing up when the torpedo gets near an explosion, mine or other torpedo." "All right," Charlie said. "So you said there are 3 problems with the Mark 14. First, it goes off too soon." "That's right. So I'd have to take out the Mark 6 exploder and put in a contact exploder. I would also remove the anti-countermining just in case that's the problem. After that, the torpedo would arm at 450 yards and explode only when it touched the hull." "Good. The second thing is it travels too deep." Submariners were very concerned with the ship's draft, which was the distance between the waterline and the keel. The draft of a typical Japanese ship was 15 to 30 feet, depending on how heavy it was and whether it was loaded. During an attack, a submarine skipper typically set torpedo depth at around 10 to 15 feet if he wanted to hit the target under the waterline close to the keel and put a hole in her. Water then poured into the ship and she sank. A simple formula. "How did they come up with the depth setting?" Charlie asked. "The Bureau tested them." "Were the test torpedoes any different than what we have?" Liebold smiled. Then he laughed. "I have a guess. The idiots might have tested the fish with dummy warheads. The real thing could be a lot heavier. That weight makes them run deeper." "Any way to fix it?" "You can. Set the depth shallow, maybe at 4 feet, and hope for the best." Liebold believed the torpedoes were running 10 to 15 feet deeper than their setting, but he could be wrong. If the torpedoes ran true at 4 feet, there was a risk of one or more broaching or getting thrown off course by the waves. Charlie would have to gamble that Liebold was right. The man's solution wasn't ideal, but it was the best they could do. They couldn't test the modified torpedoes themselves. They'd have to take the chance. "That just leaves the problem with the fish failing to detonate if they hit the target dead on," Charlie said. "Any ideas?" "I don't know. All we know is square shots often don't explode." Kemper chimed in. "The firing pin might be jamming on impact, sir. Try hitting the target at an oblique angle." Charlie grinned to hide his anxiety over the number of unknowns. "Thank you, Mr. Kemper. Jack, make the modifications you need to make, and if we get a clean shot at Yosai, we'll put them to the test. Make lemonade out of these lemons." "You know, everything I'm saying is just a theory. Other captains have tried just what you're saying, and the torpedo still didn't work. There might be a manufacturing or design flaw we don't know about. From what you told me, nobody else connected the dots and tried all 3 remedies at the same time. Am I right about that?" "I haven't heard anybody trying it," Liebold replied glumly. "No. Don't look so down about it, Jack. If this works, it could do a lot of good. As long as you know that a lot of men who try to do the right thing get booted out of the Navy. If I don't blow us up first. And you know there's another possibility here, which is the torpedoes work great, and the captains simply missed." Charlie ignored all that. "How long until you can get all the fish modified?" 10 hours, maybe, to do them all." He caught Charlie's frown and shrugged. "If you want it done, that's what it'll take." "Do what you can. Send me a message every time a torpedo modification is completed. I want 6 modified torpedoes in the bow tubes ready to fire. Then do the ones aft. We might need them to cover our escape. Can you do all that?" "Aye, aye," the man said. "As in, I'll do my best." "I'll help out," Kemper said. "Make sure we don't all get blown to hell." "Do this right, Jack, and we'll sink one of the IJN's biggest warships." "Either way," Liebold said. "I hope you understand I think you're dangerous." Charlie could live with that. Chapter 26. Second Guesses. Midnight. Charlie had his dinner in his cabin, listening to the captain moan in his sleep across the way. No help there. Charlie was on his own. Aside from the plotting party, the crew was at relaxed battle stations, enjoying their leisure but ready to act in a moment's notice. In 2 hours, he'd call them to battle stations and begin the final approach. In 5 hours, they'd submerge in the carrier battle group's track and attack. He had the mettle to go through with it. Of that he was certain. But Jack Liebold's and Rusty Grady's judgment of him planted seeds of doubt. Liebold had said he was dangerous. Rusty had told him once that he had a death wish. Was it true? He learned how to be a good captain from J.R. Kane, and to an extent from Bob Hunter. Kane, the chess player. You wait for your move and then act decisively. Hunter, the hearts player. You make your own luck through good planning. But maybe he was more like Reynolds, the 55's brooding XO who had no use for games. You ask yourself how bad you want to win, and then you attack. Attack, attack. You fight like you're already dead. Maybe that was the real him. Lewis had told him buccaneering wasn't allowed on Sabretooth, but Charlie suspected he was a buccaneer through and through. Buccaneer wasn't necessarily a bad word. Buccaneering achieved great victories, but it also got good men killed. And not just men who'd volunteered for this hard life and its risks. Charlie had 21 civilians, including women and children, in his care. He was now responsible for their welfare. The problem with decision and action is sometimes long hours separated the two. Millions of chances to make a different decision. He thought he should try to catch some sleep, but he knew he couldn't. He forced down the last of his coffee and went to the wardroom. Tended by the pretty nurses and the pharmacist's mate, 4 men and 2 children lay on the floor. The chief of the boat stood guard at the door. One of the kids arched her back and let out an alarming scream. The phonograph played Bing Crosby crooning Lullaby. "Jane," he said, "how's it going?" "Honestly?" She pulled down her mask and sighed. "It's going pretty bad, Charlie. We've got 6 here, laid up, along with the captain, all down with the bug." She gestured to the passageway. "Out there, infected but not yet symptomatic. Who knows? Could be 2, 3 times that. I hope you've been washing your hands." "We spotted a Jap battle group," he blurted. 2 aircraft carriers." "Okay." Jane squinted at him. "Are you going to attack?" "We might." "Okay," she said. "It'll be very dangerous if we do." "I figured it would be." He eyed the children lying on the floor. "Maybe too dangerous." He fixed his gaze on her. "Keep me posted if you need anything." Charlie returned to his cabin and lay on his bunk. The tiny room's walls began to press in on him. He closed his eyes and fought back. Not now, he thought. But of course it would be now. Somebody knocked on his doorframe and he opened his eyes. He sat up, rubbing his bearded face. "Come in." The curtain pulled aside. Jane stepped inside the small room and closed it. She glared at him with her fists clenched, and he thought about how tough she was. He sat up. "Something wrong? What happened?" "We've been through hell," she said. Charlie's heart sank. "I know. Horror like you wouldn't believe." He could only nod. As much as he wanted to take a shot at Yosai, it could get innocent people killed. Things being what they are, his primary duty was to get these people home. She said, "What I'm trying to say is that we're tougher than you think." Then she told him her story. The story of the Philippines occupation. December 1941. The Japanese had bombed the airfields around Manila, destroying the American Air Force on the ground. They flattened the Cavite Naval Base. The Americans declared Manila, the capital, an open city to prevent its destruction. Japanese troops landed at several points on Luzon Island and rapidly advanced on Manila, capturing it January 2nd. Commanded by General Douglas MacArthur, American and Filipino troops withdrew to the Bataan Peninsula on Manila Bay, where they dug in and fought hard until April. Suffering daily losses from combat, disease, and starvation, they finally surrendered. For the survivors, their hell had only begun. "The Bataan Death March," Jane said bitterly. 80,000 men, weak from heat and hunger and disease, forced to march over 60 miles to a prison camp at Balanga in the north. They got little food and water. The soldiers beat those who couldn't keep up, bayoneted those who fell, or drove trucks over them. To the Japanese, the prisoners weren't human, just animals. 10,000 died along the way. More died at Balanga. President Roosevelt had ordered General MacArthur out of the country in March. Lieutenant General Jonathan Wainwright took command, holding the island of Corregidor, an island fortress at the mouth of Manila Bay, until May. After a month of constant shelling, the Japanese overran his position. Wainwright unconditionally surrendered all armed forces in the Philippines. But then, we were on the run, James said. The nurses had been evacuated from Corregidor during the bombardment. They hopped from one island to the next, one step ahead of the Japanese, until they reached Mindanao. There was nowhere else they could go. The Philippines belonged to Japan, all 7,000 islands. But the Filipino army didn't surrender. Instead, they melted into the hills and vowed to carry on the fight. So we signed up, Jane said. Me, Doris, Mary, and a little Texas gal named Angela Lopez. We started with a guerrilla unit, a mixed bag of Yusufe soldiers, missionaries, Filipino scouts. Sometimes they fought the Japanese, sometimes other guerrilla groups. Then Colonel Fertig united everybody against the Japs. He'd order the men to give ground and scatter, which caused the Japs to break up into smaller groups to chase them. At that point, the guerrillas would consolidate and punch back hard. It always worked. The reprisals were often bloody and severe. Frustrated Japanese soldiers ran amok, burning villages. Looting and murder became increasingly common. Then the Japanese issued an ultimatum. Any Americans in the Philippines who didn't surrender would be exterminated if caught. For months we fought, we suffered, and we hid. Hungry all the time, weak, with dysentery, always on the go. I treated men with bullet wounds, bayonet wounds, tropical diseases that wasted them to skin and bone, but even then the worst hadn't happened yet. Not by a long shot. The Japanese had launched a major operation in Mindanao and had gotten licked. Lopez had stayed behind in a village to treat 2 wounded guerrillas, one of them an American GI named Dave Mackey. They were sweet on each other, and she wouldn't leave him behind. Then a Japanese platoon entered the village. The Jap lieutenant ordered his men to round up the entire village at bayonet point. He took out his samurai sword and started chopping heads until the villagers gave up the guerrillas. They crucified Doug between 2 palm trees. Her voice cracked. They raped poor Angie. By the time they were done, she was half dead. But they still weren't through. That Jap lieutenant cut off her head with his sword, chopped it off, and left her in the dirt. She was my friend. I met her the first week of my posting. They raped and murdered her and left her to rot. My God, Charlie breathed. Everybody knew what the Japanese did at Pearl Harbor. He'd heard all the propaganda about how evil they were, how they needed to be destroyed. But this wasn't propaganda. This was history as Jane had experienced it. The propaganda didn't even come close to describing these real horrors. No matter how bad things got, they always got worse. For the first time in her telling, her eyes leaked tears, which she wiped away angrily. But you know something, Charlie? We never gave up. We never backed down. I'm sorry, Jane. He didn't know what else to say. You want to know why I'm telling you all this? It's so you know who we are. We all want to get home safe, but we're at war. The harder you fight, the quicker it'll all be over. So fight. Sink those carriers, Charlie. Kill them all. Chapter 27. Fog of War. Charlie entered the crowded control room. Standing at their stations, the sailors glanced at him before returning to their duties. Again, that puzzled look, as if they weren't sure whether the cavalry had arrived or a maniac had taken over their boat. Maybe both, he thought. History would judge which was actually the case. He went to the plotting table where Bryant and Miller tracked the enemy flotilla. Cruising at 20 knots, Sabretooth raced the armada on a parallel course. Charlie thought by now the warships should be gaining on the boat. Time to adjust course, steer the boat onto their track. He studied the lines on the plot and frowned. It didn't add up. This can't be right, Charlie said. It is, Bryant told him. They slowed to 5 knots 20 minutes ago. What are they up to? The engineering officer shrugged. No idea. It's like they're waiting for us. Or something else. The IJN feared nothing. If Sabretooth had been detected, the destroyers would have detached and raced to the attack. "Helm, come right to 270, Charlie said. "Come right to 270, aye, sir," the helmsman responded. Bryant asked, "You don't think it's a trap, Harrison?" "When was the last time you did a radar sweep?" Bryant checked his watch. 4 minutes ago. "Are you going to answer my question?" "The plan is the same," Charlie said. He didn't owe the man anything else. "Sugarjig, give me an automatic sweep on the PPI." The SJ radar confirmed what Bryant had told him. The IJN warships maintained their heading but had slowed to 5 knots. Damn strange, Charlie thought. Then he smiled. He had the answer, or he thought he did. "Battle stations," he said. "Torpedo attack." The quartermaster repeated over the loudspeakers. "Battle stations, torpedo!" The battle station's alarm bonged as hands rushed to stations across the boat. The lights extinguished, replaced by red lighting. God, things were getting exciting now. He couldn't believe he was doing this, commanding a submarine, taking her into battle against a vastly superior force. Again, he had that sense he was playing a game with the greatest toy in the world, but this wasn't a game. Not when the stakes were life and death. He reminded himself not to get caught up in the pressure and excitement and forget routine but vital actions. Some skippers proved excellent at command until subjected to extreme stress. They forgot to look for airplanes when they raised the periscope, or they failed to do a 360 search to make sure the entire area was clear. Small errors like that blew attacks and could easily get them all killed. The telephone talker said, "All compartments report battle stations manned." His smile faded. "Very well. Helm, come right to 315. Soon. Sabretooth's bow would be pointing directly at the IJN warships. "Bridge, control," he said. "Keep a sharp eye north by northwest. Scan carefully. Tell me what you see." Nature might have handed him an opportunity. He reached up and gripped a pipe as a handhold, hoping his anxiety didn't show. Moments later, Gibson's voice blared over the speaker. "We're a ways from it, but it might be fog, Mr. Harrison, covering the horizon to the northwest." "Very well, Mr. Gibson," Charlie said. Bryant stared at him. "That changes things." "It certainly does." Advection fog, also called sea fog. Moist air cooled as it moved across the sea toward colder waters. The waves kicked salt into the air, which formed nuclei for condensation. The resulting mist could become a thick fog, which explained why the Japanese warships were moving so slowly. He'd guessed that was the case. He'd been hoping it was true. It changed everything. Sabretooth had radar, but as far as anybody knew, the IJN didn't. "Helm all ahead full," Charlie said. "Steady as she goes." The telephone talker said, "Mr. Liebold reports another torpedo completed in the aft torpedo room. That's 5 total in the aft torpedo compartment and 8 in the forward compartment." "Very well," Charlie said. "Please ask Mr. Liebold to report to control and assume his duties at the TDC." "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison." He ran his hand through his long hair, and it came away wet with sweat. Bryant squinted at him. "I hope you know what you're doing." Charlie flashed him a smile. That made 2 of them. He said, "Sugarjig, give me another sweep." Miller marked the positions based on the enemy's bearing and range. The Armada held steady on the same course. Gibson reported over the speaker, "Control bridge. Fog. Close aboard. Visibility reduced to 1,000 yards." "Very well," Charlie said. Perfect, in fact. He went to the plotting table and leaned against it, studying Miller's work, an exercise in geometry. The men watched him, wondering. "Steady as she goes," he said. "Kill them all," Jane had said. "We're going to try," he thought. "It's time for a little payback." Liebold entered the control room and took his station near the TDC, rubbing his tired eyes. Large sweat stains darkened his wrinkled khaki shirt. "You did good, Mr. Liebold," Charlie said. He found himself being formal with the crew now that he was in command. It slowed him down, helped him think while the situation rapidly evolved. "Thanks for that." Liebold shook his head. "Don't thank me yet." What's the play?" "You're starting to cut things close," Bryant said. Charlie said, "All compartments rigged for dive." He gazed at Bryant. The engineering officer was supposed to act as his diving officer. The man took the hint and keyed the 1MC call box. "Rig for dive. Clear the top sides." The lookouts flew down the ladder and their feet slammed the deck. Gibson called out that the hatch was secured before descending himself. Bryant said into the 1MC, "Dive, dive, dive." The klaxon blasted. Charlie said, "Mr. Gibson, get me 6 fresh lookouts. Your best. Have them assemble in the conning tower." "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison." "Maneuvering, control," Bryant said. "Stop the main engines. Switch to battery power. Manifold, close the main induction." The new lookouts entered the control room and climbed up to the conning tower. Charlie glanced at the Christmas tree with alarm. Bryant said, "Red light on the board. She's going to leak again. We can't dive. The compartment will flood out. Get a repair party in there on the double, Mr. Bryant." The engineering officer picked up a phone and requested an emergency repair party to repair the leak. "We're a sitting duck here," the man said when he hung up. "I know that," Charlie shot back. They couldn't dive without water gushing into the boat. Best case, they'd dive and wait out the IJN battle group passing overhead at a leisurely 5 knots. They'd have to run silent, and therefore couldn't operate the pumps. The compartment might even flood, weighing the boat down. The leak was near the aft battery. If it sustained damage from seawater, it would emit deadly chlorine gas. And then they'd have to surface and evacuate the boat, leaving them defenseless. Nothing to do but wait. Charlie cursed his lousy luck. His first time at command, and he'd conned his boat right in front of an IJN battle group where she'd make nice target practice for their destroyers. They'd blow Sabretooth out of the water with ease. Harakiri indeed. He'd become a legend. And all these people for whom he was responsible would die. The minutes ticked past. Necks clenched with tension, the men performed their duties at their stations. Charlie stared at the red light, willing it to change. "Come on," he hissed. "Come on." "They've almost got it," Bryant said, and returned to the phone. Charlie ordered another sweep on the SJ radar. The IJN ships were bearing down on them fast. "Time to get out of here. Helm all back full." The light blinked several times before glowing green. "All back full, Belay that order," Charlie snapped. "Pressure in the boat," Bryant said, and sagged. "Green board." "Jesus," Leibold breathed. "All compartments report ready to dive," the telephone talker said, his voice cracking with stress. "Planes 65 feet. Manifold open all main vents," Bryant said. The deck tilted as Sabretooth slid into the sea and made for the depths. "Passing 40 feet, the engineering officer said. "Close all vents." Charlie stared at the green light. "You knew the boat had taken damage and was prone to heavy leakage at that hull opening," he told himself. "But you wanted to attack anyway." "Passing 50 feet, Bryant intoned. "Blow negative." All it takes is one little thing to go wrong, one thing broken, one thing forgotten, 1 minute too long. "Passing 60 feet, Bryant said. "Manifold 2-degree up bubble. Planes 20-degree rise. Final depth 65 feet. Open bulkhead flappers. Start the ventilation." "How's our trim?" Charlie asked him, fighting to keep his voice steady. "Good. Speed 3 knots. "Very well, Mr. Bryant. Sound, control. Report." "Control, sound. Contact, bearing 135, range 5,000 yards. Cutting it close indeed. He reached up and keyed the 1MC. "Attention," he said, uncertain at first. He cleared his throat and added in a firm voice, "Attention all hands. This is Lieutenant Harrison. We're making our approach on the same carrier battle group that gave us a beating a while back. 2 of the same carriers that attacked Pearl. Now it's time for some payback." He paused to let that sink in. "Those of you we picked up in the Philippines were about to rig for silent running before we go into combat. That means absolute quiet. Any unnecessary noise could put us all in serious danger. I'll be honest, this attack has some big risks. I know you want to get home, but this is how we all go home. We sink every Jap ship we find. That is all." Charlie returned the microphone to its holder and said, "All compartments rigged for silent running." Silent running, a standard procedure used to make a submarine as undetectable as possible. The IJN ships weren't pinging. That made noise, and they didn't want to call attention to their presence. They were counting on the fog to conceal them until they passed through it. However, the ships ahead likely had deployed passive acoustic detection using hydrophones suspended in the water. The only way a submarine could stay undetectable was noise discipline. The ventilation blowers and refrigeration motors turned off. Helm and planes were put on manual operation. Non-essential crew went to their bunks. Nobody talked unless it was necessary. Speed was reduced to minimize propeller noise. "All compartments report rigged for silent running," the telephone talker said. "Very well. Quartermaster, I want strong hands to relieve the planesmen every 10 minutes while we're in quiet operation." "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison," Gibson said. The officers stared at the ceiling as a distant, ghostly pulse approached. Heavy screws, churning the water ahead. Again, Charlie felt like he was making the right move, but wondered if he was missing something. The time to find out had passed. He was committed. "Here they come," Bryant said. Chapter 28. Battle of the Celebes Sea. The sound grew louder, an entire IJN carrier battle group's propellers thrashing the water. Sabretooth waited directly in their track. "Upscope," Charlie said. He crouched and rose with the periscope. He rotated twice and settled on the target bearing. The fog shrouded the moon and made the darkness thick and murky, the sea an inky black. A tiny blob of light winked in the dark. Another. Blinker lights. The Japanese signaled each other in the fog. Then black shapes coalesced in the mist. The steel hulks of giant warships. More winking lights. "Helm, come right to 320. "Come right to 320, aye, sir." "Meet her. Nothing to the right." "Aye, sir, new heading, 320. "Keep her so." The black hulks grew larger. As he expected, the heavy cruisers and destroyer escorts surrounded the carriers in a defensive perimeter. The middle of the formation would pass directly over Sabretooth. They have no idea we're here, Charlie thought. He reminded himself he should keep it that way. Downscope. Planes 200 feet. As the scope retracted into its mounting and the planesmen heaved at their big steel wheels, Charlie turned and regarded Bryant and Leibold with a crazed smile. They returned it, their eyes fierce. Whatever reservations they had about the attack, they'd put them aside. They were ready for a fight. The darkness, the fog, the total surprise. They just might pull this off. "Sound control," he said. "Stay on the heavy screws to starboard." "The big carrier, sir?" "That's right," Charlie said. "Yosai. Report when she reaches a relative bearing of 030. "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The men froze at the ominous sound. Destroyers were passing Sabretooth on both sides. If they detected the American submarine, the game was up. They'd pound the boat until she sank to the bottom. A minute passed. Then another. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The men were barely breathing now, listening to the steady propeller beats. They were directly in the middle of the IJN Armada, surrounded by 100,000 tons of steel plowing the surface. "Control, sound. Heavy screws, relative bearing 030. Charlie said, "Helm, hard left rudder. Come right to 045. "Come right to 045, aye, sir." All compartments rigged to surface. "Why?" Bryant demanded. "We've got them." Charlie glared at him. Bryant clammed up. "Mr. Gibson," Charlie said, "you'll be going topside with me. I need your eyes." "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison." The telephone talker said, "Maneuvering. Stand by to switch from motors to diesels." He turned and said to Charlie, "All compartments report ready to surface in every respect, Mr. Harrison." "Very well," Charlie said. Sailors glanced at him. He hadn't followed up his acknowledgement with an order to surface. The details of the attack surged at him, demanding review. He shoved them aside. He knew he could second-guess himself into failure. He'd already cast the die. Surface. The surfacing alarm blared. The main ballast tanks blew. Charlie led the quartermaster to the conning tower. He grabbed hold of the ladder and turned. "Bryant, if I'm unable to perform my duties, you know what to do." The engineering officer opened his mouth but closed it. Then he smiled. As Charlie climbed the ladder, he heard the man say, "Good hunting, Harrison." He and the hulking engineering officer would never be friends, but he might have finally won the man's respect. Charlie could rely on him. Gibson waited at the top of the conning tower with the lookouts. They made room for Charlie. The quartermaster readied his mallet as the boat angled up, broke the surface, and settled on an even keel. "You all right, sir?" Gibson asked him. Charlie could only nod glumly. He felt drained already. "Open the hatch any time," Bryant called from below. He nodded again to Gibson, who grinned and pounded the dogs open. Built-up pressure equalized with a roar of venting air. "Time to finish what we started, sir," the quartermaster said over the noise. Charlie mounted to the bridge and scanned the surrounding darkness while the cool night air dried the sweat on his skin. After his time in the boats, he was now used to switching from hot to cold temperature and high to low air pressure. A haze hung close aboard, obscuring his view. "Lookouts to the bridge," he hissed. The men took their positions. "I don't see any Japs," Gibson said, a pair of binoculars covering his eyes. A horn boomed in the fog. Another boomed in answer astern. They were out there all right. Sabertooth's diesel engines pounded to life. Charlie smelled smoke in the salty air. "Wait," Gibson said. He pointed. "There, sir." An enormous warship was passing them, foghorn booming. 6 football fields long, bristling with guns. A Mayoko-class heavy cruiser. Hanma, the Hammer. Behind it, a giant shape loomed in the mist. "Holy God," muttered one of the lookouts. "Yosai." They had her in their sights at last. This was one of those opportunities submarine skippers dreamed about. "Ship astern," a sailor hissed from the lookout platform, calling out the range. Charlie turned and glimpsed a vague shape steaming through the fog. And that would be Pachinko, the slingshot. He knew the names, had seen pictures of them in the enemy ship reference books. They were like creatures out of myth. "We're going to take a shot at both carriers," he said. "Forward torpedo, make ready all tubes. The target is Yosai. Order of tubes is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Set depth at 4 feet. High speed." Those ships may have been titans of the sea, but they weren't invincible. Drilled with enough holes, they sank to the bottom like anything else that floated, like so many American titans had at Pearl. "Aft torpedo, make ready all tubes," he went on. "The target is Pachinko. Order of tubes is 7, 8, 9, 10. Depth 4 feet, high speed." Charlie crouched at the forward bridge target bearing transmitter, TBT, and focused amidships on Yosai as she approached. The TBT consisted of powerful night binoculars mounted on a swivel base. The aircraft carrier's black bulk appeared. Yosai blasted her horn again. "Control, bridge. Range 1,000 yards. Speed 5 knots. Angle on the bow 040. Final bearing, mark." He pressed the button, which automatically transmitted bearing to the TDC operator in the control room. "Set," came the response from the speaker. The TDC transmitted the firing angles to the torpedo gyros. "We're going to shoot our entire wad at her." A target that size from 1,000 yards, like shooting a barn. The boat trembled as the outer doors opened. "I don't have eyes on the light carrier astern anymore, but she's there. Make an automatic sweep on the SJ radar. After we shoot our wad at Yosai, shift targets. Mr. Bryant will direct fire. Shoot at her with a spread of 4 fish from the stern tubes on the SJ bearings." "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison," the speaker blared. "Mr. Bryant says thanks and fire any time." "This is going to be some show," the quartermaster said. "It just might, Mr. Gibson. As long as the torpedoes worked. As long as he hadn't screwed up. Forward torpedo, stand by." Charlie kept the TBT centered on Yosai. She was coming on. This was it. "Fire 1." The boat shuddered as she spit a 3,000-pound torpedo into the ocean. Gibson counted the seconds to ensure the shots were properly timed. "Fire 2. Fire 3. Fire 4. Fire 5. Fire 6. Control, bridge. Shift target to Pachinko. You may fire the stern tubes when ready. All fish are on the way, Control reported after another 30 seconds. Stay on them. All fish running hot, straight and normal. Gibson had started counting again. Time to impact. Forward torpedo reload tubes 1 and 2, Charlie said. Aft torpedo reload all tubes. Then he frowned. Something was wrong. The torpedoes should have... Boom! A column of spray erupted alongside Yosai, which rocked at the impact. Charlie almost couldn't believe it. A hit. Showtime, Mr. Gibson, the quartermaster snorted. Beautiful. Charlie said into the phone, Control bridge, solid hit on the target. A cheer erupted from the phone. The big aircraft carrier trembled at the impact, but otherwise didn't seem to notice. She kept coming. Then she began to accelerate. A blinding flash, illuminating shards of metal flying across a massive smoke cloud. Boom! Boom! 3 solid hits. Charlie's heart pounded like a drum in his ears. Jack, you're a genius. Boom! Make that 4, Gibson said. I think the other 2 missed. Every Japanese ship began frantically honking their horns, sounding the alarm. Control. Reload completed on number 1 tube. Charlie cried. Helm, left hard rudder. Yosai was on fire and listing, but they weren't done yet. Sabretooth began to turn clockwise as enemy searchlights frantically combed the water for the predator in their midst. Most of the ships cast their lights outside the formation. Charlie glimpsed distant flashes as 2 ships fired blindly into the fog with flashing tracers. Some of the torpedoes had overshot Yosai and detonated in the open water. The destroyers must have heard the blasts and assumed they were prematures, that the enemy sub was on their flank. He jumped at the sound of another explosion from behind. Gibson was laughing. Christmas just came early. We're hitting Pachinko. Remember Pearl Harbor, Charlie said, and hunched behind the TBT. Hanma was veering right. She's turning to starboard. We'll hit her broadside. The submarine kept turning, her bow aligned with the heavy cruiser amidships. Bridge, control, reload completed on number 2 tube. Charlie pressed the button. Final bearing, mark. Set, fire when ready. Fire 1. Gibson counted off the seconds. Fire 2. Both fish running hot, straight and normal. Gibson restarted his count as the torpedoes streaked toward the distant cruiser. Control, bridge, put another 2 into Yosai from the stern tubes as we turn. Aye, sir. Boom! A hit on Hanma. Then the cruiser disappeared into the fog, dropping random depth charges that exploded from the sea in colossal sprays. Sabretooth kept on turning. Pachinko was listing a little to port, but she continued steaming out of the area. I should have saved those 2 bow torpedoes for the light carrier, Charlie said disgustedly, angry at himself. It would have been nice to put her down for good, sir, Gibson agreed. By now, the stern tubes had fired another 2 torpedoes at Yosai. He heard a single explosion. One of the fish had hit. She was coming into view as the boat circled back to where she started. My God, Gibson breathed. Drilled by 5 torpedoes, the Colossus groaned in the water, on fire and listing heavily to starboard. Charlie could see the entire deck. The planes broke free of their cables and smashed into each other. Zeros and torpedo bombers and recon planes, 70 aircraft in all. The avalanche of metal crashed down and splashed into the water among screaming sailors. The Titan was going down. 36,000 tons of boat and planes and men. Behind him he heard a crash, followed by a long metallic scream. Gibson started at the noise. What was that? No way to find out, Charlie said. We'd better get out of here, Mr. Gibson. The element of surprise was quickly diminishing, and if Sabretooth were discovered, they were in for it. Searchlights flashed across the sea as the destroyer escorts closed in, signaling each other with blinker lights and foghorn blasts. Helm! A colossal roar rent the night. Yosai jumped in the sea and buckled as an internal explosion rocked the great warship. Her boiler had gone up, a mortal blow. Her back was broken. It was incredible, amazing, cathartic, almost beautiful. And horrible. Yes, horrible. She sank quickly into the foam, taking 1,600 souls to the bottom. Charlie had just killed a lot of people. "Helm," he said, fighting to keep his voice steady. "Rudder amidships, all ahead full. Get us out of here." Sabretooth made tracks at 20 knots, fleeing the battle as the destroyers closed in with their searchlights. Charlie went up to the lookout platform and stared into the fog as the fires, searchlights, and horn blasts faded astern. They'd done it. They'd killed Yosai. The entire attack had taken 8 minutes. Chapter 29. Flight. Charlie took the ladder too fast and landed hard, the shock tingling up his ankles. The battle had exhausted him, but a true submariner didn't make simple mistakes about things that should have been second nature. Mad at himself, he limped out of the way as Gibson slammed to the deck after him. He looked up to see the entire control room smiling at him. "Harry Carey," Bryant said. "This now." "Harry Carey," one of the manifold men added. Then they were all saying it, grinning like maniacs. "Harry Carey! Harry Carey!" They weren't ribbing him. His nickname had taken on a whole new meaning, one of outright reverence. Jack Leibold shook his hand. "Looks like you pulled it off, Charlie." "We all did," Charlie said. "The torpedoes worked just fine thanks to you." Gibson shook his hand next, then Bryant. "We just sank Yosai," the engineering officer beamed. "I still can't believe it." "I've been in a boat a long time, sir," the quartermaster said, "and I ain't never seen anything like what just happened up there." "I fouled up on Pachinko," Charlie said. "We could have sunk her." Bryant laughed and said, "We just sank the Fortress, Harrison." Charlie allowed a smile at that. "We did. We sank her good. Wait till they read about this back home." They felt like giant killers. Today there was buccaneering on Sabretooth. "We're going to ruin Tojo's breakfast," Charlie said. "What's your report?" "We're steaming at 20 knots on a course of 320. I just did a sweep with the SJ radar and got a fix on the targets. Yosai is a confirmed sinking. Pachinko is still afloat and moving. The heavy cruiser's screws have stopped. They're right next to each other, and they aren't moving." "Very well." Charlie went to the 1MC call box and pulled down the microphone. "Attention. This is Lieutenant Harrison. Scratch 1 Jap aircraft carrier. We also damaged the light carrier and a heavy cruiser. You did a perfect job, thank you. Captain Hunter will be proud. That is all." He was still furious at himself for blowing the attack on Pachinko. He'd gotten full of himself, and it had made him greedy. "Lookouts report the fog is thinning," the telephone talker said. Charlie glanced at his watch. The sun was rising. Time to hide in the deep before their luck ran out. "Very well," he said. "All compartments rigged for dive." The smiles faded as the men returned to work. They weren't out of this yet, and they knew it. The Japanese were rallying right now, and they were out for blood. They'd hunt Sabretooth until she made Darwin. Bryant didn't miss a beat. He keyed the 1MC and said, "Rig for dive, clear the topsides." The lookouts shot down the ladder, calling out the hatch was secured. Bryant. "Dive, dive, dive." The klaxon blasted twice. The engineering officer ordered the main engine stopped and propulsion switched to battery power. The main induction clanged shut. The officers stared at the Christmas tree, willing the lights to turn green. To their immense relief, they did. Bryant grinned. "Pressure in the boat, Harrison. Green board." "Very well," Charlie said, trying to play it cool. Their luck was holding. "All compartments report ready to dive," the telephone talker said. "Plane's 200 feet. Sabretooth performed beautifully. She sank into the foam in less than 30 seconds and angled down into the deep. Distant thunder vibrated against the hull, metal grinding and chewing. Yosai's death throes as she sank to the bottom. The sea's intense pressures were ripping her apart. The men grinned again, enjoying the moment of payback. "Control, sound," the soundman said. "I'm picking up sounds of another ship sinking." Charlie puzzled. Pachinko? The quartermaster frowned in thought. "It might be one of the other ships. We only scored one hit on Hanma. I'm not even sure we pierced her armor." Gibson chuckled now. "Remember that crash we heard?" "Of course. You mean, I think Hanma accidentally rammed another ship in the fog. The only ship near her was the other heavy cruiser." Charlie hesitated as that sank in. "Sometimes you get lucky, Mr. Gibson." The man chuckled at that. "Sometimes you get very lucky. Scratch one aircraft carrier and one heavy cruiser. Sound, control. Any signs of pursuit?" "No, sir. They're circling the combat zone." Protecting Pachinko, picking up survivors. When the fog thinned enough, they'd start hunting. They'd radio for reinforcements. For the next few days at least, this entire stretch of sea would be crawling with ships and planes searching for American submarines. "Final depth 200 feet, Bryant said. "Open the bulkhead flappers. Start the ventilation. Good trim. Speed 3 knots. "Secure from battle stations," Charlie said. "Aye, aye." He eyed Liebold, who sagged against the firing board. "Jack, get some sleep." The man nodded. "I think I will, thanks. I'll be getting some rack time as well, Mr. Bryant. That is, if you're good to carry on as officer of the deck until the end of the watch." Bryant laughed. "Are you kidding? I couldn't sleep right now if my life depended on it. You two go ahead. I'm too keyed up." Liebold was already gone. Charlie headed toward his bunk where he'd sleep like a rock until somebody woke him. Jane caught sight of him from the wardroom. "Charlie!" His heart thumped. After everything he'd gone through, the sight of her somehow managed to quicken his pulse. "Hi, Jane." She pulled the curtain closed, giving them a brief moment of privacy in the passageway. She pulled down her surgical mask. "You did it." "We sure did." Jane said nothing, just smiling at him with a devious gleam in her eyes. God, how he wanted to kiss her right now. He stammered. "How's the captain?" The beautiful nurse stepped forward and planted a wet kiss on his lips. "That's from all of us," she said. Charlie reeled, his face hot. "Well," her blue eyes flashed. "And this," she added, "is from me." She leaned in again. The second kiss lasted a lot longer. Chapter 30. Gas. Touch and go. Sabretooth fled north toward the Philippines on the hope the Japanese wouldn't expect that. She paused to send a flash message to Pearl. Then she stuck far to the east before resuming her southerly course. Daytime periscope checks revealed black smudges on the horizon, the belching smokestacks of IJN destroyers. They were out there, hunting the audacious American submarine after her successful surprise attack on their carriers. Even at night, when the boat had to surface to replenish her batteries and fresh air, things got dicey, and patrolling ships and seaplanes frequently forced them to dive. Meanwhile, Jane happily reported Captain Hunter was recovering. "Great," Charlie told her. "Now I can find out how much trouble I'm in." With Liebold on duty, they spoke in the privacy of Charlie's stateroom. Sitting on the bed next to him, she touched his arm. "Why would the captain be angry with you?" He could have laughed at that. Where should he begin? He'd gone ashore with Braddock and surprised a platoon of Japanese soldiers which had jeopardized the mission. He'd ordered the torpedoes modified. He'd taken the damaged boat into combat while it was crowded with refugees. But he couldn't tell her any of that. "That's between me and the captain." He'd sunk Yosai. Everything he'd done had to be worth that. Jane snorted. "You submarine types. Everything's a big secret." He smiled. "You do realize we call it the silent service." "I was wondering if I got you in trouble." "You? How?" "Planting that smooch on you. I thought maybe somebody had seen us." "Nobody saw us. At least he hoped not. Another transgression." She said, "Well, you've been avoiding me for days." Which was true, but he didn't know how to explain that either. He liked Jane. Liked her a lot. He could easily fall in love with her. She was beautiful, yes, but also tough at the core, so unlike the male ideal of feminine submissiveness. She'd gone through hell, and while it darkened her around the edges, lent an occasional haunted cast to her eyes, it did nothing to dim her sunny disposition. She understood him in a way Evie never could. But he didn't trust his feelings. He wasn't sure what he felt about Evie anymore, not after she told him she'd moved on. That didn't mean he wanted to fall in love again, however. Not during this war. War demanded everything, and it showed no mercy to men and women in love. Jane caught the anxious look on his face. You know I can take a hint. It's not what you think. You got a girl back home? I did. I ended it when I signed up for submarine school. She sighed. Oh, damn. You married the war. Something like that. He thought about it and added, I can't think about the future when I need to fight now. You can dream about it, can't you? Maybe. He remembered Rusty's words. Something to fight for, not just against. Every sailor in this war wants that. But whatever I dream, I don't want to be tied to it. Know what I mean? It can't be real for me. When Charlie fought, he had to commit everything, put his life on the line. He knew full well he might not survive this war. Jane looked away and said quietly, I know what you mean. She said nothing more, and Charlie had a chance to look at her. She leaned back on the thin mattress, the sleeves of her t-shirt rolled up to expose her tanned shoulders. Her braids hung low behind her back. He very much wanted to kiss her again. Seemingly sensing his desire, she blushed and pretended to find the stateroom's drab wood paneling interesting. We don't need a future, Charlie. We have right now. Like you said, that's all that matters. And it may be all we're going to get. Jane looked him in the eye. Now kiss me. Charlie's cheeks flushed with heat. He knew boat skippers often second-guessed themselves if they hesitated. Kiss me, Charlie. He didn't hesitate. The general alarm gonged across the boat. He leaped to his feet as if electrified. Jane shot up. What's going on? Leibold's voice over the 1MC. Chlorine and battery aft. Chlorine. Along with fire and flood, it haunted submariners' nightmares. Seawater contained large amounts of chlorine. If seawater contaminated the battery wells, it reacted with sulfuric acid in the battery, producing chlorine gas. Chlorine gas had been used as a chemical weapon 20 years ago during the Great War. Once inhaled, it attacked living tissue and produced severe nausea, coughing, labored breathing, chest pains, headache, and muscle weakness. It didn't take much in the air to do damage. With prolonged exposure, it was deadly. The damaged hull opening must have started leaking again. Leaking in a big way. Right now, the compartment was not only filled with gas that was spreading to the rest of the boat, it was also likely flooding. They had to get to the surface fast. You're safe here, he told Jane. Don't move. He threw the curtain aside and ran toward the control room. The diving alarm was already sounding. 3 loud blasts. Leibold over the 1MC. Surface! 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 Broad daylight up there. Possibly crawling with Japanese ships. Charlie reached the control room as Sabretooth angled for ascent. Dripping wet sailors tramped through the control room, coughing hard as they headed forward to safety. He snapped, Report! Chlorine gas and flooding in battery aft, Leibold said. We're surfacing the boat. What's our depth? Passing 100 feet. Belay the order to surface. Planes 65 feet. He kept an eye on the depth gauge as Sabretooth clawed her way toward periscope depth. Heavy with water, powered by a single battery, the maneuver took an agonizingly long time. The torpedo officer picked up the phone and said into the mouthpiece, Silence on the line. Engineering, report. Roger. Carry on. He looked at Charlie. Chlorine and flooding checked in battery aft. Bryant says the compartment is sealed. The berthing and mess are being evacuated forward. Very well. Ensign Miller. 65 feet in holding, Mr. Harrison. Up scope. He crouched as the periscope slid out of its well, and he rose with it, already circling with his face pressed to the eyepiece. He rotated 3 times, sweeping the water for enemy warships. Then he spun again, scanning the skies for planes. Downscope. Nothing but calm sea and blue sky. Thank God. He coughed as his throat began to sting. Surface. Put the Sugar Dog and Sugar Jig on standby. The radar man warmed up the radar. Charlie coughed again. He had to hurry this along or they'd all be suffering soon. Lookouts to the conning tower. The entire control room was coughing now. He glanced at the depth gauge. Almost there. A moment later, Sabertooth's more than 2,000 tons broke the water and settled at a depth of 25 feet. The hatch opened, allowing the pent-up air pressure to rush howling from the boat, hopefully taking a lot of the deadly gas with it. Gibson called down, all clear topside. The lookouts mounted to their stations. Liebold said into the phone, Open the main induction. Answer bells on main engines. Put 1 main on charge. Standard speed will be 15 knots. Helm, all aboard standard, Charlie said. Get us back on a bearing of 190. All ahead standard, aye, sir, the helmsman responded. The aft battery compartment had been sealed, but a lot of gas had escaped, posing an immediate threat until the boat could be ventilated, the leak repaired, and the water pumped out. It was time to evacuate the boat and prepare for her defense. Charlie activated the 1MC and said, Battle stations, gun action. All personnel without eminent duties will evacuate topside. Fill the ammunition tray, Liebold barked into his phone's mouthpiece. Open gun access hatch. Gun crew on deck. I want everybody armed up there except the civilians, Mr. Liebold. Empty the small arms locker. The torpedo officer passed on the order. Then he leaned over and coughed long and hard into his fist. How long are we going to be sitting here with our ass hanging out? Charlie wondered. Right now, Sabertooth was surfaced in daylight on a calm sea, easily visible to Japanese seaplanes. Liebold caught his breath and said, Could be hours. Bryant doesn't know yet. They're putting down soda lime to soak up the atmospheric chlorine. I'm going to the bridge. I'll need you at your station here if you're able. Give me just 10 minutes and then somebody will relieve you. I'm able. Go. SJ and SD radar checks every 5 minutes. Aye, aye. He mounted to the bridge as one of the lookouts called out he'd spotted something. A plane. Chapter 31. Siege. The yeoman handed Charlie a Thompson submachine gun when he reached the bridge. Charlie checked the box magazine and pulled the charging bolt. Plane, far, bearing 095, Gibson said, pointing to the northwest. Elevation 5,000 feet, crossing astern. Charlie shouldered his weapon and trained his binoculars on the distant black dot that lazily crossed the blue sky behind them. He's turning, Gibson said. Right now, the pilot was radioing the location of the enemy submarine to his superiors, who would notify any IJN ships in the area. That wasn't the immediate threat. The plane was approaching fast. He's going to try a bombing run, Charlie said, and called out, Ready on the guns. Harrison, a voice barked behind him. What the hell is going on? The captain staggered onto the bridge, back on his feet but barely, still weakened by his fight against the disease. The plane was coming fast. He could hear its engines now. We're under attack, Captain. Yo! Captain? Get those civilians back below. Aye, aye, sir. Belay that, Charlie snapped. Captain, the boat's filled with chlorine gas. I've got a skeleton crew in the control room on 10-minute shifts. Looks like a Dave, Mr. Harrison, Gibson muttered as he inspected the distant plane through his binoculars. Nakajima E-8N, single-engine plane with 7.7mm machine guns, carries 2 70-pound bombs. The plane screamed as it dove out of the clouds. Mounted on each side of the sail, Sabertooth's 40mm Bofors automatic anti-aircraft gun pivoted toward it on its mounting plate, cocked and loaded. The 20mm cannon and 50-caliber machine gun angled skyward. Hunter growled, You're going to have to tell me how you managed to break my boat and put her on the surface in enemy waters, Harrison. Bust me later, sir, Charlie said, and roared, Commence firing! The anti-aircraft guns pounded an arcing stream of metal into the sky. Bright tracers streaked at the plane, but it kept coming. Close enough now Charlie could see the pontoons mounted under its fuselage. The plane's gunner opened up with his machine gun. The civilians screamed, hugging the crying children. The bullets thudded into the deck and stitched a line across the water as the pilot veered away from Sabretooth's withering AA gunfire. 2 men flew backward in a spray of blood. The rest fired at the plane's belly as it roared overhead, tracing a flickering shadow. The plane swerved, circled, and made another howling dive across the beam. Charlie slapped a fresh magazine into his Thompson. "Here he comes! Keep it hot!" He saw the bomb fall. It whistled through the air. It struck the water close aboard on the port beam and exploded, raising a hill of water that drenched the deck with its spray. Men toppled as the boat rolled. The children were wailing non-stop now. Charlie somehow kept his footing and fired his Tommy gun as the plane passed directly over the sail. "Give me a goddamn weapon," Hunter was shouting. The plane traced another tight circle, turning for another bombing run. The men were already firing at long range, throwing everything they had at it and screaming their heads off. The starboard AA gun pounded metal, making contact. The plane bucked and swerved off, trailing black smoke from one of its wings. The bomb boomed in the water far astern, sending a geyser of water exploding into the air. The pilot had dumped it. The plane veered again, this time toward the northwest, and kept going. The men cheered. Charlie scanned the crowded deck looking for Jane. He spotted her tending one of the men who'd been shot. Captain Hunter lowered his smoking carbine and glared at him. "Now you can fill me in, Harrison." "Well," Charlie said, "we sank Yosai and a heavy cruiser." Already pale, the captain turned even whiter. "And damaged Pachinko," Charlie went on. "We were on our way home when a heavy leak flooded the aft battery compartment, produced heavy chlorine gas, and forced us to surface. And here we are, sir." Hunter stared at him, partly with admiration, partly with open resentment. "How in God's name did you sink Yosai?" "We found her in heavy fog and got lucky." "Bridge, control," Leibold's voice. "Radar contact. Surface ship, bearing 010 true. Range, 30,000 yards. "Very well," Hunter said. "Keep me posted." He sighed. "It looks like our luck's run out, Harrison." An IJN warship was now on an intercept course. The captain said into the bridge microphone, "Control, bridge. How long until we can dive?" "Bridge, control. Bryant says an hour tops." Hunter nodded. He'd been racked with pain and fever and delirium for days, while his green lieutenant had bagged an aircraft carrier and possibly changed the outcome of the war. He'd recovered just in time to preside over disaster. "Very well," he said. He leaned against the gunwale with his eyes closed. "Sir, we should come east. Stow it, Harrison." The captain took a deep breath and let it go. He opened his eyes. "If anything bigger than a patrol boat gets here before we can dive, we won't be able to fight it off, and you know it." Charlie swallowed that bitter pill. "Aye, Captain." Gibson said, "I've got her. A Momo-class destroyer coming on with a bone in her teeth." "Damn it," Hunter said. "Prepare—" He made a choking sound. "Captain, prepare to abandon ship." The order shot across Sabretooth's crew like a thunderbolt. The men muttered loudly. They'd won. How could it end like this? Charlie went below. Leibold greeted him with a curt nod and then began smashing the radio to bits with a hammer. "Damn it is right," Charlie muttered. Ensign Miller huffed into the control room with a rucksack filled with codebooks, weighted down with broken tools and ready to be thrown overboard. The man coughed loudly and began to ascend the ladder, leaving Charlie and Leibold as the last crew members in the control room. "Looks like this is it," Charlie said. "We'll be spending the rest of the war in a POW camp." Leibold laughed bitterly, which turned into a coughing jag. Charlie said, "You'd better get topside, Jack. You've been down here too long." "POW camp?" the man rasped, breathing hard. His voice sounded like sandpaper rubbed together. "Is that what you think?" "What are you saying?" "We just sank one of the carriers, pal. If we're lucky, they'll line us up on the deck and shoot us. If we're not, they'll torture us first." Charlie felt his guts sink into his feet. "Is there any way out of this?" "We only have two options. We take our chances with the chlorine gas, or we sink him." Then he bent over and exploded vomit onto the ruins of the radio before collapsing to the deck. Charlie ran to the conning tower and shouted up the well, "2 hands to the control room!" As the crew hauled Liebold up into the open air, Charlie raised his Tommy gun to destroy the TDC and paused. If the Japanese were going to kill him, he could do something. They all could. They could... Charlie coughed. His lungs felt like they were on fire now. He climbed the ladder to the bridge and hunched behind the TBT, taking deep breaths of the fresh air. "What are you doing?" Hunter growled. "You know as well as I do the Japs are going to kill all of us." "You want to go down fighting?" "I want to fight." "Yes." "You're proposing a down-the-throat shot, Harrison. The worst odds there are. If we miss, and we almost certainly would, that Momo will blow us out of the water without mercy." "We're dead either way, Captain." Hunter said, "You're probably right, but we've got civilians aboard. As long as we don't do anything hostile, the Japs might not kill them." "Captain, there's a chance we might all go home together. A fighting chance." The captain rubbed his bearded face and watched the IJN destroyer grow steadily larger. The time was coming to abandon ship and open the hull apertures to scuttle her. That, or take his chances on a single shot. No doubt he was trying to read the Japanese skipper's mind. Would he treat them all as prisoners of war? If not, would he spare the civilians? Charlie, meanwhile, was wondering whether the captain was right about the civilians. Did his duty lie in risking everything or giving the civilians their best chance? He knew what Jane would say. "Sink that ship, Charlie. Kill them all." "I take it you didn't destroy the TDC," Hunter said. Charlie grinned. "No, Captain." "How many fish do we have left in the forward nest?" 2. "All right. Call for volunteers. I want forward torpedo and the necessary control room stations manned for a torpedo attack." "Aye, aye, Captain. I'll go." "Get somebody else. I'm not 100%, Harrison. I need you here on the bridge with me." "Aye, aye." Gibson spread the call for volunteers and then offered to operate the TDC himself. Despite their fear of chlorine gas, more than enough men among the crew were willing to return to their stations. "We're going to have to shoot at 500 yards, Hunter said. "A very tight shave." "Roger that," Charlie said at the TBT. "Recommend setting depth at 2 feet. The fish have been running deeper than they're supposed to." One by one, the crew reported they were ready at their stations. "Maneuvering, bridge," Hunter said into the bridge microphone. "Reduce speed to 1/3. "Reduce speed to 1/3, aye, Captain." "Forward torpedo, make ready the tubes. The target is the Momo class destroyer. Order of tubes is 1, 2. Depth 2 feet. High speed." Charlie watched the destroyer approach through the TBT binoculars. She was less than 1,000 yards away now. Her sharp-edged bow plowed the foam as she came on fast. Black smoke billowed from her stacks. Japanese sailors lined the deck, looking back at him with binoculars and pointing. "I hope one of them salutes," he said, "and knocks himself overboard." The captain smiled grimly and said into the mic, "Range 800 yards, speed 30 knots, angle on the bow 015 starboard. Final bearing, mark." Charlie pressed the button, which transmitted the bearing to the TDC. "Set," Gibson announced over the speaker. "Shoot any time." Charlie shouted down at the crew on the deck, "Everybody wave! Wave at the nice Japs!" Anything to distract the Japanese. He kept the TBT centered on the destroyer's bow as the outer doors opened with a thud. If he was going to survive this day, the Japanese couldn't evade the torpedoes. The fish couldn't miss the small target. They had to detonate, and they couldn't run too deep against a ship with such a shallow draft. The captain was right. The odds weren't in their favor. In fact, they were. Hunter. "Fire 1. "Firing 1, Gibson replied. The boat jolted as the torpedo swished out of its tube and swam toward the approaching destroyer at a speed of 46 knots. "Fire 2. Firing 2. Twin trails of bubbles reached out for the enemy warship. "Both fish running hot, straight and normal," Gibson reported. Hunter's eyes remained glued to his binoculars. He doesn't see them yet. Soon, it'd be too late to evade. The destroyer was going too fast. The distance was too short. A Japanese sailor looked down at the water as the torpedo approached his ship. Charlie heard him scream a warning. Too late. The first fish missed, Hunter said with disgust. By a boom! The world turned into the sun. Charlie saw yellow, then red, struck by a vision of fire filling the sky. The thump vibrated through his chest before the expanding roar flattened his eardrums. He staggered back at the force of the blast, gaping as the destroyer's bow disintegrated and flew apart in a ball of fire, debris, and bodies. The force picked up the first torpedo, still unexploded, and flung it far over the sea. Smoking hull shards sang twisted notes as they punched the water. My God, Hunter said. The destroyer bucked wildly in the shock waves before plunging forward and down, her stern aimed straight up in the air. She went down fast in a violent rush of foam. "Remember Pearl!" somebody called out, his voice cracking with emotion. Nobody cheered. The crew just watched her die in a subdued silence. I can't believe it, Hunter said. A shot like that. Charlie sagged against the gunwale. Sometimes you get lucky. Lucky? Hell, Hunter said. We shoved that fish down his throat. It's a goddamn miracle. I think you're proof God's on our side, Harrison. It was your shot, Captain. The poor bastards. Not one of them made it off alive. They stayed like that for a long time, all of them, sailors and civilians alike. Together they watched the sea settle where the destroyer had been. Nothing marked her grave except floating debris and an expanding oil slick. Destroying her had been both beautiful and horrible. A thought struck Charlie. The day was the 24th. Merry Christmas, Captain, he said. He caught sight of Jane in the crowd. She was crying. An apparition pulled itself up out of the hatch, a man wearing a diving suit. The sailor pulled off his helmet and grinned at them. John Braddock. I fixed your boat for you, sir, the machinist's mate said, and winked at Charlie. Mr. Bryant says she'll be ready to dive in about 20 minutes. As usual, he made Sir sound like asshole. Chapter 32. Homecoming. Sabretooth cruised into Pearl Harbor with Old Glory waving on the shears. Bragging of ships sunk, new battle flags dangled on the clothesline between the bow and the periscope supports, one of them a black flag with skull and crossbones. Sabretooth was officially a buccaneering vessel now. Captain Hunter conned the boat to the submarine base and warped her alongside the designated pier, where a Navy band and small cheering crowd waited. Sailors on the dock took in the scarred and battered hull with wide eyes. The crew waved back at the well-wishers, happy to be back in the USA. The crew tied off the boat and threw down the gangplank, prompting the band to strike up Battle Hymn of the Republic. Normally, the wounded went ashore first, but Sabretooth had stopped in Darwin to leave the civilians and the sick and wounded crewmen. Lieutenant Walter Lewis and electrician's mate Donald Friesen, who'd been killed during the fight with the enemy plane, had been reverently committed to the deep. While the crew greeted family, received mail, and devoured buckets of fresh Hawaiian fruit, Captain Hunter hopped into a jeep to hand-deliver his patrol report to Com Subpac and also Admiral Lockwood, who was at Pearl on Navy business. Singly and in groups, chests puffed out in pride, they drifted off to begin enjoying their 2 weeks of liberty while the relief crew posted a watch. The patrol was over. Charlie, Leibold, and Bryant walked together on the deck. Royan Hawaiian Hotel for us this time, Bryant gloated. The entire crew. Com Subpac is pretty darn happy with us right now. I wonder if the boat will get a citation, Leibold said. Hell, there might be a silver star in it for guys like us. Bryant grinned at Charlie. Especially you, hotshot. The engineering officer stuck out his hand. Pleasure serving with you, Harry Carey. First round's on me at the club." Charlie smiled as they shook. "I'll hold you to that." Next, it was Liebold's turn. "Thanks, Charlie. We took the big risk and got the big rewards on this one. We couldn't have done it without you, Jack. None of it. You got in the game exactly as you'd wanted." Liebold blanched a little at that. Charlie could tell the man had enjoyed all the excitement he could stand, at least for now. He left the men and walked along the beach holding his parcel of mail. A stack of letters from friends and family back in Tiburon, 2 letters from Rusty Grady, and a single letter from Evie. He brought it to his nose and caught a wisp of her perfume, which delivered a brief moment of vertigo. He checked into his billet at the Royal Hawaiian and gave himself a thorough scrubbing in a hot bath. The water turned black. No matter how much he scrubbed, he knew he'd still smell like diesel for a while. It ran in his veins now. He emptied the tub, refilled it, and lay in it until he dozed. Strange and satisfying to be alone after being on the crowded boat for so long. The silence in the room was jarring without the constant hum of engines and machinery. He shaved in front of the mirror and combed his long hair into place. Then he put on a fresh pair of service khakis and headed down to the officers' club. There, he read Evie's letter while sipping a glass of scotch. She asked him if some things were meant to be. She'd hated seeing him go off to war, knowing he might be gone a year, many years, before they could be together. She'd hated him after he'd broken things off so he could focus on his fight. She'd hated herself because a part of her had been relieved. She didn't think she could bear waiting for a man who might never come home, who might come home a different person than the one she loved. The waiting, the not knowing, it had threatened to tear her apart. Evie had found a man closer to home, a man who was reliable, understandable, persistent, perfect for her needs. But she didn't really love him, so she didn't marry him. His stomach flipped. "Because, dear Charlie, I still have feelings for you. I'm not saying we should just pick up things where we left them. I don't want that. Too much has changed, and it's been too long. Sadly, I don't really know what I want. I'm just writing to explain myself so you understand. It wasn't all you. It was me, too. But in the end, I learned something from it. That I still care about you. In your last letter, you said as much to me. You know the saying, can't live with us and can't live without us? Well, mister, that goes both ways. Maybe there's still a future for us, Charlie. I don't know. I wish we could see each other and find out. I wish this war had never happened. I find myself wishing so many things, but things are what they are. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm open to it. The door is open. I'm open to a future with you." He sipped his whiskey and carefully folded the letter, feeling homesick and lonely. All this time, Charlie had thought she wanted to hold on to him while he needed to be free to find his destiny in the war. He'd never guessed that she might feel the same way about their long separation with its enormous uncertainties, that she had her immediate aspirations and needs. But still, there it was. She still cared about him. She was still open to them being together, though she didn't know exactly what that would look like. He still cared about her, too. But did he still love her? Thinking of Jane, Charlie smiled at the memory of her leaving Sabretooth with the other riders. He'd never gotten that kiss. Instead, she blew him one from the gangplank back in Brisbane. Before her departure, he'd asked her if they'd ever see each other again. She said it would happen or it wouldn't. In war, the future wasn't worth talking about because it was too uncertain. The only thing that mattered was now. And everything else was just a dream. "Mind if I join you, brother?" Charlie started at the familiar voice. He looked up to see his old friend Rusty Grady smiling down at him. Chapter 33. Final Reckoning. Rusty took a seat, ordered a drink, and filled Charlie in on his doings. He graduated from PXO school and quickly received a posting to Scissortail under Lieutenant Commander Jim Burns. I arrived in Pearl just 4 days ago, Rusty said. Burns bought me a drink and then threw me to the wolves. A lot of work, but I already got my weep list sorted. Things we can get done, things we want to get done, things I will have to bribe and kill to get done. He laughed. Careful what you wish for, Charlie. It's a thankless job being the number 2. You're a sight for sore eyes, Rusty. Charlie beamed at him. I can't believe we ran into each other like this. There's a war on. We're in the submarines, and this is the main submarine base. It was bound to happen, friend. Well, I'm glad it did. How's Lucy and Rusty Jr.? They're great. Thanks for asking, his friend said. But he stopped smiling. He obviously missed his family. And what about you? How'd your patrol go? Charlie told him everything while Rusty's eyes got wider and his mouth fell open. Jesus, Rusty said. I always said you were a go-getter, but Jesus. And we'll have to see whether Tyrone Power is busy so he can play you in the movie. Charlie finished his drink and said, I'm itching to see that one, so I can find out how it ends. The captain's with ComSubPac and Admiral Lockwood right now. Modifying your fish? Rusty nodded sagely. That's trouble. And the results speak for themselves, but you know the Navy. They'll pin a medal on you just before they keel-haul you. Though they might skip the medal part. Right, Charlie said, feeling even more drained by it all. They're a conservative bunch when it comes to the rules. Well, brother, whatever happens, you know what you did. You're a little crazy, you know. You played long odds across the line, but what you accomplished did a lot of good. He raised his glass. I, for one, am grateful to you. The faster the war ended, the faster they could all go home. Maybe that was the bright side to this. The Navy might yank him out of the boats and give him a desk job, maybe stateside. He might end up close to home, close to Evie. Maybe a future with her could be a real thing. But the idea of home made him long for the sea, to be back on patrol, fighting the Japanese. Out there, deep in enemy waters with his life on the line, he had begun to find himself, and he liked what he was becoming. Jane understood that man, and wanted him. That man wanted her, too. I'd like to stay in the game, he said. Just make sure you don't end up like Reynolds. When this war ends, and it will end, later than we'd like, but sooner than we think, we're all going home, Charlie. All of us, including you. Make sure you can. All of you. A yeoman entered the bar and studied the patrons. Charlie waited to make eye contact. He knew why the man was here. It was time to face the mast. Lieutenant Charles Harrison. Charlie was already paying for their drinks. I'm Harrison. I'm here to take you to see Admiral Lockwood, sir. Aye, aye, Charlie said. Good luck, Charlie, Rusty said. We'll be in dry dock until the end of the week. I'll be busy as hell getting my boat ready for sea, but I'll be around. Charlie thought about the letter his friend kept in his breast pocket, a letter for Evie. If anything ever happened to him, Rusty would mail it. In it, Charlie said simply he loved her, he was sorry, and he wanted her to be happy. He decided to let Rusty keep it. If anything happened to him, he figured Evie deserved to hear that much at least. And Charlie. Yeah, Rusty. Happy New Year. It's 1943. Maybe this is the year we win and go home. He smiled. As long as we win. They shook hands, and then Charlie went to face the music. The jeep dropped him off at SubPac headquarters. Inside, he announced himself to the yeoman seated behind his desk. Lieutenant Charles Harrison reporting to Admiral Lockwood as ordered. He's expecting you, the Yo said smartly. He opened an office door. Lieutenant Harrison, Sabretooth. Lockwood welcomed him with a curt handshake. Grab a chair, Harrison. I have to say this patrol report is quite a yarn. Yes, sir. 3 confirmed sinkings of warships, including Yosai. Another carrier damaged. Captain Hunter spoke quite highly of your performance. Thank you, Admiral. Lockwood lit a cigarette. But this incident of you modifying the torpedoes is troubling. You didn't just break regulations, son. You risked destroying your boat and killing everyone aboard, including civilians. Charlie said nothing while Lockwood took another drag. He suddenly felt free. Whatever happened, whether they'd toss him back into the war, yank him out of combat, or even court-martialed him, he could live with it. War or home. Finding himself in combat or in peace. Evie or Jane. He'd find happiness regardless of where his destiny took him. He sensed that's how destiny worked. You could aim for it, but it took you where it wanted, regardless of all your fervent desires and carefully laid plans. Lockwood said, "But then you went on to achieve substantial results. Hell, sinking Yosai and putting Pachinko back to dry dock for repairs may have shortened the war. It also proves to me what I keep hearing, which is the torpedoes are rotten. It's been an uphill battle getting Buord to recognize the problem." The Admiral gave him a hard stare. "I saw something in you after you came home with the S-55, Harrison. It's why I promoted you and put you on a new boat to sink or swim. The results exceeded my expectations. You've still got a lot to learn, however. Going ashore at Mindanao was reckless, and it endangered the mission. You had a golden opportunity to sink Pachinko, and you went after Hanma instead. Still, you've got the qualities we look for in a commander, namely the ability to manage a crisis, think clearly, and act decisively and aggressively." The Admiral ground his cigarette out in the overflowing ashtray on his desk and stood. Charlie did the same, unsure where this was going. "Harrison, I'm recommending you for the Navy Cross for your actions in the Pacific. Taking over the boat when needed, taking her into combat when a golden opportunity presented, managing an outbreak of serious illness, and aiding in the defense of the boat when she was helpless were all in the finest tradition of the Navy. I'm going to put my neck on the line for you on this torpedo business. I've already told Com Subpac. I'll need to stow you somewhere while I get it sorted, so I'm sending you to PXO school. Your next posting will be as XO." Charlie couldn't believe his ears. He stammered, "Thank you, Admiral." "You can thank me by sinking Jap ships. I'm acting on instinct the way I did the last time you stood in front of me. Against my nature, but it paid off. I'm curious what kind of results you'll achieve as a number 2. I'm taking a considerable risk by investing in you and will expect results. Don't disappoint me." "I won't, Admiral," Charlie said, his body tingling with shock. He saw Lockwood extend his hand and shook it. "Thank you again, sir." He left Subpac in a daze and ended up on the beach in front of the Royal Hawaiian with little memory of how he'd gotten there. He replayed the conversation in his mind several times to be sure he'd heard the Admiral correctly. XO, he'd heard. It was true. He was going to be executive officer on his 3rd war patrol, second only to the captain. He couldn't believe it. As he'd thought, the war was creating big opportunities. America and Japan were locked in a life-or-death struggle, and the Admiral again rolled the dice that Charlie would reward his confidence by sinking Japanese ships. Charlie couldn't help but be elated. Elated, but also a little disappointed he wasn't being sent home. He was tired. Very tired. A part of him would have welcomed cashing it in. He sat on the sand and watched the harbor's waters lap the beach. Around him, sailors and Hawaiian girls played in the surf and sunned themselves on blankets. He had a lot to do. His destiny now awaited him in New London, but it could wait a little longer. Right now he just wanted to rest, stare at the water, do nothing but just breathe in, breathe out, and know he was alive. A shadow passed over him. He looked up and squinted at the silhouette of a woman framed by the Pacific sun's glare. "Fancy meeting you here," Jane said. She'd cleaned up and now wore makeup and a uniform. She looked like a different woman, but it was still Jane, beautiful as ever. He smiled. "I can't believe you found me." "Finding you was easy. You have no idea how hard it was to get here from Brisbane, though. That took some doing. I'm glad you did. She extended her hand. He took it and stood, still smiling. So, she said, buy me a drink, sailor? This concludes Silent Running, Crash Dive, Book 2. And now, Crash Dive, Book 3, Battle Stations. Chapter 1. Attack Trainer. Start the attack, Charlie cried. Up periscope. He swept the horizon for Japanese ships, spotted them. The enemy advanced under his crosshairs. What he saw didn't add up. Downscope. The officers watched him. Lieutenant Grayson, Assistant Approach Officer. Lieutenant Boyd at the plotting table. Lieutenant Rome, standing at the Torpedo Data Computer, or TDC. Shooting a mobile target from a moving submarine involved complex geometry. The crew fed variables such as speed, bearing, and angle on the bow into the TDC. The TDC then produced a torpedo firing angle. Each time the problem offered a small margin of error. This particular problem would give him almost no margin at all. Well? Grayson asked him. Ship bearing 250, 025 on the starboard bow, range about 12,000 yards. Give him 12 knots, 3 escorts screening him. Asashio-class destroyers. The assistant approach officer whistled. All that protection for one ship? What's the target? Hirohito's yacht? Boyd plopped the thick reference book of Japanese merchant ships on the table. Its pages provided valuable information such as tonnage, height above the waterline, and distance from the waterline to the keel, or draft. Charlie flipped the pages and pointed. I think that's the ship. A fishing trawler. Boyd and Rome exchanged an amused glance. Grayson's lips curled into a smirk. You caught a real high-value target, Harrison. The officers cracked grins. Charlie turned and threw Quiet Bill Hutchison, who stood in a corner, a questioning look. As usual, the old commander's placid expression told him nothing. Wait a minute. Charlie pulled out the reference on Imperial Japanese Navy warships and flipped through it. Yeah, that's it there. Kinesaki class, 900 tons. Assigned to resupply operations with the China Area Fleet, it hauled 80 tons of frozen food and 60 tons of fresh water. The freezer mounted on the hull carried fish, which explained why it looked like a trawler. Today it carried something important to the Japanese Empire. Cargo worth 3 tough DDs to guard it. The supply ship lay 200 feet in length, about half as long as the Asashios and 2/3 as long as Sabretooth, Charlie's last command. Infiltrating the fast-moving escorts to hit such a small target was going to be a hell of a challenge. Rome read the stats. Bad luck, Harrison. A real doozy. No kidding. Their teacher had thrown him a curveball for his last time in the attack trainer, which simulated submarine combat. The men fought in a dummy conning tower with a fixed periscope that piped into a room upstairs. There, operators worked a system of circular discs connected by control cables. Model ships rode these traveling turntables along a course Quiet Bill set up. The goal was to approach the target while avoiding detection, fire a straight bow shot, and escape. While a simulation, it felt realistic. As for the stakes, they were very much real. Tomorrow, Charlie graduated from prospective executive officer school. With more candidates than boats, some got detailed, some didn't. He shot another glance at Quiet Bill. The commander's eyes seemed to smile at him. Grayson. What do you want to do, Harrison? Battle stations. Torpedo. We're going to sink the bastard. Chapter 2. Needle and Thread. The shortened periscope protruded only far enough to offer a view level with the floor. The model ships advanced steadily across the metal sea. Supply ship, Charlie said. Bearing. Mark. Grayson called out the reading from the bearing ring on the shaft on the other side of the periscope. Rome fed the number into the TDC. Range, give him 11,000 yards. He brought down the periscope. If a commander kept the scope up longer than 7 seconds, the operators threw a blanket over it to let him know the Japanese spotted him. Then, they gleefully stomped the steel floor to produce thunderous depth charges or airplane bombs. After a few minutes, he scoped the escorts and repeated the exercise. The model ships started on one side of the room and stopped at the far side. He knew they headed west by southwest. What he didn't know was whether they'd maintain this direction and for how long. The targets might zig any time. Maybe they wouldn't zig at all. Charlie needed to figure their base course. That required frequent periscope checks. He decided to maintain his own course a bit longer. He had time. Come left, Grayson prompted. Steady as you go, Charlie said. When Grayson took his turn as commander, he bounded after the enemy like a puppy. Sometimes it worked, but not always. The room overhead represented 200 square miles of open sea. A skipper had to creep within 2,000 yards to hit his target with any accuracy. Charlie's submarine traveled at a top speed of 9 knots, a pace the boat could only keep up for an hour as it drained her batteries. Upscope. He called out bearings and ranges. The supply ship had zigged to the southeast, now bearing 137 degrees true. The destroyers continued to circle it in their defensive pattern, but he was mainly concerned with the Kinesaki. The supply ship would tell him the group's base course. One more zig would do it. Then he'd maneuver into a firing position and shoot, assuming the Japanese maintained their course. Itching to help, Grayson suggested, we could nudge northwest. He might be right. These exercises simulated the pressures of command. The commander, meanwhile, brought his own personal pressures. Grayson, with his movie star good looks and New England Navy family, needed to prove himself. Charlie felt a similar need. He'd only served in 2 war patrols and had gotten fast-tracked. He had plenty to prove. Lieutenant Commander J.R. Kane had taught him patience, however. Kane viewed undersea combat as a game of chess. You had to wait for the right move. Steady on 0, he said. On the next periscope check, the Kinesaki veered again. I've got a base course, Boyd announced in his drawling South Carolina accent. He laughed. I'll be damned. Charlie joined him at the plotting table. What's funny? They're coming right at us. And the target will cross our bow right about here. We really don't have to do anything except hold course. The officers leaned on the table and studied the plot. The distance to the track is 3,000 yards. Boyd tapped the plot with his pencil. We shoot our fish here at 1,000 yards. Like shooting a barn. Not quite so easy with a target that small, but Charlie took his point. Quiet Bill was testing his nerve. He knew Charlie's record and had him figured as a gung-ho buccaneer with more bravery than brains. Wanted to teach him sometimes restraint won battles as much as daring. It's a perfect setup, Boyd said. The lines and angles in Charlie's mind dissolved as he wiped the slate clean to visualize the attack. The supply ship approached along a base course of 195 degrees, zigged southwest just in time to offer the submarine a near 90-degree angle on the bow. A beautiful setup. He'd fire 3 torpedoes, just to be sure. He had to be careful not to expose too much of a broadside profile during the attack. The feather the periscope made in the water became more visible. The submarine also became easier to detect by an alert Japanese sonar man. In the unforgiving attack trainer, such sloppiness typically resulted in a loss. To make it that far and lose promised heartbreak. His last time in the attack trainer, he wanted to do it right. A thought nagged until it caught him. He met Grayson's eye. The man's mouth dropped open. "Ah, yes. We should do another." The perfect setup had distracted Charlie from the primary threat, the DDs. They circled the supply ship in a different pattern. He hadn't made enough observations to complete the picture. "Up scope," he barked. He swung the periscope across the escorts while Grayson rapidly called out bearings. After a few minutes, he repeated the exercise. The ships looked a lot bigger now. Boyd. "I've got a pattern." "Target base course," Charlie said. "Holding steady. But our perfect setup ain't perfect." He returned to the plotting table where Boyd sketched out the probable future locations of the destroyers. Where Charlie hoped to shoot, one of the Asachios would be almost right on top of him. A beautiful way to get detected and rammed. He wiped the sheen of sweat from his upper lip. He could beat himself up later. "We might shift course and increase speed," Grayson offered. "The target is approaching at 195. We could come right, 5-10 degrees. The idea made sense. The distance to the track would lengthen, but they'd reach the target at a time when the escorts were farther afield. "Which is it?" Charlie asked the officers. 5 or 10? What's the optimal location to reach the target? Boyd rubbed the back of his neck. "I don't know. I don't see it." Grayson growled. "Let me see. I'll figure it out." While his officers argued over their meager options, Charlie stepped back from the table and closed his eyes. In his mind, his submarine approached ships moving southwest by southwest in an elegant pattern. The way Quiet Bill had set up the escorts to hug the target made Charlie glad the man was on his side. He studied the plot for an opening. He might get a shot off without detection, but he had to thread the needle. Each sweep of the destroyers offered little windows of opportunity. And one big one, he realized, though it presented an even bigger gamble. "What about a long-range shot?" Grayson asked the men. Rome rubbed his jaw. "Maybe. I don't know. Target that small?" "What are you thinking, Harrison?" Boyd drawled. "Keep her so," Charlie said. "Maintain her present heading." Grayson sighed. "You must be joking." "Nope." Boyd said, "Didn't you know? Old Harrison here don't have a joking bone in his body, Gray." The men chuckled. "Grayson, what's the plan?" "When they're almost on top of us, we go deep," Charlie explained. "After they pass over, we rise to periscope depth and fire 3 shots up the target's skirt. The one place the DDs aren't guarding is directly behind the Kinesaki." Rome nodded. "And we pull the plug and head out, balls to the wall." "Right." Charlie glanced at Quiet Bill, whose mouth twitched into a brief smile. "Your idea isn't terrible," Grayson said. "But our fish have to hit a bullseye." The torpedoes had to fire at the ship's receding stern, a target just 30 feet wide. Grayson was right. Bullseye or nothing. It was also their best shot. "Come left to 350. Time since last look?" 6 minutes, Rome told him. "Up scope. Observation." Bearing, range, angle on the bow. Rome turned knobs on the TDC. The tension built as the approach party worked as a team to execute their plan. Periscope checks to confirm or tune the variables fed into the TDC. Minor course adjustments. Charlie forgot it was just a game. His training took over as he went through the precise and grinding routine that built toward the catharsis of attack. He looked around the dummy conning tower and imagined it jammed with pipes, valves, and gauges, the smell of diesel oil, monstrous engines pulsing. "Rig to dive," he said. "Up scope. Final observation." The model ships crawled across the sea, very large now. "Come and get it," he murmured. "Downscope. Dive, dive, dive. Take us down to 200 feet. Final depth 200 feet, Grayson reported. Time until next zig. 5 minutes. Charlie nodded. Plenty of time. Rig for silent running. All compartments rigged for silent running. We're in the crucible. Boyd smiled and shook his head at Grayson's choice of words. Rome threw an anxious glance at the ceiling. The Japanese ships were now passing overhead. Charlie imagined the churn of propellers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sweat trickled down his spine and soaked through his service khakis. Target is Kinesaki-class supply ship, he said. We'll fire 3 torpedoes at his stern from 1,000 yards. Aft torpedo, make ready the stern tubes. Stern tubes ready? Order of tubes is 1, 2, 3. High speed, depth 4 feet. Grayson looked up from his stopwatch. They're past us, Harrison. Very well. Planes, periscope depth. Depth 65 feet. Upscope. He swiveled the periscope. All clear. No aircraft. He settled the reticle on his target. Gotcha. What do you see? Grayson said from the other side of the periscope. I'm looking right at his stern. Aft torpedo standby. Final bearing. Mark. 210. Range. Mark. 900 yards. Angle on the bow. 0. Speed. 12 knots. Set, Rome cried from the TDC. Shoot any time. Fire torpedoes, Charlie ordered. Rome pressed the firing plunger. Firing 1. First shot is on the way. He counted seconds. Firing 2. Firing 3. Downscope. Take her down to 300 feet, all ahead full. Torpedoes running hot, straight and normal. Rome squinted at Quiet Bill and muttered, At least I hope so. Estimate 60 seconds to impact. As Rome counted down, Charlie gazed hopefully at his teacher. Quiet Bill smiled. Boom. Chapter 3. Judge and Jury. Japanese resistance on Guadalcanal ended in February, and American forces had swept to New Georgia, continuing an island-hopping strategy they hoped would take them to Japan. Navy pilots bombed a convoy of troop transports at the Battle of the Bismarck Sea in March. P-38 fighters shot down a bomber plane carrying Admiral Yamamoto, the architect of the Pearl Harbor attack, in April. American forces recaptured the Aleutian Islands in May. While Charlie attended PXO school in Connecticut, he'd missed it all. In Europe, the German Sixth Army surrendered at Stalingrad. The Afrika Korps retreated to Tunisia. The Allies were close to securing North Africa, exposing southern France, Italy, and the Balkans to invasion. The tide was turning, and Charlie itched to get back in the fight, which explained his galloping pulse as he made his way to the commander's office. Lieutenant Commander Bill Hutchison had requested to see him. This being wartime, boards didn't convene to qualify exec candidates. It was all up to Quiet Bill's judgment. With a single word, he could yank Charlie out of the boats forever. He reported to the young ensign sitting behind a desk in the reception room. Lieutenant Charles Harrison reporting to the commander as ordered. The ensign took in his hangdog face with a smirk. He tilted his head toward Quiet Bill's closed door. "You late, Mr. Harrison? The commander's sore." Charlie checked his watch. "I thought I was early. It's not yet 1500. The smirk disappeared. "Ah, I see. So you're the one." "The one what?" "Each class the commander picks one of the guys and gives him the wrong time for a meeting, then he chews him up and spits him out." "You're kidding me. He transferred one poor bastard off submarines. Tread careful in there." Charlie digested this bleak news. "I will, thanks." "Digby," Quiet Bill shouted through his office door. "For Christ's sake, leave Harrison alone and send him in." "Aye, aye, sir." The ensign grinned up at Charlie. "The commander will see you now, Mr. Harrison." Charlie smiled with narrowed eyes, partly to convey, "Nice one, kid," and to add, "I'm committing your name and face to memory." Even with a war on, the Navy preserved its stalwart tradition of hazing. Quiet Bill occupied a creaking chair behind a big desk, stacked with papers. The desk drab and built to last forever, like everything in the Navy. A fan whirred on the desk, startling papers, but doing little to reduce the oppressive July heat. Behind him, filing cabinets stood at attention against the wall, each packed with student files. Young men who went on to bright careers in the boats, unfortunates who washed out and found themselves in for another line of work. Charlie stood at attention. "Reporting to the commander as ordered, sir." The commander gestured. "Grab a chair, Harrison." He thumbed open a file folder and scanned its contents. 2 war patrols. Ran the gun crew that sank the Mizukaze in the Solomon Sea. They got a Silver Star for the action. In the Celibacy, you took command and sank Yosai. Put some holes in a light carrier and a heavy cruiser, which rammed another cruiser and sank him. Got a boatload of refugees home. Awarded the Navy Cross. An exemplary contribution to the war effort. "Thank you, sir." So far, so good, though he sensed a but coming. "Harry Carey, they called you. Men like you are showing that some things aren't impossible, only unlikely. Not to mention proving 20 years of doctrine wrong. Some might say you were reckless, though. Reckless and lucky. They think you're an outlier, statistically speaking." Spoken like a true submariner. Submariners loved their statistics. In undersea combat, nothing was certain. All outcomes were calculated probabilities. "Big rewards usually have big risks attached," Charlie said. Like when you ran off on your own to fight the Japs on Mindanao?" There it was. The but. Charlie's spine tingled while the commander scratched a fresh note in his file. "That was complicated, sir. It seemed like the right call at the time." "Uh-huh." Quiet Bill slammed the folder shut. "I heard something else. Something not in the file. Some business about modifying your fish. If that's true, you took one hell of a risk. You could have blown up your boat." Charlie said nothing. The commander frowned. "All right. I took a lot of risks when I was in command of Sabretooth, sir, but every one of them was a calculated risk." Quiet Bill eyed him a moment longer, but dropped it. If Charlie had modified torpedoes but was still serving in the submarines, somebody high up had buried it. "It's all in the past," the man said. "I'm concerned about the future. I assume you heard the scuttlebutt about Congressman May shooting his mouth off?" "I did, sir." Everybody at the school knew about it. Chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs, Andrew May, toured the Pacific Theater and held a press conference when he got home. He told the press not to worry about American submariners because the Japanese set their depth charges too shallow. Thanks to this valuable intelligence, the IJN would correct its mistake. The enemy had already bagged 17 submarines so far in the war. 1,000 souls rested in the deep. That number might now well skyrocket. "Back in April, after we blew Admiral Yamamoto out of the sky, the Japs executed 3 of the Doolittle Tokyo raiders," the commander went on. "Lined them up and shot them like dogs. Firing squad. Promised a one-way ticket to hell for any more pilots they captured." America responded to the Pearl Harbor attack by launching 16 B-25 bombers, normally land-based, from the carrier Hornet. The planes bombed Tokyo and other installations, but couldn't return. They crash-landed in China. Colonel Doolittle's raid had boosted morale across the home front. Charlie wasn't sure where the commander was going with all this. Quiet Bill growled. "The thing is, we're getting cocky and they're getting desperate. The war isn't going to end any time soon. It's just going to get nastier and bloodier. We're going to need our best out there in the boats. Understand?" A trickle of sweat ran down Charlie's back. "Yes, sir." "You'd be the first exec who hasn't run every department at least once, especially engineering. The first with only 2 war patrols under his belt. You follow me, son?" "Yes, sir." This was it. Quiet Bill wasn't going to qualify him. "Qualification as an exec is similar to qualification for command. Do you think you're ready to command, Harrison?" No, Charlie thought with brutal honesty. He'd gotten a taste of it, though, and he wanted it. Is anybody really ready? For him, it was a very real, not rhetorical question. Quiet Bill sighed. As good an answer as one could give, I guess. The man's eyes flickered across Charlie's face, which was greased with sweat. Relax, Harrison. I'm qualifying you for exec. Charlie grinned before he could catch himself. Outstanding, sir. Despite the deficiencies in your experience, you've shown yourself to be a mature CO and team player over the last 3 months. You're cool under fire. It'd be a bigger mistake to take you off the submarines than leave you in. He gazed at Charlie with concern. You're sweating like a pig. Too hot in here? I was worried, Charlie admitted. A qualification doesn't mean you get detailed, Quiet Bill reminded him. His heart sank. Now comes the bad news. Of course, sir. As it happens, the commanders agreed with my reservations. Nobody would have you. The man raised his hands. Hang on a second, I'm not finished. Nobody, that is, except one. Gilbert Moreau. Charlie's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Captain Moreau of the Sand Tiger? You want the posting? She's just finishing up a refit at Mare Island. Are you kidding? The man's a legend. He's one of our best, for sure. As good as Mush Morton. Big risk-taker. Like you. I hope you all survived the war. Charlie pushed his chair back and jumped to his feet. Thank you for everything, sir. When do I leave? The commander cocked an eyebrow. Don't you want to graduate first? Then you can talk to the detailing officer. He'll tell you everything you need to know. Charlie reminded himself never to show emotion to a superior officer. He forced his expression into one of sullen competence. Yes, of course, sir. The old submariner shook his head. Chomping at the bit to kill some more Japs. He swiveled in his chair to jam Charlie's file in its proper cabinet. Captain Moreau is going to love you, Harrison. Dismissed. Good luck to you. Chapter 4. Homecoming. The troop train pounded across America, hauling Sherman tanks and boxcars filled with khaki-clad servicemen. The soldiers played acey-deucey, smoked, sang bawdy songs, read Batman and Tarzan comic books. As the days grew hotter, they pulled down the windows and lounged in their skivvies. Once a day they poured out of the train for physical training, sometimes a lukewarm shower from the water tanker's spout. At night they slept in fold-out bunks veiled by curtains. A member of a solitary brotherhood, Charlie kept to himself. He'd served in the submarines long enough he didn't mind being cooped up so long. He sat by the window and gazed out. Big cities, small towns, mountains, and farmland rolled past. Amazing, this country. How big and beautiful and worth fighting for. He celebrated Independence Day watching fireworks bang over Chicago. Every mile of track brought him closer to his new command, closer to the city where he grew up, the future and the past. Destiny, his friend Rusty had called it. It was out there waiting for him, but first he had to get there. Whistles shrieking, the train chugged into the San Francisco station right on schedule. Young Marines roared and waved from the windows, all headed for the Pacific. Charlie had listened to them brag about killing Japs, watched them write anxious letters to loved ones. Many wouldn't be coming home, and they knew it. Charlie scanned the crowd as the train gasped to a halt, exhaling steam. His heart sank. He'd sent a telegram from New London, but she hadn't come. He shouldered his sea bag and stepped off the train into the crowd. "Charlie!" The feminine voice pierced him like a bullet. He spun in place, head bobbing for a better look. Shouting Marines surged around him. "Over here!" She stood on tiptoes to make herself taller, sweeping her arm over her head at the end of the platform. Charlie grinned and waved back. "Evie!" He wound through the swirling khaki crowd until he stood in front of her, still wearing a big dumb grin. She beamed her bright smile back at him. A simple gray, short-sleeved dress sheathed her body. Evie looked fantastic. Then she launched herself into a hug, squeezing him for all she was worth. "Well, look at you." His heart pounded in his ears as he held her warm body. Her scent brought an avalanche of memories. "God, Evie, it's great to see you." "You and me both." She took a step back. "So how long do we have?" "Only a few hours. I have to report to my new CO. Well, that is TB. Too bad." She took his hand. "Come on, then." Evie pulled him off the platform and out onto the busy, sun-washed sidewalk. Charlie followed with hesitant steps, taking it all in. The city had changed, bustling with war effort. They headed toward the waterfront. "What have you been doing with yourself?" he asked her. "Working at the Ford plant. I'm a Rosie the Riveter, like that song by the Four Vagabonds." She bent her arm and flexed her bicep. "We can do it." "I don't know that song," said Charlie, amused and bewildered. "The factory doesn't make cars anymore. We finish tanks, mostly. Send them off to the Pacific to fight. Picture me in overalls with a scarf wrapped around my head, holding a rivet gun." "I'll bet you're a babe even in that outfit," he told her. She punched his shoulder. "When I'm not doing that, I work on my victory garden, sell war bonds, give blood, hand in my empty toothpaste tubes. Everybody's busy these days. Too bad you don't have time to get up to Tiburon." His hard-working mother and 3 older sisters had raised him after his father died back in 1932 during the hard times of the Depression. Despite the hardships of those years, they'd pulled together and done all right. His upbringing by 4 women had given him a strong mix of confidence and caution. His family's poverty had taught him to be resourceful and put work first. Probably best he didn't see Mom. He'd broken her heart when he'd gone off to the Naval Academy. America didn't want war, but Charlie saw it as inevitable and wanted to get ahead of the curve. The peacetime draft came just a few years later. If he went home, he wasn't sure he'd be able to leave again. "I have a stack of letters," Charlie said. "Can you deliver them for me?" "I sure can." Evie paused in front of a tavern and caught her breath. "And here we are, one of the few bars where they serve liquor to our brave fighting men. Buy me a drink, sailor?" He winced, remembering Jane saying those exact words on a beach in Oahu. He recovered with a smile. "Sure." They walked out onto a veranda overlooking the bay and sat at one of the tables. Most of the patrons wore uniforms. A propaganda poster on the wall gave a shrill warning to servicemen to avoid catching syphilis. Charlie asked for a Schlitz. Evie wanted a Manhattan but ordered a Hurricane. Whiskey was in short supply, with most distilleries converted to produce industrial alcohol for torpedo fuel. America was at war. All of it was. People and industry, body and mind. Total war. Victory or nothing, no matter what it took, no matter how long it lasted. After their drinks arrived, Evie nattered about home. Her father volunteered as a coastal watcher. The women's dress code raised the hems on dresses to save cloth for the war effort. She bought the dress she was wearing for 7 ration coupons, a bargain. Her mother had gotten good at canning garden vegetables. Charlie didn't say much, just watching her. He enjoyed listening to her talk about home while the beer warmed his chest. By the way she went on, she seemed excited to see him, but also nervous. Her last letter implied the door was open to possibility. By the time he read it, he'd already moved on, though the fire he and Jane had kindled in Oahu had been a dalliance, not much more. Seeing his Evie again stirred him up. Memories, each loaded with feeling, flooded his mind. Now that he sat here in her glow, he realized how much he'd missed her. Not the idea, but the genuine article. Bright smile, crazy moods, and all. Before he ran off to the academy, she'd been his best friend as well as his girl. Charlie sensed an opportunity to get her back. She could be his girl again. He didn't know the words. He had no right to ask her to wait. He must earn it somehow, but he didn't know how to do that. He had so little to offer a woman. His eyes dropped to her bosom while she talked. He remembered being with her before he joined the Navy, dozens of intimate moments. Unbidden, another memory intruded. Him and Jane fumbling in the dark in his room at the Royal Hawaiian, his hand grazing her soft, pert breast. He felt the heat rise to his cheeks. God, had he been cheating on Evie? Was he now cheating on Jane? He shifted his gaze to the bay and watched the boats. Wind swept its surface of the bay and rippled the water. You're thinking about her, aren't you? His cheeks burned. What? Who do you mean? The Navy. No, not the Navy. The war. You went and married it. She may not have understood him like Jane did, but she had him figured out. I don't have a lot to give a woman right now. Nothing real, anyway. There. He said it. He wanted her, sure, but he didn't think he could have her. Taking her back would be unfair. She sighed. I wasn't talking about us, I was talking about you. Don't give too much of yourself to this war. I'm going to live through this, Charlie assured her. I promise I will. I believe you. One day peace will come. When it's over, you have to be able to come home. You have to be able to give yourself to another cause. Charlie thought about Jack Reynolds, the S-55's exec, so consumed by his hatred of the Japanese that even if he lived, he wouldn't survive the war. I'm taking the war one day at a time, he said lamely. You and your navel gazing, Evie sighed and added, that was a pun. She looked him dead in the eye and set her empty glass down. You're going to buy me another one of these, Charlie Harrison, and keep 'em coming. Chapter 5. Homefront. Charlie boarded a ferry bound for the Mare Island Naval Shipyard. There he'd find Captain Moreau and Sand Tiger at the base for an overhaul. He had time to think on the hour-long journey. He'd made the right decision about Evie, but still felt a strong longing. Seeing her had inflicted a piercing loneliness. His short visit to San Francisco had only made him homesick. As the ferry passed Alcatraz, he gazed west beyond the Golden Gate Bridge into the Pacific's blue haze. His return to duty would focus his restless brain. Life was a lot simpler out there, cruising the deep. Back in San Francisco, the afternoon fog rolled in and shrouded the city. The ferry chugged past Tiburon. Charlie gaped at the landmarks, each bringing up a childhood memory. He blew a kiss to his mom and sisters. The boat reached Mare Island and warped to the dock. Sailors hoisted their sea bags and tromped down the gangplank. Charlie asked directions. He stowed his bag in his room and went to the officers' club, where he hoped to find Moreau. Sitting at a corner table with two men, Sand Tiger's commander played poker. Buzz-cut, bushy eyebrows, big nose, heavy jowls, square shoulders, a bear of a man. A lit cigar protruded from meaty lips. Face flushed with liquor, the captain scowled at him. "Who could this be?" he said in a thick Cajun accent. He waved Charlie forward. "Come see, boy." Charlie stood at attention. "Lieutenant Charles Harrison, sir, reporting." "Well, well," the captain grinned at the other players. "This here boy is my new exec, and just in time, too. Fierce one, ain't he?" One of the men looked up at Charlie. Balding, slim, gray eyes, sharp as flint. Lieutenant commander insignia on his collar. Another submarine captain. "Just in time is right. God, look at him. Just a kid. A kid sank the Mizukaze, Frank. Avenged the 56. "Ah," the captain said. "You're that Harrison." His imperious impression didn't change. Charlie couldn't tell if being that Harrison was good or bad in his book. "Oh, second time out, he sank your side," Moreau said. "They call him Harry Carey. What'd you do on your last patrol, you sumbitch? Sink some sampans, did you?" The captain shook his head. "You always did like the wild cards, Gil." "Oh, he ain't wild. He's an ace of spades. He's my ace now." "Charlie, this here is Captain Rickard, commands the Red Horse. Captain Shelby, the Warmouth. Fighting captains, the best of the best." Shelby leaned back in his chair. His frank, friendly face broke into a crooked smile. "God help you with this maniac, Harrison. We're going to kill us some Japs." Moreau bared his teeth and rubbed his big paws together. "A whole lot of 'em. Big mission comm sub-package cooking up for us maniacs. Real big." He squinted through a puff of cigar smoke. "Sail tomorrow, Charlie boy. Tonight you got liberty." Caught flat-footed, Charlie didn't say a word. Sand Tiger wasn't scheduled to go to sea for another week. He'd hoped to help prepare the boat for sea and learn her systems, particularly her new upgrades. Maybe stay aboard the submarine the whole time and get used to coping with his claustrophobia. Thrown into the pool again. Sink or swim. And he'd better swim. "You're from here, ain't you?" the captain asked him. "Go home, see your mama, kiss your girlfriend. Maybe the last time you do it. Be back tomorrow bright and early." "Now go on, sunshine. Get." Charlie left the captains hunched over their poker game. "Harrison!" Two young officers waved from a nearby table. The man on the left slouched in wrinkled service khakis with a smirk etched on his bland face. His clean-cut comrade sat ramrod straight, blinking nervously. Empty beer bottles littered the table next to an overflowing ashtray. The slouch offered his hand. "Gerald Percy, communications. This is Tom Nixon, engineering." Charlie shook it. "Nice to meet you, fellas." Percy didn't let go. "Help me up. We're getting out of here." He hauled the officer to his feet. The man staggered against him. "You all right?" Charlie asked. "Oh, better than all right, exec. I'm deep in the sauce." Charlie shot a curious look at Nixon, who stood smiling shyly with his hands fidgeting in his pockets. "What about him?" "He doesn't drink. He's plain certifiable, though." "Where are you fellas off to?" "San Francisco. We gotta pick up some stuff before we take off tomorrow. Stuff the boat needs." "Want to tag along?" Charlie pictured the rest of the night lying on his bunk. "Sure. Being around people would be good for him. Count me in." He feared Percy would be a chatterbox during the ferry ride, but Nixon did most of the talking while the communications officer leaned on the gunwale and smirked at the view. The engineering officer opened up once Charlie brought up the refit. They mounted a new deck gun, a 5-inch pulled off an S-boat, on the forward deck," Nixon told him. "Replaced the 20mm Acax with 40mm Bofors. Installed ammo stowage on deck for the machine guns." "Tell him about the bridge," Percy said. "The sheltered bridge is gone. They cut it down, took out the surface steering and the plating on the periscope shears. The smaller silhouette makes the boat harder to see. We have a new SJ radar, too, more reliable and able to detect ships at a longer range. PPI added to the radar. New engines, motors, wiring. More limber holes in the hull to let out trapped air so we can dive faster." Percy lit a cigarette with a steel lighter. "Don't forget the bathythermograph." Nixon nodded like a Catholic priest asked a question about God. "Oh, I was getting to that. You know the ocean is made of thermal layers. Water temperature varies according to how deep it is. These thermal layers affect sonar. They reflect and scatter sonar pings. Sand Tiger now has its very own bathythermograph, which records the temperature of the water around the boat and puts that info right in the conning tower. Allows us to hide from the Japs." Charlie agreed it was an amazing innovation. Percy snorted. "If it works." Nixon shrugged. "Well, yeah, what you said." Sand Tiger sounded loaded. Charlie couldn't wait to take her out. Percy pointed. "There she is. You can just see her behind Warmouth." Charlie caught a glimpse of the gray submarine's nose. The salty bay breeze brought a whiff of diesel oil stench. He breathed deep. Almost home, he thought. God, Evie was right about him. Percy's objective turned out to be Pirates Cove, another of the city's few establishments allowed to serve liquor to men in uniform. Sailors and soldiers filled the place. Percy found them space at the bar. The bartender welcomed him by name and plonked 3 cold bottles of beer on the counter. He next lined up 3 shots and filled them to the brim. The communications officer raised his shot glass. "Welcome to the Sand Tiger, Harrison. Down the hatch." "Thanks," Charlie said, while Percy gulped his liquor. He threw back his own shot and braced as the burning liquid poured down his throat. Spliced the main brace. Outside, the day was ending. The city would black out soon. He wondered how they were going to get back. "Where's the torpedo officer tonight?" Percy had already chugged his beer. He scooped up Nixon's shot and tossed it back with a wince. Hiding in his room, probably. The captain has it in for him." "What did he do?" "Got on the captain's radar. The captain already kicked our last exec off the boat. And poor Trombley was next on his shit list." Nixon smirked. "You'll be our 3rd exec in 3 patrols." "Bottoms up, sailor," Percy said, and took a long pull on Nixon's beer. Charlie sipped. "What did he do, the exec?" "The old man has anger issues," Nixon said. "He's a fighter. He pushes the boat hard. Anything goes wrong, anybody can't keep up, the captain doesn't like it." Percy said, "Shit rolls downhill. The old man flushes execs like turds." Charlie drank the rest of his beer in 2 long swallows. If these men were being straight with him, his plum assignment might turn out to be his last time out in the submarines. He'd have to tread carefully with Moreau and avoid any mistakes. After 2 more rounds, they went back out into the cool night air. The walk helped clear Charlie's buzzing head. "Aren't we supposed to be getting something for the boat?" Charlie asked. "Oh, right," the communications officer said. "No, I made that up." "How are we getting back to the base?" "The ferries. Stopped running for the night. We'll catch the first tomorrow morning." Percy caught Charlie's expression and laughed. "Live a little, Harrison. The way the captain fights, this might be our last time out. And here we are." Rowdy groups of servicemen trickled in and out of the building. Pounding drums vibrated through the walls. Charlie followed him to the door. "What is this place?" "Oh, I hope you like to dance, Harrison." They went in. A swing band roared on the stage. Drums rattled as scores of dancers jitterbugged on the crowded dance floor. Soldiers and sailors twirled smiling women in short dresses. A member of the band stepped out in front for his solo and blew piercing notes on his trumpet. "Come on," Percy shouted over the music. "The nickel hoppers are waiting." Charlie followed him to a booth. Percy told him to buy 9 tickets, which cost him a cool 90 cents. He passed them out. Nixon accepted his with a lopsided smile. "Oh, goody." He ran off and gave the ticket to a redhead twice his size. She demurely lifted the hem of her dress and slipped it into her stocking. Nixon grabbed her hand and dragged the big woman onto the dance floor. "Taxi dancers," Percy said. 10 cents a dance. The girl gets a nickel." "Wow. Nixon's a good dancer." "Yeah, he can really swing. Otherwise, he can barely look a girl in the eye, much less talk to her. A genius with anything mechanical, though, I'll give him that. Now go out there and cut a rug, champ. If you don't know how to dance, one of the girls will show you the ropes." Percy staggered toward the women and offered a buxom blonde his ticket with a courtly bow. The woman cut him down with a glance and took his hand. His head heavy and buzzed again, Charlie watched them dance. Brass gleamed on stage. The band played as if possessed. Horns blared across the bouncing room. Charlie leaned against the wall and tapped his feet. He fingered the tickets in his pocket and thought about dancing. It all had a frantic quality, a last hurrah before shipping out to the war. For one last night, they reveled and thumbed their noses at death. His last night, too. He was shipping out tomorrow. Percy was right. This could be his last patrol one way or the other. He should live it up a little. Why not? Still, Charlie suspected dancing with total strangers would only make him lonelier, make him miss Evie and Jane even more. After a few songs, the communications officer stumbled from the press. "Wow, that broad can sure drag a hoof. What's the mission?" Percy regarded him blearily. "What are you talking about?" "The captain said ComSubPac gave us operations orders that promise some good hunting. I'm curious where we're going." The man laughed. "Why are you talking about work? For Christ's sake, you're at the Barbary Coast. Go out there and dance. Some of these girls are cacky-wacky. A good-looking, earnest guy like you might even get lucky." "Look, I just got here, and that does it. I'll find you one who's suitably patriotic." Percy scanned the crowd. "Wow, there's a hot patootie for you. Check out that babe." Charlie stiffened. Percy was pointing right at Evie. Evie, laughing while she danced in the arms of a khaki-clad man. He waded into the crowd. "That's the spirit, exec," Percy called after him. Charlie grabbed her arm. "Evie, what are you doing here?" She stared back at him, her mouth an O. "What are you doing here?" He had no good answer. He had no good reason to interrupt her dance either. A large hand landed on his shoulder and squeezed. "You her boyfriend, pal?" the man growled. He was a Marine. Evie lifted her chin and appraised Charlie. "No, apparently he's not." The Marine said, "Then you've got 3 seconds to get the fuck out of here before I come after you." 1. Sorry I barged in like that, but not nearly sorry yet. 2. Hey, don't start trouble. If we get caught, it'll go bad for you. I'm an officer." The man grinned. "So am I." His fist blurred toward Charlie's face. Charlie saw it coming. He lunged backward. His back connected with another dancer whose motion shoved him straight into bare knuckles. The lights went out. He came to, shaking his head, as Percy yelled, "Hey, jarhead!" and sucker-punched the Marine in the ear. The man flinched and roared. Evie. "What the hell is going on?" "Working Navy here," Percy yelled. Marines released their partners and surged toward the scene with clenched fists. A sailor grabbed one by the shoulder, spun him around, and decked him. Women screamed and fled the dance floor as the song abruptly ended. Percy howled and threw himself at the Marines. The trumpet player struck up "You're a Grand Old Flag" while sailors and Marines laid into each other, and Army didn't know whose side to take. Evie cupped Charlie's face in her hands. "You all right?" Those who weren't fighting sang, "You're a grand old flag, though you're torn to a rag, and forever in peace may you wave." Evie's Marine pummeled Percy in a headlock while the buxom blonde pounded the jarhead's back with her fists. Charlie straightened his shoulders. "Never better." "Don't do it, Charlie Harrison," she warned. "Don't even think about—" He kissed her on the mouth. "Sorry about everything, Evie." He sighed as his eyes swept the brawl. "Goddamn honor." Then he waded into the fight, lashing out with his fists. The rest of the band joined in to play the song as men roared, "You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave." Charlie grew up in Tiburon and had often ventured into San Francisco's mean streets looking for work during the Depression. He knew how to fight. He punched a man in the jaw and doubled over as a fist slammed into his gut. He launched shoulder first against his assailant, knocking him on his ass. Somebody grabbed him from behind. He stomped the man's foot and broke free. He spun with his fist raised to strike. "Heat!" a woman screamed. Whistles blew. Policemen rushed into the Barbary Coast, swinging billy clubs, while the patrons stampeded for the exits. Evie grabbed Charlie's hand and pulled. "Come on, you big stupid idiot!" The band serenaded them on their way out the door with "Anchors Aweigh." Percy and the blonde hit the sidewalk laughing and kept going. Charlie and Evie chased after them, navigating by moonlight alone. "Wait," Charlie said. "Where's Nixon?" "Right here," Nixon said from behind. He held the redhead's hand. "I actually punched a man in the face!" Percy stopped and bent over to catch his breath. "Jesus, exec, you can fight!" "You men are all idiots," Evie said. "Taking on that Marine. No wonder they call you Harry Carey. Evie's right, Charlie said. I'm a big, stupid idiot. The communications officer smiled. Hey, we're only getting started. What now? We can't head back to base until tomorrow morning. Says you. We're going to find us a boat and go back to Mare Island. Show the girls the attack trainer we have set up out there. The blonde looked confused. Or we could all just go to my place. Percy draped his arm over her shoulders. You'll love the attack trainer, Betty, darling. I'll bet any man alive you sink a Jap ship on your first go. Betty shrugged. Sure, why not? You all go ahead, Charlie said. I'm going to stick around. I'll catch the first ferry out to the island. The foursome walked off into the darkness, singing You're a Grand Old Flag. My crew, Charlie told Evie. She socked his shoulder hard. What were you doing at the Barbary Coast when you told me you had to report to your CO, whatever that is? I did. He yelped as she hit him again. Honest. The captain told me I had the night off. I ran into Percy and Nixon and they brought me here. That's it. I didn't see you on the dance floor, she said. Because I wasn't. To be honest, I was missing you. Your turn. I have to explain? There's a war on, Charlie. The government rations almost everything, and what isn't costs a lot of money, more than I can afford on my salary at the plant. I make good side money at the dance hall. I come down twice a week. Don't you dare tell my mom and dad about it, or I'll kill you. I won't. Her explanation sobered him. While everybody back home lived on strict rationing for the war effort, submariners ate fresh meat and eggs. They were the best-fed branch of the service. I promise. I also get lonely, she said. To be completely honest. I can't have you, but I haven't met anybody yet who can replace you. I just want a little contact. Charlie understood that too, all too well. I get it, Evie. Her eyes gleamed in the moonlight. She'd always been able to nail him to the wall with those eyes. He showed her his 3 dance hall tickets, lifted the hem of her dress a few inches, and slipped them into her stocking. Guess I'm yours for the next 10 minutes, she said. Where to? They entered an all-night movie theater and found a remote spot to sit. Around them, snoring servicemen slept off their benders. On the silver screen, Spencer Tracy told Katharine Hepburn she didn't spend enough time with him. Evie snorted. She took his hand and squeezed. How's your face? Charlie touched his sore cheekbone and sighed. I'll have a shiner tomorrow. My CO's going to love that. TB, Charlie Harrison? So what's she like? What's who like? Her voice dropped to a whisper. The war? What was it like? The submarine gliding through the depths, each creak of the hull reminding him how badly the ocean wanted inside, depth charges pounding the boat, Japanese sailors screaming in a burning oil slick. So much tedium, fear, misery, horror, but also elation. There was nothing like it, combat, the rush of it, endless tension, sudden catharsis. He never felt so alive. As much as he feared it, he wanted to face it again. He wanted to face himself again as he really was. No way could Evie ever understand that. He didn't want her to understand it. She's the devil I know, he said. A devil he'd made a deal with. Evie said nothing. He thought about kissing her again. On the big screen, Faye Bainter said, "Success is no fun unless you share it with someone." Evie nestled against his shoulder, the one she favored punching. I still love you, Charlie Harrison. Oh, shut it. Go back to your war. But come home to me, okay? Promise. I promise, Charlie said. I'll come home. I'll come home to you. She let out an explosive yawn. Good. Tracy told Hepburn to go to the gala without him. He said, I love you too, you know. She began to snore. Chapter 6. Articles of War. At dawn, he jogged toward the docks on 3 hours of sleep. Charlie stretched out on the ferry's deck and napped the whole way back to Mare Island. He showered and shaved in the barracks, knocked back a quick breakfast in the mess hall. Then he hurried to the wharf where Sand Tiger lay moored between Red Horse and Warmouth. Charlie had spent his first 3 years in the Navy among large surface ships. When he reported to the S-55, her size had struck him. A game little fighter, but tired, outclassed. Sand Tiger exuded confidence. Built by the Electric Boat Company, the Gato-class submarine was 311 feet long and 27 feet wide at the beam. 6 forward tubes, 4 aft, with a complement of 25 tubes. 4 diesel engines drove her at a top speed of 20 knots on the surface, 4 electric motors at up to 9 knots while submerged. She could dive to 300 feet and range 11,000 miles or 75 days. While surfaced, she displaced more than 1,500 tons of water. The Navy Yard had completely repaired and refitted her. Instantly visible was the streamlined superstructure, which enabled her to sail with a lower silhouette. With her new upgrades, Sand Tiger was one of the deadliest war machines ever built for sea. True, she was no match for destroyers designed to hunt and kill submarines. Her neutral buoyancy promised a swift sinking if shot or ramming holed her. She had surprise on her side, however. She could travel deep into enemy territory, deliver a sudden and vicious attack. The submarine's horizontal surfaces were black, her vertical surfaces gray. Even with a fresh paint job, Sand Tiger's visible scars made her look like a junkyard dog mauled by too many fights. She'd given far worse than she'd taken, though. 10 sinkings in the last 3 patrols alone. More than 30,000 tons of Japanese steel and engineering sent to the bottom. The proud submarine's battle flag waved on the clothesline, stretching from the bow to the periscope supports. It displayed a grinning shark wearing a sailor's hat. That and 10 patches, 1 for each enemy ship sunk in combat. Beneath, the Jolly Roger fluttered in the breeze. Sand Tiger was a buccaneering ship. Dungareed pirates swarmed the deck, making her ready for sea. Trucks pumped water and diesel into the tanks. Shirtless men hauled boxes of food down the hatch like a train of worker ants. A crane lowered a torpedo into the forward weapons hatch. Charlie hurried across the gangplank with his sea bag. Percy tossed him a lazy wave. "Welcome aboard, Harrison," he called out to a passing sailor. "Hey, Shorty, stow the exec's bag." Charlie looked around. "Tell me we're on schedule." "You'll be able to take her out on time." He checked in with the quartermaster and the chiefs, who had the loading well in hand. The men knew what they were doing. He hustled from one spot to the next, listening and learning more than leading. Within several hours, the last of the ship's stores went down the hatch. Percy whistled to get his attention. "Look lively. Captain's coming." Captain Moreau ambled along the pier with his hands in his pockets. He took in every detail of the submarine with a single glance. Seemingly satisfied, he came aboard. Charlie presented himself and saluted. "Welcome aboard, Captain. The loadout is complete, all hands present. Shore power and phone cabling are disconnected." Moreau gave him a quick once-over. "Oh, I hope you gave more than you got." "Yes, sir," Charlie said. "Had the men fall in at quarters." Charlie bawled out the order. The crew mustered on deck abaft of the bridge. They stood at parade rest in the warm afternoon air, 54 enlisted men plus the officers. On Sand Tiger's port side, Warmouth fired its engines, belching smoke from the exhaust vents. The submarine blasted its foghorn as it backed away from the pier. The crew returned waves to the crowd of well-wishers, while a Navy band sent them off. The captain inspected Percy's brash face. The communications officer smirked back at him with a busted lip. "Oh, how'd your gal do?" "Oh, she sank a freighter, Captain. I think I'm in love." "She do that to your face after, or were you and the execs dust up?" "I had the execs back, Skipper." "All right, Jerry, as long as you save some for the Japs." The captain continued his inspection. He paused in front of Nixon. The engineering officer offered him a nervous smile. Uh-huh, Moreau muttered. This guy. Then he stopped again in front of the next officer, who stood with his sea bag resting on the deck next to him. Charlie caught his breath. Jack Leibold stared back at him with wide, watery eyes. Charlie and Leibold had served together on Sabretooth. The captain chuckled. Won him in a poker game last night. He mounted to the bridge, Charlie following. We lost 20 hands to new construction, replaced with greenhorns. They're yours. Teach their hands to war. Aye, Captain. Moreau handed him a book. Time to start their education. Read it out loud to the men. He glanced at the cover. The Articles for the Government of the U.S. Navy. He cracked it open and read. The Navy of the United States shall be governed by the following articles. Article 1. The commanders of all fleets, squadrons, naval stations, and vessels belonging to the Navy are required to show in themselves a good example of virtue, honor, patriotism, and subordination. Skip ahead to Article 4, just the underlined parts. Aye, aye. He flipped the page and belted out. Article 4. The punishment of death may be inflicted upon any person who, in time of battle, displays cowardice, negligence, or disaffection, or withdraws from or keeps out of danger to which he should expose himself, or does not, upon signal for battle, use his utmost exertions to join in battle, or does not do his utmost to overtake and capture or destroy any vessel which it is his duty to encounter. On Sand Tiger's starboard side, Red Horse backed from the pier, puffing clouds of white smoke like a giant cigar. Its foghorn blared. Moreau said, That's enough for now. The crew stood at respectful attention. They were afraid of the enemy. The captain wanted them to be terrified of him. Charlie dismissed the men who rushed to stations. The engines rumbled to life. Stand by to single up. Take in the gangway. He roared the commands even as his mind scrambled over the checklist needed to get the boat underway. He was XO now. Everything he did and said needed to convey total confidence. Charlie turned to the captain. Engines have full loading? We're ready to get underway, sir. Very well. Take us out on time. Single up. Take in 2 and 3. Take in 4. Take the strain on 1. The lines slithered onto the deck. Take in 1. The foghorn blasted. Potential energy surged through the boat as the diesels pulsed. Charlie's chest hummed as Sand Tiger's power flowed through him. Percy blew a whistle, which signaled the sailors to lower and remove the colors. Charlie backed Sand Tiger into the bay. Underway at last. Helm all ahead 2/3, he ordered with a fierce and sudden joy. Right 20 degrees rudder. Aye, aye, exec, came the reply over the bridge intercom. The Great Fleet submarine churned the water in pursuit of Red Horse, which steamed down Mare Island Strait. Well-wishers waved final goodbyes from the pier as the band's rendition of Anchors Aweigh faded. Percy waved in the direction of the departing submarines. Bye, Trombley. One of the lookouts let out a wolf whistle. A solitary figure ran along the pier, shouting across the distance. Charlie smiled as he recognized Evie dressed in her gray factory overalls. She stopped at the edge and stood on tiptoes, waving her scarf over her head. He'd been right. Even in grimy overalls, she was a looker. Isn't that your girl, Harrison? Percy asked him. I mean, sort of your girl? She is, he replied. Sort of. Well, go on, boy, Moreau said. You know what to do. Charlie waved back until she shrank from view. Sand Tiger rounded Mare Island and entered San Pablo Bay. The captain said, Now put her out of your mind. We got work to do. Charlie's expression flipped back to professional sullen. Aye, Captain. Oh, I got an exec who lusts for yellow blood and a torpedo officer who can do the same hoodoo to my fish he did to Sabretooth's. Can't wait to sink some Japs. He was starting to like Captain Moreau. Any word on the mission, sir? Last night you said ComSubPac had something big planned for us. Oh, he surely does, Charlie. Red Horse, Warmouth, and us. We gonna be a wolf pack. We gonna tear Tojo a new asshole. Chapter 7. The Mission. Landfall. Oahu. Pretty as a postcard. Standing on the bridge, Charlie scanned ahead with his binoculars. Warmouth and Red Horse trailed smoke at the front of the column. The PC boat arrived on time, flashing recognition signals. Paced by this escort, the Wolfpack steamed along the bright coastline. To starboard, Honolulu sprawled under lush tropical mountains. The Royal Hawaiian Hotel, Waikiki Beach. Tiny figures splashed in the surf. Others lounged on the white sand. No doubt many were submariners on R&R. "Buy me a drink, sailor?" A moment of discomfort. Then he smiled as many more memories flooded his mind's eye. He wondered what Jane was doing right now. He knew she'd return to duty, not to the front lines, he hoped. Knowing Jane, though, that's exactly where she'd want to be. He remembered holding her after she'd woken up crying. Jane had survived the Japanese occupation of the Philippines. She had her own bad memories, her own nightmares. Still, she wouldn't quit fighting. That just wasn't her. Percy raised the colors. Sand Tiger's proud battle flags streamed in the wind. Sleek gray destroyers guarded the channel, winding their figure-eights. Charlie maneuvered the submarine toward the entrance buoys. A minesweeper chugged past. Planes hummed like hornets overhead, looking for something to sting. "Permission to bring her into the harbor, Captain?" Moreau leaned on the gunwale. "Yep." During the past week at sea, Moreau delegated almost everything to him, managing the departments, navigation, acting as diving officer during the morning trim dive. A crash course in running a submarine far more rigorous than the fire hose treatment Reynolds and Lewis had given him. No screw-up so far, thank God. He needed to learn everything he could and make sure the crew learned with him. In accordance with the finest Navy traditions, Charlie gave the fire hose treatment to the new ensigns. The chiefs did the same to the enlisted greenhorns in their charge. Charlie relentlessly drilled them all. Battle surface, crash dive, fire drill, submerged approach, silent running. By the time Sand Tiger reached Hawaii, the boat operated at peak efficiency. The captain seemed satisfied. Otherwise, the skipper remained a bit of a mystery, moody and unpredictable. Not difficult, though. Certainly not the tyrant Percy had warned him about. "Helm, bridge," Charlie said. "Right 15 degrees rudder. All ahead standard." The rudder dug into the water and turned the boat into the Pearl Harbor Channel. The water calmed until Sand Tiger glided across blue glass like one of Quiet Bill's models. As always, Pearl buzzed with activity. Dozens of warships lay moored at their berths. Big cranes loomed over the Navy Yard, where workers labored to refit a battle-scarred heavy cruiser and 2 destroyers in dry dock. Oklahoma still lay where she sank. The shattered listing hulk rested on the harbor bottom. Beyond, Arizona's funnel protruded above the water. Heartbreaking seeing them again. Charlie had grown up with these battleships and regarded them as giants of the sea. As a teenager, buying and trading, he'd amassed a collection of top-scum U.S. Navy cards. Now the giants were dead, and Charlie had become a giant killer. He piloted the boat across the harbor toward its designated berth at the submarine base next to the big sea tender. Fuel, water, supply trucks, and a jeep sat on the jetty. The crew warped the boat to the pier and laid the gangplank. Sailors on the dock unloaded mail bags and crates of fresh ice cream and vegetables. His thumb toward Charlie. "Meet my new number 2, Charlie Harrison. Eats Japs for breakfast. Charlie, meet the boss, Captain Squadron Commander Rich Cooper." "An honor to meet you, sir," Charlie said. "Harrison. Right. Subcompact mentioned you. Yo sai. Hell of a thing." Rear Admiral English had died in a plane crash in February. Rear Admiral Lockwood, who commanded the submarines in the Southwest Pacific, became ComSubPac afterward and transferred his offices to Pearl. Charlie had the honor to meet the man twice. Lockwood, in turn, had taken an interest in him. Cooper regarded Charlie with a quizzical expression. The squadron commander was a veteran submariner, trained according to pre-war doctrine. Because of that doctrine, the submarines had done little damage so far in the war. Lockwood had begun weeding out complacent captains and replacing them with a new breed of young, aggressive skippers. The new fighting captains, such as Moreau, Rickard, and Shelby, were racking up big wins. The results spoke for themselves. Still, veterans like Cooper probably wondered if men like Moreau and Charlie were right in the head. Maybe like Charlie's old friend Rusty, Cooper defined a hero as a hothead who hadn't yet learned about his mortality. A hothead who got lucky, but whose luck would one day run out in accordance with the laws of probability. Cooper gestured toward one of his officers. "This is Sam Doherty, ENR officer, engineering and repair. He'll make sure your tanks are topped up and help you out with anything else you need. You 3 boats have top priority. These other men here are inspectors." As XO, Charlie reviewed readiness reports from department heads. He had a list of repairs ready to give Doherty. "Hand over your weep list and let Nixon run with it, Charlie," Moreau said. "You're coming with me to the mission briefing." Percy took over as officer of the deck watch. The captain and Charlie climbed into the back of the jeep, which sped off across the jetty. Drab buildings flashed by, headquarters, maintenance, and barracks among groves of waving palm trees. "The Marines are slogging it out on New Georgia," Cooper said over his shoulder. "ComSubPac wants us to do our part and step up our game. Take the fight right to them." "That's why we're here," Moreau said. "He's cooked up an operation that's right up your alley, Gil." The jeep braked in front of a headquarters building, a drab, boxy structure with flags waving out front. "Hang tight," Cooper told the driver. "I'll have these men on their way back to their boat in an hour or 2. Inside, the lobby branched off into offices, a typing pool filled with young women, and a large conference room. Rickard and Shelby were already in the conference room with their execs, helping themselves to coffee and donuts. Cooper led Moreau and Charlie into the room with the other commanding officers of the Wolfpack. "Now we can start," Shelby said with his crooked grin. "The maniacs are all here. So what's the word?" Charlie exchanged curt nods with the other execs and sat at the table. Moreau went to a nearby urn and filled a mug with coffee. One of the Admiral's aides passed out thick packets marked Top Secret to the captains. These envelopes contained their operations orders from ComSubPac. "Operation Payback," Charlie read on its face. "Gentlemen, welcome," Cooper said. "Today, we're going to launch one of the boldest missions the submarine force has ever undertaken. Your task force is going where no American submarine has gone before." The men perked up. "Your destination." Cooper pulled down a giant map of the Pacific Theater over the wall. He swatted a stretch of blue with his pointer. "Area 1. Charlie stifled a gasp. He sat up straight in his chair. The Wolfpack was bound for the Sea of Japan. Chapter 8. Hirohito's Bathtub. The Sea of Japan. Cooper paused to let that sink in. Surrounded by the Japanese islands to the east and mainland Asia and the Korean peninsula to the west, the Sea of Japan comprised more than 350,000 square miles of open water. The submariners called it the Emperor's Private Lake, Hirohito's Bathtub. With 5 straits leading in and out, it was easily defendable. Ships could safely transport troops and war material to China and return with food and raw materials. Planes, coastal batteries, ships, and sea mines made it impossible to penetrate. Until now. Shelby broke the silence. "What's the mission exactly?" "Sink Japanese shipping and go on starving the beast," Cooper said. "We're going to open another front, hit them where they live, and tie up IJN attention and resources." IJN, the Imperial Japanese Navy. "By deploying a coordinated attack group, we'll hit them hard. Send a message. Show the Japs that nowhere is safe. Nowhere on Earth. Not even their own backyard." "They'll be all over us the minute we sink a ship," Rickard said. "It's the Doolittle raid all over again," Shelby wondered. "This is a lightning raid," Cooper clarified. "Sink everything you can in 4 days, then get out before the Japs mobilize their defenses. You'll have to make every hour count." Shelby whistled. "No kidding." Rickard. Any intel on how much shipping is running through Area 1? None, unfortunately, Cooper said. Most of their merchant fleet appears to be allocated to the Pacific, running in and out of the big industrial cities on Honshu's eastern coast. However, it stands to reason the western ports are used to ferry reinforcements into the fighting in China, receive food and raw materials coming the other way. Your attack group will string north to south across likely shipping routes. You should see good hunting. So, Moreau said, how the hell do we get in there? 5 straits lead into the sea. He tapped the map. Tartary and La Perouse in the north, Tsugaru here, and Shimonoseki and Tsushima in the south. PT boats, planes, and ASW mines guard them all. Tsushima, we know, is heavily mined. The Tartar Strait is Russian territory. They've got DDs patrolling it at all times. Moreau. So which one gets the prize? Another tap. La Perouse. The strait served as a waterway between the islands of Sakhalin and Hokkaido. It separated the Sea of Okhotsk from the Sea of Japan. Cooper said the strait was 25 miles long and 27 miles wide at its narrowest part. Between 70 and 130 feet deep, the water rushed in a strong current. Across its length, the Japanese had planted dense minefields at depths from 40 to 70 feet. Others were placed shallower as a threat to surface ships. A death trap for submarines. Anchored to the sea bottom using steel cables, the mines packed up to 2,500 pounds of explosive. Horns studded the metal sphere. Each horn contained a glass vial filled with acid. Upon contact with the ship's hull, the vial shattered, freeing the acid into a battery. The energized battery detonated the explosive and tore open the boat. Commander Voja, ComSubPac's intelligence officer, found us a way through the minefields, Cooper said. The Japs designed a channel free of surface mines, which allows both its ships and neutral Soviet ships to pass through. All the Lend-Lease material we send the Russians goes through that strait. The average draft of Japanese ships was 35 feet. Surface ships could travel safely along this safe channel. Submerged submarines couldn't. That's our opening, the squadron commander added. Based on our intel, we have a rough idea of the route the channel takes. As a fallback, at night, the Russians switch on their running lights, which identifies the ship as being with a neutral power. The Japanese defeated the Russians in 1905. In 1931, Japan invaded Manchuria. As a result, Japan gained control of southern Sakhalin Island, Manchuria, and Korea. After several bloody clashes along the Manchurian-Mongolian border in 1938 and 39, the Soviet Union and the Empire of Japan signed a neutrality pact. This allowed the Soviets to focus on their fight with Germany, the Japanese on their expansion into Asia and the Pacific. Shelby chuckled. We're going to follow a Russian ship in there, on the surface, at night. Sold, Moreau said. Do the Russians know about this? Shelby asked. They do not, Cooper said. Otherwise, I can't describe how we got our intel. Roger that. This will be a coordinated operation. Frank, you're the senior officer. You'll act as commander of the attack group. Very well, Rickard said. Rickard's Raiders, Shelby suggested. The captain shrugged. He didn't care what they called themselves. Better off doing our own thing, Moreau growled. We don't need a leader. No offense, Frank. Rickard, bemused. None taken, Gil. Cooper sighed. This is the way it's going to be. Remember, you only have 4 days. You'll have to coordinate your attacks to make the most of it. Plenty of meat for everybody, Shelby said. Fine, Moreau grunted. When do we go? 3 days, Cooper said. By then you'll be provisioned and have any repairs you need completed. I understand how we're getting in, Shelby said. How are we getting out? Same way you got in. We'll create a diversion at one of the Kuril Islands here. The Kurils were a volcanic archipelago of more than 50 islands that separated the Sea of Okhotsk from the Pacific. By August 27th, Dartfish will be on station off Matsuha. At 0100, he'll start shelling the Jap airfield. Be ready to exit the Japan Sea at that time. Moreau leaned to his side and murmured, What you think, boy? Charlie considered his answer. Lockwood had rolled the dice on something big. Big rewards and even bigger risks. The rewards were speculative. The risks were known. And they were enormous. The entry through shallow waters bristling with mines. How little they knew about the territory. The limited time they'd have to sink any ships. And if the Wolfpack got lucky and sank some ships, the Japanese would mobilize everything they had, sweep the water with radar and planes, block the exits, and starve the submarines out. Charlie had learned to keep his opinions to himself around a superior officer, unless asked a direct question. When asked, he always answered honestly. "It's a one-way trip," he said. The captain's face broke into a broad grin. "Probably." Moreau was right about one thing. He, Rickard, and Shelby were maniacs. Chapter 9. Suicide Mission. 1,000 miles out from Hawaii, sudden squalls churned up swells. Sand Tiger bobbed across the whitecaps. Below decks, Charlie felt the boat's rhythmic pitch as he finished his daily inspection of the departments. Another 500 miles, Sand Tiger would reach Midway and top up their tanks. 10 days later, she'd make landfall at the Kuriles. Beyond, La Perouse Strait. The chiefs reported no problems with the boat. As XO, Charlie enjoyed the view behind the curtain. No, not just the view. Now he was one of the men pulling the levers to keep the magic show going. As Charlie finished his inspection, he made sure to check the pulse of an essential part of the boat's machinery, the crew's temper. The captain had read the operations order over the 1MC. Whatever fears they might have, the sailors trusted Uncle Charlie, Admiral Lockwood, and they had faith in Moreau. Many seemed downright excited at the prospect of adventure. They were taking the fight straight to the Japanese on their own turf. Sand Tiger, named for a cousin of the great white shark, itched for a fight. Charlie paused to watch a few dozen sailors finish their meals around the 4 tables bolted to the mess deck. In the galley, coffee brewed by the gallon. The rest of the crew manned their stations or lounged in their berths, playing AC-doocy and reading cheap paperbacks. Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition, a crew favorite, piped over the loudspeakers. The pharmacist's mate hustled past on his rounds, handing out vitamins to the sun-starved sailors. There was just one thing missing. Machinist's mate John Braddock. Charlie smiled. The boat felt a lot roomier without Braddock around. Satisfied with Sand Tiger's morale and efficiency, he headed to the wardroom for coffee. Liebold and Nixon played cribbage at the table. Percy sat on one of the chairs wearing a loud Aloha shirt and picking at a banjo. A lit cigarette burned in an ashtray next to him. "Hey, Harrison, dig this." He plucked the 5th string and produced a lingering G-note, waited 4 seconds, plucked it again. Charlie poured himself a mug and grabbed a chair. "What is that?" "Wait for it." The communications officer grinned and hit another G, then another. "Sonar," Nixon said. He cut the pack of cards and flipped one over. "Ha! His heels! I pegged 2 points for that." "Good for you," Liebold said in a sulky tone. Charlie frowned. Liebold had been sour ever since Mare Island. He'd rebuffed every attempt Charlie had made at real conversation. "Yeah, good one, show-off," Percy said. "You shouldn't play cards with him, Liebold. He's a human computer." He pounded out a first-string D. 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 Battle stations, Charlie guessed. "Of course Harrison gets that one." He played 4th string D, 5th string G, 3rd string G. "Dive, dive, dive," Nixon said and put down a card. 31, Jack." "Auga," Percy said and played it again as chords. "So what do you make of our little mission to the bathtub, Harrison?" Charlie sipped his joe. "Comsubpac knows what he's doing." "It's a suicide mission," Liebold said. Percy laughed. "Friend, every patrol the captain drags us along on is a suicide mission." He grinned at Charlie. "Why do you think I drink so goddamn hard whenever I can?" The old man taught me to live each day as if it's my last. If it was my last day, I'd crap my pants in terror, Nixon noted. I love the man. I really do. I'd say I'd follow him to hell and back, but I've already done it. We'll be all right, Charlie said, though he didn't quite believe it. He'd taken enough chances to recognize long odds. We all gotta go sometime, Percy said. Pretty soon we'll have been at war for 2 years. The jarheads aren't even close to Japan. How long do you think it's going to go on? Another 2 years? 5? 10? Do you really think any of us are going home? Don't think like that, Charlie told him. It'll drive you crazy. Or to drink. Mission accomplished. You have no idea how close you came to today being your last, Liebold said. The captain has me modifying the torpedoes 2 hours a day ever since we left Pearl. One of these days I'm going to blow us all to hell. Is that why you've been so sore? Charlie wanted to know. You should be puffing your chest down. What you did allowed us to sink Yosai. Sink that destroyer with a down-the-throat shot. You did good. Liebold threw his cards down. Yeah, we sank Yosai. We did. And you got a medal for it. You got shipped off to PXO school by Uncle Charlie himself. Well, me? I got kicked off Sabretooth. Once it got out I messed with torpedoes, nobody wanted me. I only got a posting on Warmouth because the exec was my roommate at the academy. I barely passed my last medical because I stayed in the control room too long breathing in chlorine gas. His face turned scarlet. Now I'm back doing the dirty work so the heroes can earn glory or kill us all chasing it. Charlie and Nixon stared at Liebold in a stunned silence. Percy said, "You didn't have to sugarcoat it." Charlie sighed. "I don't know what to say. I guess I'm sorry, but what you did shortened the war. Then you saved our lives when the destroyers showed up. The Navy may have come down on you, but all that has to count for something. It shortened the war. I'm sure it did. With a captain who's as reckless as you, this mission is going to shorten it even more. I'm sure it'll be a big victory in the end. I just don't think any of us are going to live to see it." "You're the one who said he wanted to get in the war," Charlie growled. Liebold stood. "You know what else? The torpedoes Hunter shot down that DD's throat and sank him. They weren't modified. Think about that." He stormed out. "Come on, Jack," Charlie called after him. Nixon said to fill the awkward silence. "You make friends everywhere you go, Harrison," Percy said. "Give it to me straight, fellas. Is the captain reckless?" "He fights like he plays poker," Nixon said. "Close to the chest, then all in. He gets results," Percy added. "That's all anybody cares about." He strummed a random series of chords that settled into a Gene Autry tune. "Otherwise, nobody gives a damn what I think. He seems aggressive to me, but not reckless. You also made out the captain to be some kind of tyrant. So far, he hasn't been the least bit disagreeable to me." "Because nothing's gone wrong yet," Nixon said. "Watch out for the chiefs." Charlie set down his coffee, which had gone cold. "What's that supposed to mean? Are they running me down to the captain behind my back?" "They're more scared of the captain than they are of the Japs," the engineering officer said. "So if anybody screws up, they hide it. The exec always thinks everything is running like a top, but it isn't. Any of those foul-ups affect us in combat, well, it'll be your neck. Maybe mine next time, too." "For God's sake," Charlie said. "I thought we were fighting the Japanese." He stood and went to the control room. He put on oilskins, Mae West life jacket, and sou'wester hat. Then he mounted to the bridge to breathe real air. The gray sky lay heavy on roiling seas. Waves boomed against the bow, flinging spray across the drenched lookouts. To the north, a line of thunderstorms chased the wind, pounding east toward Canada. Thunder boomed far away, like a remote naval battle. Lightning flashed in the murk. Charlie looked up at the Mae Wests hanging from the shears. Moreau dived the boat every morning for trim, but otherwise kept to the surface at all times, zigging and zagging. The only other time he dived was if an enemy approached within 6 miles. Then he dived, and he dived in 28 seconds flat. To do that, he reduced the number of lookouts to 2 and put up the Mae Wests. If anybody failed to get below in time, the captain left him behind and picked him up later. Maybe Moreau was reckless. The mission certainly felt reckless. One thing was for sure. The captain didn't let anything stand in the way of killing the hated Japanese. If the boat experienced a failure in combat Charlie hadn't anticipated, Moreau would see him as being in the way, and he'd crush him for it. Charlie had wanted to return to the war because things seemed simpler out here. He couldn't have been more wrong. Chapter 10. The Strait. 2 weeks later, Charlie stood on the bridge wearing a muffler, coat, and boots. The Sea of Okhotsk lay cold and calm in the moonless night, hidden by a veil of fog. The black shapes of the Kurils loomed astern. The Kurils reached 800 miles from Hokkaido to Kamchatka. Cruising north by northwest, Sand Tiger slipped through this first line of defense after sunset. She'd raced pell-mell between Isharup and Urup with her throttles wide open. Boxed in by hostile landmasses, she was now in Japanese waters, making way across the cold sea. "Com, bridge," Captain Moreau said. "Come left to 270. "Com left to 270, aye, Captain." Sand Tiger was the first in line to go through the strait. The captain wouldn't have it any other way. Somewhere astern, Warmouth followed in the fog, as the flagship, Red Horse, went last. Percy scanned the dark with his binoculars. "Christ, it's cold." "Hey, Skipper, don't the Japs know it's August?" "We're lucky it's summer," Captain said. "La Perouse freezes up a good part of the year." Charlie stiffened. A tiny blob of light glimmered through the fog. "Ship ahoy, on the starboard beam. He's got his running lights on." Moreau trained his binoculars on the light and grunted. "Looks like it's our good friends, the Reds." The United States and Soviet Union were allies against the Axis. Food, raw materials, and non-military goods flowed into the USSR via the Pacific route, from West Coast ports riding up the Aleutians and down the Kurils, then through La Perouse to the port of Vladivostok. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," Percy said, quoting an old proverb. Moreau: "Sugar jig, make an automatic sweep on a PPI." Overhead, the radar swiveled as it swept the sea. The blob of light grew larger. The submarine and the mystery ship were on a convergent course. "Ship contact bearing 245, 005 on the starboard bow, range 2 miles, the SJ radar man reported. "Second ship contact bearing 245, 010 on the starboard bow, 2,000 yards. Damn it, that was close. Charlie zeroed in with his binoculars but didn't see the second ship through the fog. "Helm, reduce speed to 1/3, Moreau snarled. He didn't like surprises. He wanted to put a little distance between them. "Jap, you think?" Percy asked. "Maybe. Or maybe a red captain too dumb to remember to turn his lights on. It don't change a thing, we're going in." A freezing southerly blew over the water, disturbing its calm. Charlie rubbed his gloved hands over his numb face to warm it up and returned the binoculars to his eyes. The blob of light crossed the starboard bow, followed by its companion. "Helm, bridge," Moreau barked. "All ahead full." Sand Tiger knifed the sea in hot pursuit of the two ships. One of the lookouts spotted another lighted ship off the starboard quarter. Moreau could wait and hitch a ride behind the new arrival, but he wanted to get through the strait by sunrise. Every minute counted. "Helm, come right to 285. The hours rolled by. Charlie and Percy stomped their feet on the icy deck to get their blood pumping. Sand Tiger made way at 19 knots toward the strait. Ahead, the blob of light dimmed. "We're losing him," Charlie said. The fog was thickening. Ahead lay another danger. Nijogan Rock, largest among an islet group of Sakhalin. Just 500 feet long and 150 feet wide, it presented a hazard to ships traveling the strait. The Russians called it Dangerous Rock, for obvious reasons. If Sand Tiger ran aground, the rock would rip her hull wide open. "Helm, come left to 270. Moreau rubbed his hands to warm them. Pea soup fog enveloped the boat, and Charlie went blind. "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here," Percy said, quoting Dante's Inferno. Charlie felt the same foreboding. They headed into dangerous, unknown waters. In May, the Pickerel was presumed lost just on the other side of the Kuriles, off the coast of Hokkaido. As with other submarine losses during the war, nobody knew what happened. The boat never came home. It simply disappeared. Another blob of light. "Captain, ship off the starboard bow." Sand Tiger was off course. Way off course, in fact. Moreau had turned due west too early. Sand Tiger now headed straight into the minefields, hemming the safe channel. "That's Nijo Gan," Moreau growled. "The Reds keep a lighthouse on it." Percy snorted. "Ah, right," Charlie said. Shit. He'd been about to recommend conning Sand Tiger north, right into it. Moreau. "Sugar Jig, give me another sweep on the PPI." A minute later, the conning tower reported, "The radar's down, Captain." "Uh-huh," the captain seethed. "I'll go, sir," Charlie said. "Stay at your station. Nixon's on it." The boat labored to make way, her speed diminishing. The strait's powerful current flowed east during the summer. "Contact," Charlie said. 350 on the port bow. He's lighted." The ship appeared to be heading due east. "Keep her so," Moreau ordered the helmsman. Sand Tiger maintained her heading. The Russian ship steamed past, lights burning in the inky blackness. Nixon's voice over the intercom. "Sugar Jig back in operation, Captain." A blown fuse, probably. Amazing how equipment always seemed to fail when needed most. At least this breakdown had a simple fix. "Very well, now give me a damn sweep." Radar revealed land masses around them. Nijo Gan and Sakhalin to the northwest, Hokkaido to the southeast. Ships coming and going. Sand Tiger entered La Perouse. "In the old days," said Moreau, "a ship's crew listened for the sea lions making a ruckus on a rock. That's how they knew where Nijo Gan was." "That's interesting," Percy said in breathless terror. Right now the submarine was passing through the minefields. The mines swayed in the black depths, waiting. If the captain felt scared, he didn't show it. He didn't seem to experience fear, only impatience. "Con, bridge, time check." Sunrise was coming fast. The fog might protect them. It might not. Sand Tiger had to submerge soon, but first she had to clear the minefields. The submarine slowed a little, labored a little harder to make way. The Soviet ship ahead blew his foghorn. The ship astern answered. Charlie had a thought. "Captain, the safe channel may not be mined above a depth of 70 feet. "How do you figure?" "The Japs are going out of their way not to anger Stalin. A depth of 40 feet is only a 5-foot margin of error. They wouldn't risk sinking a Russian ship. I think they mined the channel at 70 feet. We might submerge if we had to." At periscope depth, the submarine reached a depth of 65 feet, 5 above the horned mines floating in the deep. A close shave, but at least they'd be underwater and out of sight. "Maybe," the captain said. "Don't think we'll have to dive in any case." Dawn brightened the sky. The hair-raising ride across the Sea of Okhotsk had taken all night, though it had gone by in a flash. The fog thinned to wisps as Sand Tiger left the strait. "Ship ahoy dead ahead," Charlie said. He'd found the ship that had its lights off during the passage. Russian fishing trawler. Otherwise, the open sea looked clear in the growing daylight. "The Holy of Holies," Moreau said. The green-blue waters of the Sea of Japan. Clouds formed a remarkable zigzag pattern overhead, burned orange by the rising sun. "We made it," Percy said. "Thank you, sweet baby Jesus." Operation Payback had begun. Chapter 11. The Bottom of the Sea. Charlie slid down the ladder to the conning tower. He stowed his coat and muffler and rubbed his arms to get warm. The captain came down minutes later. "You get the message off, Charlie?" The Wolfpack used a special new code Cooper's people cooked up to shorten communications between the boats. Shorter messages gave the Japanese less time to detect and zero in on the signals. "Message sent and confirmed both ways," Charlie said. "Warmouth and Red Horse both say they made it across." The operation was off to a good start. Sand Tiger could now rest while the other submarines moved on to their hunting grounds. Sand Tiger would cover the western coast of Hokkaido, Red Horse, the mid-sea between Dogo and northern Honshu, Warmouth, the sea's southern end. "Very well." Moreau pulled out his battered lawn chair and sat in it with a contented sigh. "Time to pull the plug." "Aye, aye." Charlie keyed the 1MC call box. "Rig for dive. Clear the bridge." The lookouts zipped down the ladder. Percy called out, "Hatch secured." "Dive, dive, dive." The klaxon blasted twice. Sand Tiger had a different layout than the S-55 and Sabertooth. In those boats, attack, navigation, diving, and control all happened in the control room. In Sand Tiger, the conning tower served as the CO's battle and navigation center. Just 8 feet wide by 17 feet long, the con packed up to 10 men at stations during combat. The TDC aft to port, the radar stations aft to starboard. Sonar just forward of the TDC. Plotting table, periscopes, torpedo indicator panels. The helmsman steered the boat at his station mounted against the forward bulkhead. Chief of the boat, Spike Sullivan, oversaw operations in the control room below. The planes, manifold, and instrumentation, such as the gyro compass, fathometer, and bathythermograph. "Maneuvering, stop the main engines," Charlie said. "Switch to battery power. Control, rig out the bow planes. Close the main induction." In the maneuvering room, electricians took the motors off engine power and put them on battery power. The main induction, which fed air to the engines, banged shut. The bow planes extended from the hull. "Helm, all ahead 2/3. "All ahead 2/3. Aye, exec." The helmsman rang up the designated speed. "Pressure in the boat. Green board," Spike shouted up from the control room. "The boat is rigged for dive." The green and red lights on the Christmas tree showed all hull openings secured. Air pressure flowed within the hull, confirming the boat was sealed. "Fathometer reading?" 195, exec. "Very well." Charlie turned to Moreau. "Ready to dive in all respects, Captain. The boat has 195 feet under the keel." The captain nodded with a distant smile. He seemed to be listening to the boat talk to him, sensing every part of her. "Dive." "Aye, aye. Control, open all main vents. Flood safety, flood negative." In the control room below, the hydraulic manifoldman pulled a vent valve lever. This opened the main ballast tanks, which were filled with air to maintain buoyancy on the surface. Seawater flooded them, which made the boat heavy. Moreau said, "Take us down and set her like a baby on the bottom." The submarine's bow slid into the sea as she angled down on propulsion. The air pressure increased in Charlie's ears. He watched the depth gauge. The needle crept around the dial as Sand Tiger sought the deep. "Depth 45 feet, Charlie said. "Control, close all vents." At 180 feet, he ordered the negative tank blown to restore buoyancy. Charlie's shoulders clenched with tension. Percy grabbed the nearest handhold. Moreau sat in his sagging chair with his hands folded on his belly, calm as a Buddha. He operated on his gut, and his gut hadn't been wrong yet. "Speed 1/3, Captain." "Very well. Control, ease your bubble." Sand Tiger glided onto the sea bottom. "All stop," said Moreau. The boat nestled on an even keel. Her screws stopped. "Final depth 197, Charlie said. "Control, open bulkhead flappers. Start the ventilation." Moreau gripped the armrests and heaved himself up with a grunt. "Section 3 will report to stations," he said to the quartermaster. "Smokey, the con is yours. Everybody else should get some rest. We got a busy 4 days ahead of us." "Might be a good time to splice the main brace," Percy ventured. The captain smiled. "I got something even better in mind. A fresh education. You too, Charlie. Tell Nixon to meet us in the wardroom. That sourpuss Lebo can mind the store while we're gone." Charlie pulled Percy aside. "What's going on?" The communications officer groaned. The old man wants to play poker." Chapter 12. All in. The weary officers shuffled into the wardroom for a few hands of poker. A good game for submariners. Luck, probability, and high stakes. Shuffling cards at the table, Moreau eyed them like the shark after which the boat was named. Good idea, Charlie thought. Some coffee to heat me up, something to take my mind off my claustrophobia. Not quite claustrophobia. He'd looked up the precise word. Claustrophobia, the fear of being trapped. Some guys puked their guts out while at sea. Not Charlie. Not even when the boat listed up to 30 degrees aside during a severe storm. Raised among sailboats, he had strong sea legs, never stumbled on deck. When the submarine rode the surface, he slept like a baby while the great engines sang to him through the hull. Underwater, he felt trapped. Buried alive, to be exact. The unease started during the dive. Dry mouth, sweaty hands. He'd pictured the waves cascading across the deck as she sank. As the boat submerged, he thought about endless tons of water pressing against the hull. By the time Sand Tiger reached the bottom, his heart thumped like it would burst right out of his chest. Moreau said, "Grab a chair, gents. The game is Texas Hold'em." The captain dealt 2 cards to each man. Waldron, the steward's mate, served hot coffee all around. Charlie picked up a red checker from the stack in front of him. 10 boxes of the game lay piled under the table. "You play for checkers?" "Worth a penny each," Moreau said. "We settle up at the end of the patrol." A sound man had taught Charlie the game when he served on the 55. The auxiliary men had fleeced him until he learned how to play well. Percy put down a checker as the blind. Charlie, 2 checkers as the big blind. He held a jack and 10 of spades as hole cards, a hand with decent prospects. The officers all put in bets, 2 checkers each. The captain laid down the flop from the deck, 3 face-up cards, the 10 of hearts, king of spades, and queen of spades. The idea was to put together the best 5-card poker hand using both his hole cards and the face-up community cards. With the 2 tens, Charlie had a pair. Not exactly a winning hand, but better than nothing. As dealer, Moreau would put down another face-up card after the next round of betting called the turn, then another after that called the river. If the ace of spades showed, Charlie would have a royal flush, an unbeatable hand. He had 2 chances to get it. The probability of the deck producing that card was minuscule, though. Otherwise, he had good odds at getting a king-high flush, since he already had 4 spades. A straight flush, full house, and 4 of a kind beat it, but it was still an excellent hand. He also had a crack at a straight if any ace turned up. 4 of a kind with his 2 tens if by some miracle the next 2 cards were tens. Moreau raised his bet. "I do believe I have my cigar now." He produced a fat stogie from his breast pocket and lit it up with a cloud of acrid smoke. Percy joined him, torching one of his lucky strikes. The captain's ashtray was a twisted chunk of metal that had landed topside after he blew a freighter sky-high off the coast of Borneo. Nixon's eyes flickered across the cards as he performed rapid probability calculations. He frowned as he carefully laid down his checkers. "I call." "Mother of God, boy," Moreau said. "You got more tail right." He set his cards down. "I fold. You want me to be more aggressive, Skipper? We should play for booze." "What about you, Sunshine? You goin' check?" Charlie's heart hammered in his chest. The claustrophobia was worse knowing the boat lay on the bottom of the sea, engines off. He blew air out his cheeks. "No, I'll raise." The captain frowned behind a cloud of cigar smoke. "You're bluffing," he called. Then he turned the next community card. The 2 of clubs. Nixon folded with a sigh. Charlie raised again. He still had very good odds at a flush. Moreau grinned. "Look like we got ourselves a showdown. You're still bluffing. Look at your face, rigged for red. Here comes the river." 5 of spades. No royal flush, but he'd gotten his flush. "I'll raise," the captain said. Charlie called and laid out his cards. "Flush, king high. Moreau grunted, his face darkening. "Jack high straight. Well, look at that." "Congratulations, Harrison," Percy said, grinding out his smoke in the ashtray. "Looks like you're buying next time we're in port." "I have to admit I read you wrong," the captain said, sitting there red-faced and sweating buckets. The Clythrophobia had screwed up the captain's radar, but Charlie couldn't tell him that. He pulled the stack of checkers in front of him. "I was raising my bets on the small hope you'd turn the ace and give me a royal flush. The flush was my main hope. The odds were good enough you'd pull a spade." "Well, you can tell a lot about a man the way he plays poker. Now look at Nixon here. He can drum up probabilities like a human TDC, but he hates taking chances. You play like you fight, going on Mindanao to shoot Japs, drilling your side in a surface attack. Now you go all in." Again, the truth was somewhat different. Going ashore at Mindanao had almost gotten him and Braddock killed. Taking on Yosai had also been rash, with battle damage that nearly prevented the boat from diving. In the strait, he'd confused Nijogan Rock with the Russian running lights. Instead of querying for a radar sweep, he'd concluded Sand Tiger was off course. Quiet Bill had been right to worry about his experience. Lewis, Charlie's last XO, had said a good submariner had to be both willing and able. "A submarine attack is a lot like high-stakes poker," Moreau said. "You start with a stack of chips. Concealment, surprise, torpedoes, battery power, air, your very lives. You gamble them one at a time to win. Some men fold early. Others, if the pot is big enough, they gamble it all. You're a gambler, Charlie." Charlie stared at the captain and wondered, "Am I like you?" The captain collected the cards and shuffled them. Then he dealt again. Chapter 13. The Hunt. Sunset. Sand Tiger shuddered as she left the ocean floor and rose to a depth of 65 feet. There she glided with a 1-degree up bubble. Moreau heaved himself from his lawn chair and jerked his thumbs. At the unspoken command, the periscope rose from its well. He yanked the handles down and pressed his wide face against the rubber eyepiece. "Uh-huh," he grunted. "Fog all over. Down, scope. Sugar Jig, do a sweep." The radar man called out contacts. Landmasses, no ships. According to the maps, Reibun and Rishiri laid to the west and southwest. East was Hokkaido, the northernmost of the Japanese home islands. On these islands, millions of people labored around the clock to support a war effort that had won them 1/10 of the world. Moreau. "Let's take her up, Charlie." "Aye, aye, Captain." Charlie keyed the 1MC. "All compartments rigged to surface." The men in the conning tower smiled at the command, even the taciturn Liebold. They'd come halfway around the world. At midnight, the wolf pack would start hunting Japanese ships in their own backyard. "Maneuvering standby to switch from motors to diesels," Charlie said. "On surfacing, answer bells on the main engines. Put 2 mains on charge." Once Sand Tiger reached the surface, the electricians would uncouple the electric motors from the batteries and put them on the diesels. 2 engines would power the boat while the other 2 dumped amps into the waning batteries. The telephone talker relayed the order to maneuvering. "Forward engine room, secure ventilation," Charlie said. "All compartments, shut the bulkhead flappers." "All compartments report rigged to surface," the telephone talker said. Charlie turned toward Moreau. "Ready to surface in every respect, Captain." Him most of all. Constant work had kept the Clythrophobia at bay so far, but he craved an unsecured hatch, a way out of this cramped metal box. "Very well. Take her up." His heart flooded with relief as the surfacing alarm blared. "Control, blow all main ballast tanks. Blow negative." High-pressure air poured into the ballast tanks, displacing the water and buoying the boat. The plainsman angled the boat into a controlled ascent. Charlie pulled on a windbreaker and hung binoculars from his neck. Sand Tiger didn't rig for red. Instead, he pulled on red goggles that would help him adapt more quickly to night vision. Lookouts, report to the tower. Smokey and 2 sailors showed up the watch and got ready. Sand Tiger burst from the sea. The quartermaster undogged the hatch and cracked it open. Air whistled from the boat in a rush as the pressure equalized. Grateful to be back in the open air, Charlie mounted to the bridge. He scanned the darkness with his binoculars but couldn't see anything through the close aboard fog. Still, their position was secure enough. The radar could see what he couldn't. "All clear," he called down. The men piled out and took their watch stations. The engines fired. Charlie grinned. "Welcome to Area 1. Land of the rising sun," Smokey said. "Land of the fog is more like it." "Damn chilly, too," one of the lookouts grumbled. "Supposed to be August." A cool breeze blew from the north. The air temperature was 60 degrees. Sand Tiger turned to port, heading south into the Rishiri Channel. "Right, Mr. Harrison," the quartermaster said. 340 on the port bow. A town. Tashio, I think. Just a fishing village. Look at them, with their lights on. Oil lamps and the like, probably. Any lamp, sir. The town should be dark. Either there are no blackout rules or nobody is following them. It's like they don't know there's a war on." Charlie said, "We'll take it, Smokey." "Hey, I'm not complaining. Makes it easier to navigate." "We'll hug the coast a bit and see what turns up. The captain wants to make a run down to Rumoy, a fishing center. Maybe we'll find some shipping there." "We're supposed to wait until midnight before we shoot anything, right?" Charlie shrugged. Only the captain knew his own mind. The old man certainly didn't like taking orders from Rickard. Very likely he was itching to sink the first ship. It was all moot, though, until he found that ship. At 21:30, Sand Tiger prowled outside Rumoy. 2 jetties protected the harbor from foul weather. A lighthouse gleamed at the end of each of these breakwaters. "Fishing boats," Smokey said with disappointment. Charlie's eyes strained to penetrate the darkness. "Your night vision is better than mine. I don't see them. Trust me, fishing boats." "I see them now." Charlie relayed the information to the con. Moreau growled something in response. Moments later, Sand Tiger turned to starboard and continued her southward trek along Hokkaido's coast. Tedium was part of war. He understood that well. Patience was at the heart of submarining. Wait and hurry up. This time, however, they only had 4 days. They'd come all this way, taken all this risk, to wreak havoc. Sand Tiger rounded Iwao and returned to a southerly heading at 18 knots. The coastline was black as far as the eye could see, sparsely inhabited. Rollers dashed against the rocky shore. "Smokey, you served with the captain a long time," Charlie said. "I was on Sand Tiger before he was," the quartermaster said. "Best to come right out with it." "He goes through a lot of execs." He sensed Smokey grinning in the dark. "He sure does." "The dope is the chiefs are scared of him, so they hide big malfunctions. Then if anything goes wrong in combat, the exec takes the heat. Gets on the old man's bad side." The quartermaster laughed. "Right." "Why are you laughing?" "Because it's a giant load of horse shit, sir." "Well, what gives?" "You looking for advice, Mr. Harrison?" Charlie wasn't sure. As XO, he couldn't express any uncertainty about his job, but he needed to learn. "I'll always take advice from a sea dog." "Don't hold anything back. Attack the Japs with everything you've got." "I think I follow." "The captain knows you haven't been in the boats that long. He doesn't care. He wants a fighter. Somebody who thinks like him." Again, Charlie wondered if he and the captain were alike. "Thanks, Smokey." "You'll be all right." The fog thinned as they crossed Ishikari Bay and approached the city of Otaru. The sprawling port had impressive breakwaters flung wide across the bay. As with Teshio and Rumoy, lights burned in the city. Japanese merchant ships lay moored in a series of wharfs. "Now we're talking," the quartermaster said. "Marus," Charlie said, "and one big ship that could be a sea tender. No warships, though, not that I spy." "Ship off the starboard quarter, far," one of the lookouts called out. Charlie searched for it. "You see him, Smokey?" "Looks like a small freighter coming home from Manchuria." I've got him now. Con, bridge, contact, ship, likely a small freighter bearing 150. First time I ever saw the old man leave food on the table, the quartermaster murmured. Something's up. Captain, Charlie said into the intercom. I suggest... Forget him, Charlie. We just got a message from Red Horse. We have a bigger fish to fry tonight. Much bigger fish. Sand Tiger plowed the waters as she turned and made for the open sea. Chapter 14. Rickard's Raiders. The conning tower buzzed with excitement. Red Horse had found a convoy of troop transports, 8 ships in all, steaming at 10 knots, no zigzagging. 4 civilian passenger cargo ships and 2 ocean liners, all converted to military transport and big enough to move an entire division. Weapons, munitions, parts, stores, maybe even tanks and crated airplanes. 2 escorts, a Fubuki and an old Momi-type DD. Captain Rickard trailed them with his Red Horse. He might sink 1 or 2 before the destroyers barreled after him. He hoped to sink them all in a single attack, so he alerted the wolf pack. But they were far away. Charlie, Moreau, Percy, and Nixon studied the map at the plotting table in the conning tower. A line extended from Hokkaido toward the center of the Sea of Japan. Sand Tiger. A second line reached northwest from the port of Niigata in central Honshu. The convoy appears to be headed for Saishin, Moreau said, a Korean port. Replacements for the Kwantung Army, Charlie guessed. The Kwantung Army guarded Manchuria against Soviet invasion. Its ranks included the best units in the Imperial Japanese Army. Moreau grunted. Don't matter. What matters is if they're going to Saishin, they're going to cross the middle of the Japan Sea. We're in the game. That's a hell of a long way, Percy said. His aloha shirt glared red and yellow in the conning tower's light. Charlie wondered why the captain allowed him to break the uniform regulations. Maybe neither of them cared. The yeoman approached. Decoded message from Red Horse, Captain. Moreau read the message and handed it to Percy. The good Commodore has given us the coordinates where he hopes to attack at 01:30 tomorrow. Our objective is to sink all 6 troop ships in a decisive night surface attack. Standard submarine doctrine. Describe the target, how to sink it. Charlie checked his watch. About 25 hours. Rickard knew his Wolfpack tactics, which the German U-boats had perfected as the war progressed. The first submarine on the scene acted as the shadow, staying out of sight while keeping contact with the convoy. When other submarines arrived, the coordinator gave the signal to attack. The result was devastating. The communications officer marked the overlay with an X using a grease pencil. The spot was about 350 miles from Niigata. Charlie blinked at the plot. That's out of range. Up to the attack area, the convoy had to travel 250 miles, Sand Tiger 350. The submarine made 18 knots, the transports 10. At dawn, however, Sand Tiger submerged. Underwater, she made only 3 knots. Percy scratched his head. We're short, about 70 miles? 68 miles to be exact, Nixon said. Moreau said, We're going to stay on the surface in daylight. Charlie and Percy exchanged a horrified glance. On the surface, Percy clarified. In daylight. In the Sea of Japan. I don't believe in ideal setups any more than I do Santa Claus. This the only way to do it. We'll dive at any sign of trouble. The captain's eyes narrowed under bushy eyebrows. Only going to ask you boys once. You with me? Percy looked away as if searching for a good spot to throw up. All the way, Captain. Only way to do it. Charlie again wondered if Moreau was bold or mad. Aye, Captain. Yes, Captain, Nixon said. Uh-huh, said the captain. We don't have to stay surface the whole way, Charlie said. 2 hours, 48 minutes, Nixon said. That's how long. You're looking at it wrong, Moreau said. We're going on the surface, the whole run. We have 9 hours we can be submerged if we had to pull the plug. Charlie studied the map but saw no other option. A daylight run was possible. The main variable was how long they could cruise on the surface, a variable they couldn't even guess. They didn't know the territory. A big risk, yes, but for a gigantic reward. The 6 troop transports carried what might be an entire division, 10,000 men and all their equipment. They'd have an artillery regiment aboard. Sinking these ships and their cargo would be a major blow against the Japanese. Some opportunities you just can't pass up. "Red Horse will update us if anything changes," Moreau said. "Charlie, during the attack you'll be on the bridge with me. I want you on the TBT." The captain wanted them to work together as a team to take down the transports. Surprised, Charlie again gave the only permissible answer. "Aye, Captain. I command, you execute, you make all observations, all right?" Was he kidding? "It's music to my ears, Captain. I thought you might say that." Moreau turned and barked, "Helmsman, come right to 245. Jerry will give you the coordinates. Set a new course as the crow flies." "Come right to 245, aye, Captain," the helmsman answered. The captain pulled down the 1MC handset and keyed the call box for public address. "Listen up, crew. This your captain." His voice blared over the loudspeakers. Across Sand Tiger, the sailors stopped and listened. "By now you may have heard we just passed up a beauty steaming into Otaru Harbor. He would have made a nice patch on our flag. We're after much bigger fish now. We're after Moby Dick himself. You see, Captain Rickard decided Christmas should come early this year." Moreau paused to let their imaginations run wild. "Old Rick found us a convoy of 8 tin cans, 6 of 'em troop ships big enough to haul a division. We do this right, we'll have a lot of patches on our flag. Just to make things more exciting and so we get there on time, we're going to make the run in daylight. Depending on the traffic above water, our girl might get a lot of exercise today. Stay sharp, do your duty, and let's bag those cans. We're going to hit the Japs where they live. Show 'em nowhere is safe." He paused again. "That's all, I guess." He remounted the handset as the crew cheered across the boat. Chapter 15. Double or Nothing. 4 hours before dawn. Last chance for rest before Sand Tiger's daylight run across the Japan Sea. Charlie collapsed on his bunk and pulled the blanket over his shoulder. Too much to think about, too little time to rest before the harrowing day ahead. Percy hauled himself up onto the overhead bunk. After a few minutes, he asked Charlie if he was awake. Charlie didn't answer, stubbornly trying to cross over. Hey, Harrison. Harrison! What?" he cried. "You awake?" "What do you want, Percy?" "I was wondering what you like to do for fun." "I like to sleep," Charlie growled. "We've only got 4 hours. Come on, man, talk to me a little. I get insomnia." "Worried about running the sea in broad daylight? Is that it?" "No. I mean, yeah, of course." "We're all worried, Percy." "I wonder if guys on death row get a good night's rest before the electric chair." "I doubt it. The captain knows what he's doing." The statement had become mere reflex by this point. "I've served with him longer than you," Percy said. "He has a keen eye for the odds, I'll give him that. He hates the Japs more than any man alive does. Every time he wins, though, he ups his bets, pushes the odds, hates the Japs even more. I hope it doesn't catch up to him, seeing as we're all in the same boat." Charlie said nothing. Submarine commanders like Moreau were innovating new doctrine, achieving great successes. The old doctrine certainly wasn't accomplishing a whole lot in this war. Between timid commanders and faulty torpedoes, the Japanese barely regarded the submarines as a threat. Moreau liked to fight on the surface at night, patrol on the surface during daylight hours, and dive only when the enemy was within 6 miles. Use radar instead of passive sonar for tracking and targeting. Allow his XO to make combat observations while he conned the boat and focused on the battle. Keep the periscope up longer and more often when submerged, and always attack, attack, attack. The captain took big risks, but achieved even bigger results. Charlie trusted him. He wanted to trust him, wanted to believe reason, not blind hatred, drove Moreau's boldness. If reason, the man was probably a genius. If hatred, he was a madman who might get them all killed. Percy said. The reason I can't sleep sometimes is I think about home so hard I start to believe I might get there again. And then I get the bad dreams. Charlie propped himself on his elbow. What sort of dreams? The boat sinking? That sort of thing? Percy sighed. I dream I go home and I know it's where I grew up, but everything's different. All the houses are different. Nobody knows me. My family and friends, nobody. I tell them who I am, but they say they never heard of me. They ask me if I was in the war, and I say yes, I served on Sand Tiger in the Pacific. They just stare at me with this sad, scared look on their faces. That's when I realize I'm dead. I died in the war. Then I wake up. Shit, Charlie said. That's a rough one. I dream about the Japanese. On the level, I see them screaming in the water, eyes looking at me from faces covered in oil, clothes blown off by the blast, the sea covered in oil and on fire. Shit, Percy said. Yeah, shit. In other dreams, he relived the fight with the Mizukaze. Bodies of the deck gun crew flew apart under cannon fire. Captain Hunter said, "Very well," just before the conning tower exploded in a blinding flash. Shit. So, what do you like to do for fun? Percy said. Charlie enjoyed doing many things, but he couldn't name something he did just for fun. He'd grown up without a father during the hard times of the Depression. Work was all he knew as long as he could remember. He said, "Hang out with my girl, I guess." That hot little number at the dance hall? That's Evie. There's also Jane, an army nurse. The mattress rustled overhead. Percy peered over the edge of the bed, looking at Charlie upside down. You have 2 girls. The truth is, I don't really have either one of them. Yeah, I understand. But you have 2 girls. Percy's face disappeared. The mattress rustled again as the man settled on his back. Never would have pictured you juggling the ladies, Harrison. You strike me as the earnest family type. I'll get there eventually. Who's it going to be? Evie reminds me of home. Jane reminds me of the war. Percy snorted. Sounds like an easy choice to me. You'd be surprised. You're an interesting guy, Harrison. I hope you survive all this. Make one of those girls a happy lady. You too. So, what do you do for fun, besides drink and play banjo, Percy? I'm nuts about bowling. Charlie closed his eyes and listened. Smokey shook him awake what felt like seconds later. Chapter 16. Daylight Run. Sand Tiger barreled toward the center of Area 1 in broad daylight. The orange morning sun set the horizon afire, the sea opal and emerald, Japan a mere smudge on the horizon to port. Charlie could spare no attention for sightseeing. However striking, the vista was hostile territory. The water home to warships, the clouds perfect camouflage for planes that might come howling from the sky. From his position on the bridge, he scanned the view with his binoculars. He kept the same reduced number of lookouts, but shortened their watch to 2 hours. While Sand Tiger ran the gauntlet, he wanted the men to have fresh eyes at all times. So far, so good. They hadn't had to dive yet. The lookouts were quiet. None of the typical banter that involved home, women, or riding each other's ass without quarter. Everybody was on edge today. One of the sailors called out, "Plane, far, bearing 280, elevation 4000, crossing the stern." "Very well," Charlie said. No threat. They'd spotted 4 planes, all at a far enough distance to cause little worry. 3 ships as well, all on the horizon. Liebold emerged from the hatch with 2 fresh lookouts. "Permission to relieve you." "Granted," Charlie said. The sailors went below as the new lookouts scrambled up the shears. "You'd better get down below, too," Liebold said. He was right, but Charlie wanted to stick around. He hated the idea of being below decks. Up here, he could see the enemy coming and act. Sand Tiger had been moving in daylight for 2 hours. Just 1 more hour and they could travel submerged the rest of the way if necessary. "You still sore?" Charlie ventured. "Leave it alone." "I will if you quit moping. We need you, Jack." "What do you want from me?" "I modified the lousy torpedoes, every single one." Charlie shook his head. He couldn't break through. He hated being on the outs with Liebold. The man had been the closest thing he'd had to a friend on Sabretooth. He started for the hatch, squinting in the sun's glare. And jumped. A black dot in the sun, growing larger. "Dive!" Charlie shouted into the intercom. "Clear the bridge! Move!" The men slid down the ladder into the control room. Charlie spun the center wheel to dog the hatch. "Hatch secured!" He dropped into the conning tower as the boat angled down. "Plane approaching maybe 5 miles. "Take it easy," Moreau said. "Control, take it down. Emergency." Sand Tiger clawed toward her test depth of 300 feet. Charlie grabbed a handhold and looked up. The plane had been far away, but it moved a lot faster than the boat. Recon planes traveled at speeds topping 200 miles an hour. Many carried bombs big enough to smash a hole in a submarine. Right now, the plane might be zeroing in on the swirling bubbles that marked Sand Tiger's plunge into the sea. "Recommend evasive action, Captain," Charlie said. "Steady as you go," Moreau replied. Percy. "Passing 100 feet, Skipper." Charlie checked his watch. The plane would have crossed the 5-mile distance in 45 seconds. It should be overhead by now. "Maybe he didn't have any bombs," he guessed. "Or didn't see us at all," Percy said. "Maybe the little bastard saw us and marked our position with smoke for bombers," Moreau taunted. "Maybe he radioed the nearest naval base, which is now firing tin cans at us. You can maybe yourself right into a straitjacket." Percy smiled. "Maybe we should focus on what we know?" Moreau sat in his old lawn chair, which sagged under his weight. "Attaboy. A plane showed up, we dived. It don't change a thing." Taking a cue from the captain, the sailors relaxed at their stations. For the next half hour, though, nobody said anything unrelated to his job. Nixon came to relieve Percy in the conning tower. Again, Charlie stuck around. Moreau hauled himself to his feet. "Control, bring us back up to periscope depth." Down in the control room, the plainsman turned the large brass wheels that angled the boat. Sand Tiger rose toward the surface and leveled off. The captain raised his thumbs. He hugged the periscope as it rose from its well, slowly rotating for a good look all around. "We're clear," he said. "Downscope. Rig the surface. Let's get back at it." "Recommend we keep the negative ballast tanks partially flooded," Charlie said. "It'll slow us down a bit, but we'll be able to dive faster." Moreau threw him the stink eye. "Jack's got the watch, exec. Nixon's doing the plotting. You're in everybody's way. Go do it somewhere else." Charlie stormed off to the wardroom for a cup of coffee. Percy strummed his banjo in one of the chairs with his feet propped under another. "Man, you look like a coiled spring," the communications officer said. "We're running the Sea of Japan in broad daylight. Every officer should stay on duty in case something goes wrong. I should be assistant diving officer now." The old man likes to keep it lean. Does he have to gamble with everything he does? Percy lit a Lucky Strike and dropped it in the ashtray next to him. "Remember when I asked you what you like to do for fun? This is when that thing comes in handy. You've got to hang loose to make it in the boats." Rusty had said almost the exact same thing to him on the 55. Charlie frowned as he poured himself a cup of coffee. "I guess. I play banjo, the captain plays poker, Nixon builds shit like that contraption in the control room that makes ice cream that tastes like diesel. Who the hell knows what Liebold does with his time?" He chuckled. "Sticks, pins, and dolls, maybe. You? All I ever see you do is work. You gotta blow off some steam, man. Honestly, sometimes you make me nervous." For Charlie, the harder part of serving as XO wasn't doing his duty, it was letting it go. "How about you teach me to play a song on that banjo?" Percy grinned. "Man, I got something better. An instrument far more worthy for an officer and a gentleman." He pulled a shiny object from the breast pocket of his wrinkled aloha shirt. A harmonica. The 1MC popped. Charlie stiffened. Moreau. Dive, dive, dive. Percy said, "Hey, I'm teaching you. Pay attention. First thing is make a note. Anybody can do that. Pick any of these holes and blow in it." Charlie learned the harmonica while the submarine surfaced and dived like an underwater roller coaster. At last, when Sand Tiger reached sight of the convoy's track, she dived again and waited for dark. Chapter 17. Blood in the Water. At sunset, Sand Tiger surfaced and raced to the hunt, west by northwest on a parallel track to the convoy bearing 300 degrees true. The approach had begun. At 01:30, the attack would commence. The hours rolled past. In the conning tower, the officers and sailors performed their duties with tedious precision. For Charlie, this was the anxious time, not just because of the imminence of action, nor the possibility every man here might meet his maker by the end of the night. During the approach, vital equipment broke down. Planes suddenly zoomed overhead. An escort zigged instead of zagged. Commanders with long hours between life and death decisions second-guessed themselves. Charlie had experienced it during his brief command of Sabretooth. A leak had nearly prevented the boat from diving in the track of Japanese warships. If Jane hadn't steeled his nerve, he wouldn't have attacked at all. Topside, the radar swiveled on its mast, sweeping the sea for contacts. The radar man hunched in the green glow of the PPI scope. Concentric rings delineated ranges from 100 to 1,000 yards. Bearing lines radiated from the center. Blips winked to life on the cathode tube screen. Ships along with relative sizes, positions, and distances. An instant snapshot of the tactical situation. As far as anybody knew, the Japanese didn't have radar, like the bathythermograph, an amazing invention. That was how Charlie had been able to. Moreau knew that, but captains often check their officers and themselves by asking. Moreau looked at the time. "We're going to do an end around." In football, a trick play. The quarterback does a handoff to a receiver crossing the backfield, who then runs or throws it. In submarine warfare, it described new doctrine pioneered by fighting captains like Moreau. If a submerged submarine was too far away from her target, she surfaced once the target had gone over the hill. Then she ran on the surface ahead of him and submerged in his track, ready to shoot when he approached. "Message from Red Horse, Captain," the yeoman said. "Merci beaucoup, yo." His lips moved while he read. Bad news, Charlie sensed. The captain moved to the plotting table. Charlie, Nixon, and Leibold joined him there. He slapped the paper down. "The Commodore has a battle plan." Moreau swept his finger across the plot. "Rickard wants us to go far ahead of the convoy. Red Horse and Warmouth will attack, sink some of them, and draw off the escorts. The rest of the ships will run for Saishin, right into us." Charlie nodded. It sounded good to him. The survivors would be easy pickings. "Aye, aye, Captain," Leibold said. He liked the idea, too. "Uh-huh. You say aye, aye like I gave an order. Did I do that?" The torpedo officer stiffened. "No, Captain. Rickard didn't give me an order either. He made a suggestion. We're attacking." "Aye, aye, Captain." "Attaboy." Moreau crumpled the message in his fist and left it on the table. "Charlie, call the men to general quarters." The words galvanized the officers and sailors. Charlie removed the mic from the 1MC call box and keyed for public address. "Battle stations, torpedo." The helmsman gripped the general alarm handle and pulled it out and down. The gonging alarm reverberated through the boat like a surge of electric current. Everywhere hands rushed to stations. Charlie readied himself for his duties as assistant approach officer. Leibold took his place at the TDC, which whirred as it warmed up. Nixon joined Percy's tracking party. During combat, he'd serve as assistant diving officer. He'd run the conning tower while Moreau and Charlie fought on the bridge. The telephone talker said, "All compartments report battle stations manned." "The crew is at general quarters, Captain," Charlie confirmed. "Very well," Moreau said. "Yo, when we're on station and set up to attack, radio Rickard's boat. Confirm, message received." "Aye, aye, Captain," the yeoman said. "Oh, And tell him I said balls." The yeoman walked away puzzled. The men laughed at their stations. Charlie checked the time. 01:05. He put on his windbreaker and red goggles and strung his binoculars around his neck. He was ready to mount to the bridge. The radar man called out new bearings. The convoy steamed ahead at a leisurely pace without zigzagging, blissfully ignorant that American submarines targeted them. Unaware blood was in the water, the sharks circling. "Less than 500 miles from this very spot, Tojo's snoring in his bed," Moreau said, as if thinking aloud. "Dreaming about eating sushi in Washington." Hideki Tojo had served as the Japanese Empire's prime minister since October 1941. He'd ordered the attack on Pearl Harbor. Along with Hitler, he was one of the two most hated men in America. "He's about to get a rude awakening, Skipper," Percy said. "Least we can do to him for dragging our asses all the way out here to the other side of the world." "Hell of a thing," the captain muttered, adrift in his thoughts. He should wonder. Since the war's beginning, the submarines had sunk some 400 enemy ships. In exchange, America had lost 17 boats and the 1,000 officers and sailors who manned them. With aggressive new doctrines, skippers and fleet boats and technology, the tide had begun to turn. Moreau grinned. "This could be a very good night." Charlie tingled with the same sense of the sweep of history. He remembered his duties and checked the clock again. "Permission to go topside, Captain?" "Yep." The captain pulled on his windbreaker. "I'm right behind you." Together they mounted to the bridge where the quartermaster and his lookouts kept watch. "We don't have eyes on them yet, Skipper," Smokey said. Charlie brought the binoculars to his eyes and peered into the darkness. Another cool, clear night. The seas reflected starlight and the beam of a waxing crescent moon. Across these serene waters, Sand Tiger charged the enemy on growling engines, batteries warm and full of juice, battle stations manned by a well-drilled crew, torpedoes ready for loading. The situation was developing quickly now. The approach neared its terminus of violent action. One by one, the Japanese ships popped into view. Charlie called out, "Contact!" Chapter 18. Wolfpack. Charlie jammed his binoculars into the target-bearing transmitter bracket. Mounted on a swivel base, the TBT sent bearing information directly to the TDC. Using it, submarine commanders could direct surface attacks from the bridge. The leading troopships steamed dead ahead, big black shapes on a dark gray sea. Small bow wakes. The lead escort prowled far off the starboard bow. "Con, bridge," Moreau barked. "Give me a range on the lead transports." 3,000, Nixon replied over the intercom. "Stay on the ship in their starboard column. Keep the ranges coming." Overhead, the radar antenna spun on its mast, updating the conning tower. "I've got the TBT on that ship," Charlie said. "Angle on the bow is port 10 and opening. Speed 10 knots. He's a big ocean liner. That's our bow shot. We'll fire a spread of 4 fish. We'll hit his running buddy with another 4 from the stern tubes." Charlie described the ship in as much detail as possible. The high freeboard, large single smokestack, tall masts. It stood proud on the water, a regal ship, moving at reduced speed so the convoy's slower ships could keep up. "Ikawa Maru class," the captain said. 12,000 tons. Used to run the Japan-Seattle line before he got turned into a troop ferry." Nixon. "Range 2900. Charlie turned the TBT toward the other lead ship, which had a taller prow and bridge castle. Angle on the bow, starboard 10 and widening as the range closed. Moreau had aimed Sand Tiger almost exactly between the convoy's columns. "Terrakuni Maru class," the captain said. 12,000 tons. This is quite the operation the Japs have going on. "Con, bridge, reduce speed to 1/3. Nixon, where's that tin can to starboard?" "Range 3500, Captain." The old Momi-class destroyer steamed on, oblivious. For nearly 2 years, the Sea of Japan had been safe from the threat of American ships. For the Japanese, tonight was just another routine ferry run. "Forward room make ready to tubes," Moreau said. "Order is 1, 2, 3, 4. Set depth at 14 feet. High speed. Stand by on 5 and 6. A slight tremor vibrated through the hull as the outer torpedo doors opened. Liebold had told the captain the Mark 14 torpedoes ran 10 to 15 feet deeper than their rating. The liners steamed with a deep draft, even deeper while fully loaded. At 14 feet, Moreau could hit the hull under the waterline with 7 to 12 feet to spare. Nixon, 2500. The time, 0120. At what range do you plan to shoot, Captain? Charlie asked. When I see the whites of their eyes. I'm going to get as close as possible and hit 'em with everything we got. Nixon, call for battle stations. Gun action. The alarm sounded below. Helmeted sailors poured from the gun hatch. The crew unlimbered the powerful 5-inch deck gun under Smokey's direction. Others mounted the 50 caliber and 40 millimeter Bofors anti-aircraft guns. Just the captain's style. The captain planned to meet the first two ships with torpedoes, then steam down the column, shooting at anything that moved. The weapons of choice being torpedoes, deck guns, and good old-fashioned terror. If the boat had to dive quickly, the crew would have to leave the guns topside and lose them for good. Another gamble. With 3 submarines, 2 escorts, and a whole lot of confusion, the captain likely wouldn't have to dive until he was ready. The ocean liners carried armaments as well. AA and 150 millimeter naval guns. At point-blank range, it'd be hard for either side to miss. 1900. After rooms, make ready to tubes, Moreau said. Order is 1, 2, 3, 4. Set depth at 14 feet. High speed. Another tremor as the outer doors opened. Water poured in to flood the stern tubes. Sand Tiger was now ready to shoot from her bow and stern. Charlie kept the TBT zeroed on the Hikawa, which grew larger by the moment. The wind ruffled his hair. The engine's exertions throbbed through the hull. You know, Charlie, the captain said, I expected more bloodlust from you. Thought you'd be talking about killing Japs all the time. I don't want to kill anybody, sir. I want to sink ships and win the war. Uh-huh. Charlie hated the Japanese, but only in the general sense. Even Tojo, Hirohito, and Yamamoto were just abstractions to him. He didn't think all Japanese were evil any more than he believed all Americans were good. What he hated was the Japanese Empire and its brutality toward countless millions. To him, it was evil and deserved destruction. Anyway, Charlie said, talking isn't doing. Moreau barked a laugh. True enough. Nixon, 1700. The time, 0124. Sand Tiger advanced undetected. With her gray silhouette and very small profile, she blended into the sea. An alert lookout might have spotted her from either of the troop ships. The Japanese weren't on the ball tonight, however. Angle on the bow, port 60, Captain. Calm, bridge, left full rudder. Come left to 030. Sand Tiger labored to swing her 1,500 tons as the Hikawa approached. Inside the big liner, hundreds, maybe even thousands of soldiers snored in their quarters. The captain conned the boat right up to the front of the Japanese formation and lined up a beautiful bow shot. Bridge, con, the escort's veering off and approaching fast. Very well, Moreau said. A sharp lookout on the Momi had seen something. The destroyer's captain wanted a closer look. A future problem. He wasn't a threat. Not yet. The time, 0129. He's coming on, Charlie said. The Hikawa's track was only 1,000 yards away. When the ocean liner's jackstaff reached his crosshairs, he pressed the TBT's transmit button. The TBT automatically sent the target bearing to Liebold down in the conning tower. Final bearing, mark. Range 1,000 yards. Angle on the bow, 90 port. Stand by forward. Set below, the bridge speaker blared. Shoot any time. Moreau said, Shoot. Sand Tiger shuddered as she hurled her first shot at the liner. One's away. Another jolt. Two's away. Three's away. Four's away. Forward. Reload tubes 1 and 2. Shift targets. Charlie wrenched the binoculars free and raced to the afterbridge TBT mounted on the cigarette deck. New target. Stand by aft. Final bearing. Mark. Set below. Moreau. Shoot. 4 more kicks as Sand Tiger loosed her torpedoes into the sea. The spread reached for the unsuspecting ocean liner. Moreau and Charlie returned to the forward bridge TBT to watch the fireworks. At 1,000 yards, Sand Tiger could hardly miss a target that big. The liner would steam directly into their path. The momentum of his powerful engines would carry him forward, allowing the other fish to strike along his side. As long as the torpedoes worked. "Where's that tin can now?" Moreau said. 200 on the starboard quarter, range 3,000, Nixon said. "Very well. Sound, stay on our fish. All fish running hot, straight and normal." A flash yellowed the sky off the starboard beam. A moment later, a hollow boom rolled across the water. Then another. "That's Red Horse," Moreau said. "Rick had got a hit." "The escort's on a new bearing, 010, Captain." The Momi was speeding toward Red Horse. "Beautiful," said Moreau. Night turned to bright yellow day as a colossal roar punched the atmosphere. Sand Tiger trembled in the aftershock. Then the world turned black again. "Solid hit on the port bow," Charlie said, his heart pounding. The next torpedo exploded directly under the center mast. The third struck closer to the stern. The Goliath's screws stopped. His whistle shrieked loud and long, part warning to the other ships, part cry for help. Moreau. "Right full rudder." Boom! "Mother of God!" one of the lookouts breathed. Boom, boom. 3 successive detonations along the Terrakuni's side. Charlie grabbed hold of the gunwale as the boat rocked under him. 3 hits. A textbook attack. Moreau chuckled. "Well, I say this for Jack Lebo. He knows his way around torpedoes." Another gamble that paid off. More flashes in the distance. Warmouth was in action. Whistles shrilled from every ship in the convoy. Tracers zipped across the dark as they fired in all directions. Billowing smoke, the Hikawa groaned and listed, offering a clear view of his massive funnel. Figures swarmed across the slanting deck toward the lifeboats. Astern, the Terrakuni was dead in the water but still floating on an even keel. Clacks and alarms blared. Ranks of soldiers mustered in good order on the deck, waiting their turn to climb into the lifeboats. "Reload completed on number 1 tube," the conning tower reported. A searchlight glared across the bridge. Seconds later, a hill of water rose from the sea close aboard. "The Terrakuni's shooting at us," Charlie said. "Smokey," Moreau snarled. "Take out that goddamn gun." "Fire!" the quartermaster roared. The deck gun hurled a shell at the liner and struck him amidships. The 50 cal and Bofors guns swept the decks before focusing on the bridge. Japanese soldiers toppled where they stood or threw themselves to the sloping deck. Charlie expected Moreau to order the helmsman to steady the boat and ring up flank speed, get the hell out of here in search of fresh prey. But he didn't. The boat continued turning toward the Terrakuni. Smoke blossomed as the naval gun fired again. The round tore the air overhead before punching the water with a terrific splash. "Goddamn yellow monkeys," Moreau raged. "Charlie, get on the TBT. We're going to teach these nips a lesson." "Aye, aye, Captain." Sand Tiger's weaponry directed its fire at the Terrakuni's gun. Twisted pieces of metal and bodies flew in the air. "Forward, make ready to bow tubes. Order is 1, 5, 6. I'm going to shoot our last wad at that goddamn sumbitch." Another flash in the distance. 2 more. Warmouth pounding another target. "Meet her," Moreau said. "Rudder amidships." "Range 1100, Charlie cried. "Speed 0. Angle on the bow 0. Final bearing, mark." He followed procedure, though the TDC wasn't necessary. The Terrakuni was 5 football fields long and barely moving. A straight shot at point-blank range. "Set below." "Shoot!" Moreau howled as if possessed. Sand Tiger bucked as she pushed another 3,000-pound torpedo into the sea, then another and another. The deck gun crashed as it fired another shell. Sand Tiger's gun crew labored to reload with feverish bloodlust. Nixon. "All fish running hot, straight and normal." One of the escorts fired a salvo in the distance. Thunder rumbled in the deep as both destroyers randomly dumped depth charges. This wasn't a battle anymore. It was a massacre. Torpedoes streaked toward the liner's shattered side and detonated in 3 successive blasts. Sand Tiger flinched at the detonations. The Terrakuni listed rapidly as the sea rushed into the ship and flooded his guts. Crowds of screaming soldiers slid down the deck and splashed into the sea. Astern, the dying Hikawa lay surrounded by a floating carpet of debris, lifeboats, and men treading water. Waves of smoke and steam rose from the groaning hulk. "Con, bridge," Moreau said. "Turn us around again and send up a security detail." He turned to Charlie. "We're going to take prisoners." "Aye, aye," Charlie answered, exhausted. As far as the eye could see, troop ships burned on the sea, sinking. The escorts remained at least 2 miles away, chasing the rest of the wolf pack. Another explosion rocked the Terrakuni, breaking his back. The loudest noise Charlie ever heard. A wall of flame shot high into the air and bloomed in a massive fireball. Sand Tiger shook in the aftermath. "That's his boiler," the captain shouted over the roar. Charlie stared transfixed as the liner raised itself in the water before crashing back down. The hungry sea rushed up to consume him. The ship rolled with a groan, crushing hundreds of soldiers flailing in the water. Oil bled outward in an expanding slick. Then the proud giant went down, an exhilarating and horrible sight. Chapter 19. Prisoners of War. Sand Tiger reduced her speed as she waded into the floating wreckage. The security detail boiled from the gun hatch with their Thompsons, Garans, and bars. Ready to fight, they stopped and gawked at the sight of the wreckage around the vast, dying ocean liner. Japanese soldiers and sailors huddled in crowded lifeboats. Most treaded water, heads bobbing in the seas. The men in the boats turned away from their enemy. They refused even to look at the Americans they feared and disdained. The submariners must have been quite a sight to them. Long-haired, bearded, grimy, eyes burning with hatred and a gloating sense of victory. Charlie's ears still rang from the detonations. "Look at 'em," Moreau said. "Look how many got off in time. The Jap Navy will pick them up by morning. Should have finished him like I did the Terrakuni." Besides its crew of some 200 officers and sailors, the Terrakuni could have been carrying as many as 2,000 troops packed in its rooms. Almost all went to the bottom with their supplies and equipment. "Yes, sir," Charlie said, though he didn't begrudge survivors. A shot rang out. Another. A sailor cried, "They're shooting at us!" The sailors shouldered their weapons and fired with howls of rage. The Beauforts joined in, dropping rounds across the screaming soldiers. Blood sprayed in the air. The 50 cal chewed up a lifeboat and turned it into splinters in seconds. "Cease fire!" Charlie roared. "Stop your firing!" The men either didn't hear him or pretended they didn't. He ran down to the deck waving his arms. "Cease fire, God damn it!" One by one the sailors lowered their smoking weapons, wide-eyed and panting. Corpses floated in the water among the shell-shocked survivors. The crew had killed perhaps 20 Japanese in the brief assault. "They fired first, Mr. Harrison," Smokey said. The quartermaster looked as stunned as the Japanese by what happened. Charlie seethed. It was one thing to return fire against the enemy, another to shoot indiscriminately into hundreds of helpless men. The first was war, the second a war crime. "Bag some prisoners so we can get the hell out of here." "Aye, aye. Come on, Artie, give me a hand here. I see a live one." Smokey reached down among the floating corpses. The soldier flinched away from his hands with an anguished cry. "Stay still, goddammit! Here's another one. Get him quick!" The soldier lowered his head, gulped a mouthful of water, and went under. The sailor reared back. "Jesus Christ, did you see that?" "Holy God!" another shouted. 2 more soldiers had similarly chosen death over captivity. The sailors, full of themselves and their victory, fell silent. They regarded the suicides with superstitious awe. Who were these Japs? "Banzai!" a soldier shouted from a lifeboat. "Banzai!" others called out. "Banzai! Banzai! Banzai!" Charlie spotted an overturned boat. "There! Lift it up and look under it." The sailors crowded around and raised the boat, exposing a soldier and another man who appeared to be a sailor, one of the doomed liner's crew. They grabbed the men and hauled them dripping onto the deck. The sailor cowered at the hateful faces glaring down at him. He shrieked in terror. The soldier knelt on the deck, head bowed in shame. "They attacked Pearl Harbor," the captain said. "Look at 'em now." "Get the prisoners below in the forward torpedo room, Smokey," Charlie ordered. "I expect them to be treated in accordance with the Articles of War." The quartermaster looked from the captain to Charlie. "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison. It'll be as you say." "Secure the guns," Moreau bawled. "Clear the topsides." The submarine backed away from the sinking wreck. The men secured the deck gun and stowed the machine guns. Charlie rejoined the captain on the bridge. "Captain, the men, that's 400 sons of heaven right there treading water. Someday, our Marines might have to fight 'em on some island. Think about that. I wish I could kill 'em all, because 1,000 Japs ain't worth even one of our boys." "It doesn't change what happened, sir. Killing 1,000 men in a ship earned you a medal. That was war. Killing helpless men in the water could get you court-martialed. They called that murder." The laws of war were hard to understand. For Charlie, they boiled down to the golden rule. He fought the enemy the way he wanted them to fight him. One day the Japanese might capture him, and they'd remember this. "You need to get your story straight, exec," Moreau growled. "The boys returned fire. That's what I saw." And that's how he'd report it to ComSubPac. Unless Charlie wanted to wash out of the Navy as a pariah, his hands were tied. "Roger, Captain." He wasn't after justice in any case. He joined the submarines to fight the Japanese Empire and find himself, meet the man he really was. He wanted that man to be a source of pride and never shame, shame that would follow him for life. The memory of seeing his crew spray the Japanese with small arms made him sick in his gut. He had a feeling it would stay with him a long time. "They got warrior culture, these Japs," Moreau said. "Think they're some kind of master race. Think their emperor is a god. They'll never love us. The only thing they respect is force. When we're done, they sure as hell will respect us." "Yes, sir," he said. "But self-respect is important, too." The captain cut Charlie with his stare. Charlie remembered Smokey's advice. Don't hold anything back. Attack the Japs with everything you've got. The captain fought the war his way, all in, to the line and sometimes across it. His former execs hadn't always gone along. One by one, Moreau banished them. "You are treading on some thin ice, number 2. Charlie had already crossed a line himself, and there was no turning back now. "The story is fine for the official record, sir, but if there's a next time the crew shoots at unarmed men, I expect not to be the only officer stopping it. They're going to have to live with what they did the rest of their lives." "Point taken," Moreau said. "Now get out of my sight." "Aye, aye, Captain." "Hey, Charlie." He paused in the hatch. "Sir?" "You want self-respect?" The captain swept his hand across the vista of broken and burning ships. "That's where you'll find it. Nowhere else in this war. You remember that." Chapter 20. Tanaka. Charlie entered the forward torpedo compartment and found the prisoners surrounded by curious submariners. Likely most, if not all of them, had never been this close to a Japanese person before. These men were the hated enemy. Propaganda had elevated them to mythical creatures, like vampires or werewolves. He glowered at the sailors who shrank back. "Did you search them?" Smokey handed over wet papers. "This is all they had on them." One of the men knelt while hugging his ribs, shivering. His eyes rolled with fear. Dressed in a white uniform, he was likely a sailor serving on the liner. The other man wore a dark green, single-breasted tunic open over a collarless white undershirt. Trousers covered his legs. An army officer about Charlie's age. Charlie rifled through the waterlogged papers. Identity documents, probably, along with personal letters. All undecipherable to him. In Japanese characters, the ink smeared by seawater. The officer stared at him. His eyes flickered to the letters. Charlie handed them over. The man accepted them with a nod and began laying them on the deck to dry. He extended the rest to the sailor, who shrank back with a loud cry. Charlie crouched in front of him. "Take it easy. What's your name and rank? Do you speak English?" The man didn't understand, transfixed with fear. "You hungry? You want some food?" he mimed, eating. The sailor cried out again and covered his face with his hands. Charlie mimed eating some more, but gave up. "What's with him?" The officer said in thickly accented English, "He is afraid of you." "You speak English?" "A little. He does not." "Why is he afraid of me?" "He told Americans torture prisoners. Eat them." The torpedo man grinned. "You thought you wanted to cook 'em, Mr. Harrison? I don't see the humor," Charlie growled. He held out the papers to the officer. "Give these to him. Tell him we don't eat people. It's ridiculous he believes that." The officer spoke rapidly to the sailor. The string of harsh sentences sounded like commands. The sailor wiped his eyes and muttered, "Hey." "The water ruined your letters," Charlie said. "No matter. I remember words. My sword is at sea bottom. Letters all I have left to fight with." "What's your name and rank?" "First Lieutenant Tanaka Akio, Infantry, Army of the Greater Japanese Empire." "Thank you, Tanaka. Smokey, write that down." "If you wish to call me by my given name, it is Akio," the officer said stiffly. "My family name is Tanaka. In Japan, family name come first. To you, however, I am Lieutenant Tanaka." "Good to know you, Lieutenant. I'm Lieutenant Charles Harrison, this boat's executive officer. What about your friend here?" Tanaka pulled a cloth field cap with a short peak and neck flap from his jacket and wrung it out over the deck. "I do not know him. I will ask." More rapid-fire Japanese. "Merchant Marine, Assistant Cook, Ando Aichi." Charlie's anger receded as the thrill of talking to the enemy asserted itself. That and the burning question. Why? Why did they start this war? Why were they fighting? Why did they hate America so much? Instead, he asked, "What's your unit?" 180th Infantry Division, 25th Regiment. "Why are you out here? Where were you going?" "Manchukuo to join Kwantung Defense Army. No more fighting for us." "No," Charlie said. "No more fighting for you." "No more fighting for my men." The lieutenant stared at Charlie, his eyes hard black stones. "My platoon is dead in sea." Surprising how open the Japanese officer was to providing information. Japan had agreed to the Geneva Convention of 1929, but Lieutenant Tanaka might not know it even existed. The military didn't expect its soldiers to surrender. It therefore didn't train them to seek the treaty's protections. "When you say Manchukuo, do you mean Manchuria?" "Yes, that is your name for it." "What was the name of the ship you were on?" "Royaru Maru, means royal, like king." "Where were you stationed before posting to Manchuria?" "In Philippines." Charlie frowned. "Did you serve on Mindanao?" On Mindanao, an IJA platoon had raped Angela Lopez to death and then cut off her head. That was how Jane told it. "No," Tanaka said. "Luzon." "Since the beginning of the war?" He remembered Japan had been at war since 1937. "Your war against America, I mean?" "Yes." "Goddamn, sir," Smokey said. "Ask him if he was at Bataan." After American and Filipino forces defending the Bataan Peninsula collapsed, the Japanese force marched them 60 miles north to a prison camp in Balanga. 80,000 men, already depleted by combat, hunger, and disease. The Japanese beat them at will, drove trucks over those too weak to walk, bayoneted others who couldn't keep up, Thousands died. Back home, the press called it the Bataan Death March. You and your friends should be terrified, being captured by us, Charlie snarled. You have no right to ask for fair treatment the way you treated us in Bataan. Senjinku, Code of Battlefield Conduct, make surrender not allowed, Tanaka said. My family will be told I am dead because soldiers not allowed surrendering. Surrender is dishonor. To say goodbye to country and family, to be like dog. Your men surrendered. Some soldiers treated them as dishonorable. Charlie had made an enemy of the captain. And for what? Men like Tanaka? He was angry with the captain, disappointed in himself. The only dishonor is torturing and murdering prisoners. You dishonored yourselves by doing that. You do things in war. You carry them around like field pack. They get heavier and heavier. Then they become part of you. You do not plan this. It just happens. It is war. You shot my men in water with your machine guns. You are Kaizoku, sea robber. I am not proud of some things I did. Are you? Charlie stood. That's enough for now. Smokey, I want an armed guard detailed to these prisoners at all times. Get them some dry clothes. Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison. May I ask question? Tanaka said. You can ask, Lieutenant. Why are you here? You are very far from home. To sink ships, Charlie told him. Teach your people there's no point to fighting. Nowhere is safe. Our navy grows every month. You can't win this war. Japanese people will never be told of ships sinking. Nobody can admit you sinking our ships. We not allowed losing. You need understand. Understand what exactly? You cannot win this war. We fight to death, every one of us. If we have 10 lives, we give them all to Emperor. But you don't, Charlie said, and left the prisoners. Chapter 21. Passing in the Night. Sand Tiger raced north until the burning ships became sparks on the horizon that one by one winked out. The world became black again under a sea of stars. Northerly winds stirred up swells. The submarine pitched gently on the water. At 02:30, the captain gave his executive officer the con and went below for a few hours of sleep. Charlie scanned the darkness with his binoculars. Despite his exhaustion, he stayed alert. Now that the battle was over, he had to be sparing with his radar sweeps. I don't know how you do it, Smokey, Charlie said. You never seem to get tired. I'll sleep when I'm dead, Mr. Harrison. He lowered the binoculars and eyed the quartermaster. You all right? After a while, Smokey said, It's like the man said, Mr. Harrison. It's war. Knowing those Japs were at Bataan, I don't feel much of anything. We're not like them. I heard a story about Japs pretending to surrender at Guadalcanal. Once our guys got close, they started shooting. They leave their wounded behind with a grenade, hoping to take out one of our medics. Maybe we should be a little more like them if we want this war to end. Charlie had heard the same. He'd also heard of submarines taking ears and bones from the Japanese dead and mailing them home as souvenirs. He remembered Quiet Bill's warning this war would get nastier and bloodier the longer it went on. Charlie refused to play along. War itself may have been dishonorable, but it should be conducted with honor. He decided to drop the subject. Con, Bridge, Sugar Jig, give me a sweep on the PPI. Nixon acknowledged. A minute later, he said, Contact. Charlie frowned. What sort of contact? Report. Cole picked up a wavering on the PPI. He thinks it's another radar. Whatever it is, it's small. Smaller than a DD. A PT boat? Maybe. Maybe a submarine. Target bearing 150-355 relative. Range 2 miles. Speed 20 knots. One of ours? Smokey asked. The Japs don't have radar, do they? Charlie chewed his lip. They might. If they did have radar, they'd save it for important ships. No PT boat would raid it. A submarine? Nixon, secure the radar. Come right to 035. Send a message to Red Horse and Warmouth. Find out if they're in this area. Aye, aye. And Nixon, tell the forward room to stand by. Sand Tiger breasted the swells, holding course. The range shrank to 3,000 yards. Charlie ordered short radar sweeps at irregular intervals. The target maintained its heading of 195. Con, Bridge, any word from Red Horse or Warmouth? We just got a message. Warmouth. It's not them. When they'd left the battle, the two destroyers had been hunting Red Horse. He might not have surfaced yet. Or that might be him out there in the dark. Call battle stations, Charlie said. A short time later, Nixon reported, Battle stations manned. Captain's on the way to the con. He says to shoot the target when you're in range. Very well. Charlie slapped his binoculars into the TBT bracket. Forward room, make ready the tubes. Order of tubes is 1, 2. Set depth at 4 feet. High speed. Range, 2,100 yards. He could shoot at 2,000 yards, but it'd be a long shot. If he got any closer than that, he'd be inviting trouble. When submarines fought submarines, the winner was usually the one that spotted the other and fired first. If the enemy detected you during your approach, he could turn the tables in an instant. A submarine duel wasn't quite cat and mouse. It was more like cat hunting cat. He could dive, but the fast-moving target would zip away from him before he could get a shot. He decided to tough it out, try to get as close as possible before shooting his fish. He hoped to confirm the target was Japanese before shooting. I need eyes on him, Charlie said. Smokey, you see him yet? Not yet, sir. The window was closing. The target range would start expanding soon. He'd have to turn the boat around and give chase back to the battle scene, an area that in a short time would be swarming with IJN warships. I've got him, the quartermaster said. He's a submarine. One of ours? I can't tell yet. Bridge, Con, target has us on radar. At the radar station, the wavering radar waves steadied on the PPI screen. Stand by forward. Control, stand by to dive. I don't think he's one of ours, Smokey said. A light winked in the dark. Whoever he was, he'd spotted Sand Tiger. Get the blinker gun, Charlie barked. What do you want me to tell them? Something. Anything. Those aren't our recognition signals. We're shooting. Lights flashed between the submarines as they closed. Charlie pressed the TBT transmit button. Final bearing. Mark. The con replied. Set below. Shoot any time. Shoot. Sand Tiger bucked as the torpedo rushed into the sea. Jets of steam and phosphorescent bubbles marked its path across the water. One's away. Smokey snapped off random signals. Two's away. No response. The Japanese submarine had gone dark. Clear the bridge, Charlie shouted. Dive, dive, dive. The men slid down the hatch. Klaxon wailing, the boat was already angling into the water. Hatch secured, Smokey called out. The captain had the con. Take her down, emergency. Left full rudder. All ahead flank. Rig for silent running. Pressure in the boat. Green board. Seawater flooded the ballast tanks. The deck tilted as Sand Tiger penetrated the depths at a steep angle. The crew rigged for silent running. Compartment doors slammed shut. Blowers and motors turned off. Steering and depth control switched to manual operation. Non-essential crew reported to their bunks. Smokey counted seconds on his stopwatch the whole time. Charlie hoped to hear a boom, followed by the roar of a ship breaking apart. Depth 45 feet, he said. Control, close all vents. Take us to 200 feet, the captain said. At 90 seconds, Charlie gave up hope. The enemy sub had evaded his fish. Depth 185 feet, Charlie said. Control, blow negative. Helm, reduce speed to 1/3. Sand Tiger leveled off at the desired depth. Moreau ordered the sound heads rigged out. Sound, report. He went silent, Captain, the soundman said. Fear flickered across the captain's face, something Charlie never expected to see. We just went from hunter to hunted, Moreau said. Hours passed in silent running, but Sand Tiger made no further contact. The enemy submarine had disappeared. Chapter 22. Out for Blood. Sand Tiger surfaced and transmitted a contact report to Red Horse and Warmouth. Then she continued her northward trek, zigzagging. Come morning, she dived. Ocean movement, temperature, jettisoned garbage, depleted diesel, lost torpedoes, all of it affected trim, or how level the boat rested in the depths. Charlie ordered seawater pumped from forward to auxiliary, from auxiliary to after trim. Running on only 2 hours of sleep, he couldn't put it together. He was chasing the bubble. "Any time now, number 2, Moreau said from his lawn chair. He wiped sweat from his forehead as if he were in combat. Aye, Captain. Control, pump from auxiliary to after trim, 500 pounds. We got just 2 days left to kill Japs. The captain frowned as the boat shifted in the water. Mind your bubble, mister. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Percy looked from Charlie to the captain and back again. He'd seen execs wash out of Sand Tiger after getting on the captain's bad side. Control, pump after trim to sea, 500 pounds, Charlie said. 500 out, Control reported. At last. We've got good trim, Captain. Very well. The men have had enough rest. Call them to relax battle station. 2 days. We're going to make them count. Relaxed battle stations allowed the crew their normal rotation of work and leisure time, but required the combat section remain close to stations and ready to fight. What's our next move, Skipper? Percy asked. Back to Otaru to sink ships. He shouted down the hatch. Take us up to periscope depth, Chief. Percy nudged Charlie. What are they like, the prisoners? I'd like to go forward and look at them myself. Prod them with a stick or something. The lieutenant is a quiet man. Intense. He's seen a lot of the war. I've never even met a Jap before, the communications officer said. And here I am killing them. Did the officer have a samurai sword? Charlie rubbed his eyes and yawned. Apparently so. Lost in the sea. It'd be a gas to see one. I'm surprised how open he is about giving information. Intelligence is going to get a lot of good dope out of him. It's a Japanese way, Moreau cut in. When they surrender, they break all ties with the fatherland. They don't exist anymore. That must be nice in a way, Percy said. After growing up in a country run like a military boarding school. They're free men now. They're men with nothing to lose, the captain said. Keep a close eye on them. The sailor seemed friendly enough once he realized we don't plan to torture and eat him, Charlie said. He was an assistant cook on the liner. He planned to put the man to work in the kitchen, which always needed an extra pair of hands. Sand Tiger leveled off at periscope depth. The captain jerked his thumbs. He hugged the scope, slowly circling to get a 360 view. Tin can bearing 200, a pair of Zeeks, far, bearing 080. The Japs are out for blood after what we did to them last night. Down, scope. Charlie expected the Japanese to respond in force, but the news disappointed him anyway. Shipping would dry up across the Japan Sea for the next few days. By the time things settled down, Sand Tiger would be steaming back to Pearl. But not right away. She still had time before she had to return to base. Perhaps the captain would patrol the waters northeast of Honshu. Dangerous territory for submarines, but good hunting grounds. He could still do some good in the war before Moreau shit-canned him. Over the next 2 hours, periscope checks revealed nothing but destroyers and patrol boats swarming the surface. Meanwhile, an enemy submarine trolled the waters. As Moreau said, the hunter was now the hunted. Their watch ended, Charlie and Percy went to the wardroom for breakfast. Leibold sat in one of the chairs, coughing into his fist. Good morning. Morning. One day Charlie knew the chlorine gas would kill him. Waldron served breakfast all around. Bacon and eggs, hot coffee. I heard what you did last night, Leibold said. Stopping the men from machine-gunning the Japs. You did good, Charlie. Thanks. He returned Leibold's smile. At least he was off the torpedo officer's shit list. The captain wants an exec who's just like him. I'm not that guy. He turned to Percy. What happened to the last exec? Where did he end up? Trained sailors on an S-boat at Mare Island, the communications officer said, his cheeks bulging with food. He'll probably never fire a shot in anger again. Charlie picked at his eggs. Great. You could fight it, Liebold offered. I don't know. Moreau was god of this boat. If he wanted Charlie off submarines, that's all it took. Maybe I'm done. Now look on the bright side, Percy said. You could end up at Mare Island yourself. Marry that girl of yours, work on those hobbies, stay alive. I can think of worse fates. You're right, Charlie said, though he knew he'd miss the submarines. In the tedium, terror, cramped living conditions, stink, and claustrophobia, his restless spirit had somehow found a home. I was hoping to keep fighting, though. We'll win the war without you somehow, Harrison. Percy slurped his coffee. Though many of us won't survive it. Liebold cleared his throat. Good morning, Captain. Moreau entered the wardroom. I could eat a horse. As Liebold rose from his chair, he added, Stick around, Jack. We're going to have us a war council. Charlie had served under commanders who occasionally looked to his officers for advice. Moreau, who played his cards close to the chest, didn't. He leaned forward, wondering what the captain wanted to talk about. The Japan Sea is filling up with tin cans, the captain said, tucking into his bacon and eggs. Trying to flush us out. We got a Jap sub in the area. We'll check on Otaru, but my guess is the Marus are going to lie low for a while. The men watched him eat. Moreau looked up in irritation. So I won't advise. Go. Well, we made our point, didn't we? Percy said. We can just leave and hit them on the East Coast. We could also try our luck here, Liebold said. Something might turn up in 2 days, but I agree with Jerry. Better hunting on the Pacific side. Uh-huh, Moreau muttered, his mouth full of eggs. He gave Charlie the stink eye. What about you, Sunshine? Do we stay or go? I recommend we attack their destroyers, Charlie said. Oh, brother, Percy muttered. A dangerous idea, perhaps a little crazy, but it made sense. They'd come over 4,000 miles to maul the Japanese on their home turf, show them that nowhere was safe, that wherever they went, American submarines would be waiting. The destroyer was the submarine's natural enemy. Sleek, fast, and with a narrow draft, it proved hard to hit with torpedoes. Armed with big naval guns, it typically bested a submarine in a surface action. If the destroyer pinned the boat underwater, it used sonar to hunt until able to smash its prey with depth charges. Submarine skippers typically stayed well clear of them. Perhaps not this time. With this mission, they could show the IJN that nowhere was safe, and neither was any ship, even sub-killers. The submarines would sink them all. Attack their destroyers, the captain echoed. Yes, sir. You want us to take on their destroyers? Charlie nodded. Moreau's stern expression slipped into a grin. Then he laughed. Percy chuckled along nervously, his gaze shifting between the two men. Oh, Charlie, for a while there I saw a bright future for you as commander of the flat-top desk, the captain said, shooting torpedoes in the crapper. He added, It look like you out of the doghouse, boy. Let's bag us some tin cans before we head home. Chapter 23. Enemies. Charlie caught a few hours of sleep and awoke still exhausted. After coffee and a visit to the head, he read over department reports. Then a walk through the boat to make sure machines and crew had optimal function. He was back in Moreau's good graces, but he didn't trust it. He sensed his days were still numbered. If not this patrol, perhaps the next. Charlie wanted to destroy Japanese resources without unnecessary waste of life and thereby shorten the war. Moreau's outlook had a much broader scope. He hated every one of them personally. They kill one of ours, we kill 10 times theirs. Kill everything in sight. Charlie doubted they'd ever see eye to eye. He felt fine about that. In a way, their styles complemented each other. One tempered the other. but the captain wanted somebody as passionate about killing the Japanese as he was. As he passed the crew mess, the red-faced cook waved him over. "I just wanted to thank you for the extra man, and we're getting along famously." The Japanese sailor grinned and went back to peeling potatoes. "Glad to hear it," Charlie said. Sandtiger had a good cook. Despite the war, many days on patrol were tedious patterns of grinding routine. Food was the only thing to which the crew looked forward. "I'm teaching him English, Mr. Harrison. Right, IG? English?" "Fuck Tojo," IG declared with a bright grin. Charlie laughed despite himself. "Marine, asshole," the sailor declared. A bad joke. When Sandtiger reached Pearl, the crew would hand the prisoners over to the Marines for processing. Charlie shook his head. "Make sure he unlearns that before Pearl, Freddy." Then he visited Lieutenant Tanaka in the forward torpedo room. The man sat cross-legged on one of the empty torpedo skids, surrounded by his letters. His uniform had dried. He wore his tunic buttoned to the collar per regulation. Heavy socks, with a curious indent separating the big toe, covered his feet. "How goes it, Buster?" Charlie asked the watch. "Another fine Navy day, Mr. Harrison." The auxiliary man stood at the door with a .45 on his hip. "The prisoners are no trouble. The only excitement is the crew coming around. They're curious. You know how it is." "Lieutenant Tanaka, how are you today?" The Japanese officer looked up from his letters and shrugged. "I am alive. Smells terrible in ship. Gives me headache." Charlie laughed. "That's the diesel fumes, plus the stink of 60 men, and they don't call these boats sewer pipes for nothing." "You wish to interrogate me more?" "Now that you mention it, there's something I've always wondered. What does bonsai mean?" "It mean 10,000 years. Wish long life to Emperor." "I may ask you question. I hear men call you Harakiri. Why they say this?" "Long story. Another question for you. Why do you hate us so much?" "I do not hate you. I grew up in Fukui Prefecture. My family grew grapes, made wine. I was in university in Kyoto to study architecture. I learned English there. I thought about girls, classes, spending money. Kyoto had dance clubs and movie houses. I watched American movies. I admired you, with your big cars and motion pictures." Charlie sat on the edge of the skid. "How did you end up in the Army?" "After Marco Polo Bridge incident, we were at war with China. That was 1937. Everybody caught war fever. We looked up to soldiers as heroes. Father said, 'Army not for me.' He had government job in Kyoto, appointed by prefect. I did not see him very much growing up. I was raised by mother, 3 sisters." "Same here," Charlie said. "My dad died when I was young. My mom and 3 older sisters raised me." "Father said to go to university to study. I believed he was afraid of family name dying if I died. In university, Army officers taught how to march and clean a rifle. We bowed to portrait of Emperor every morning. War was everywhere." In 1941, Tanaka said, he rebelled against his father and joined the Army. The IJA sent him to Rikugan Shikan Gakko, Japan's counterpoint to West Point. It was an exciting time. NHK, the state radio broadcaster, declared Japan would liberate Asia from the West, create a great East Asia co-prosperity sphere for the benefit of all, Asia for the Asians. Military life was nothing like he imagined, however. Hard work 17 hours a day, calisthenics, classes, homework, laundry, drilling. He learned judo, kendo, and jukenjitsu, the martial art for the bayonet, 100 ways to kill a man. The recruits received constant abuse, beatings from the instructors. They were hungry all the time. Slowly they became hard men ready to fight and die. "Mother cried when I went to war," Tanaka said. Beautiful woman. Her soul. Always singing around house. When I was little boy, she sang for me. She sang the day I left, being strong for me, though I broke her heart. Something else they had in common. Charlie remembered leaning out the train window and blowing a final kiss to his mother standing on the platform. She waved him out of sight, smiling, while tears flowed down her cheeks. Tanaka held up his wrinkled letters. From her, he sighed. It feels good for me to talk. I will more if you will listen. I don't mind. I'm actually fairly curious. Important that I say these things. I know I will die soon. We're not going to kill you, Lieutenant. We're going to put you in a camp, and you'll sit out the war. Tell me, how long did you serve in the Philippines? Since beginning of occupation. Luzon. The nightmare. Tanaka's unit moved from town to town. The engineers made a clearing in the jungle for the camp. Canvas tents, mats on the floor, draped in mosquito netting. The insects ate the soldiers alive. At night, the Filipino guerrillas came out of the rotting jungle. They moved without a sound, carrying their bolo knives. Natives hunted animals in forest. Easier to hunt us. A man would be missing. A day later, we find his head on a stake. During the rainy season, they endured weeks of downpour and mud. The soldiers raised their mats off the ground with bamboo. Hordes of centipedes crawled from their hiding places to escape the water. Racked by malaria, dysentery, and beriberi, the men shook in their beds, feet raw with trench foot, the jungle smelling of death and decay. In the night's darkest hours, the soldiers consoled themselves by picturing their homecoming, a massive parade honoring their victory. We hated natives. They could keep their islands. We wanted to go home. We hated them for living in this hell. We hated them for killing our comrades. We stopped seeing them as human. We killed them, used their women. They hated us back. Every stone, blade of grass, and leaf in that country wanted us dead. Doesn't sound like Asia for the Asians to me, Charlie said. More like Asia for the Japanese. Besides the Philippines, we didn't have anything in Asia to offer you. Why attack America at all? To survive. Charlie frowned. Explain that. Father told me. He knew whole story. We need resources to feed our people and sustain our strength. We went to war with China for resources, just like Western powers did all over the world and built their own empires. Your government supported China, called us immoral for acting like European country. You refused to trade oil and materials we needed to survive. The United States moved its Pacific Fleet from San Diego to Pearl Harbor in 1941. That's when the Japanese decided on war with America. The nation's leaders had a choice: withdraw from China and become dependent on others to feed their people, or claim their destiny and take it all. We occupied Indochina to stop you supplying China. We offered withdrawal if you lifted embargo. You said we must withdraw from China. We would not. By then, too late anyway. We're on our way to Hawaii. Where you launched your sneak attack at Pearl Harbor, Charlie noted. We did not declare war before attack. That is true. We broke international law. But you sink unarmed merchant ships. You break international law too. You are no better than we. We are no better than you. Many Japanese people thought attacking America was a mistake. Tanaka's father held that belief, and it was the real reason he didn't want his son joining the army. Nobody could say such things in public. The government controlled the media. The special hire police enforced loyalty, and the army, the Kempe Tai, crushed anyone who questioned official lies. "We are same," Tanaka said. "We wanted China. You wanted us out of China. You wanted war. We started war. Now we are fighting. There is no honor in any of it. Everything else is story. A story to make men willing to kill and die. My government fooled me. You are fool to believe yours." Chapter 24. Gone Dark. Plates, mugs, and silverware littered the wardroom table. His dinner finished, Charlie slaughtered Gene Autry's back in the saddle while Percy harmonized with chords on his banjo. "Not bad, exec," the communications officer said when they'd finished. He looked down at his harmonica. "I'm god-awful." "Okay, you're terrible, but practice makes perfect." Charlie had fallen for the instrument. Every game he played to pass the time in the submarines hinged on competition: chess, hearts, poker. The harmonica taught him unity, pitches in succession, each with its own duration that defined rhythm. In a way, Sand Tiger ran like music, from its daily routines to the steady pulse of its diesels. It all worked together in harmony. Playing helped him relax and go with the flow. You had to hang loose to make it in the submarines. "Have you seen the prisoners yet?" Charlie asked. "The officer?" "Yeah, me and Nixon visited him. We just stood there gawking while he stared at pieces of paper, like he was praying. Yeah, I got embarrassed and left. I talked to him again. He's an interesting guy. We have a few things in common. I feel sorry for him, trapped in the war. He wanted to be an architect." "Don't tell me that," Percy groaned. "I don't want to see them as just like us, Harrison. The propaganda has a purpose. It's hard enough to fight them as it is." "Well, he's free of the war now, I guess. His fight is over." "Exec and Mr. Percy to the con," the 1MC blared. "But not ours," Percy said. "Ours goes on and on." Charlie checked his watch. "Almost first dog watch anyway. We're on duty." The boat surfaced 20 minutes ago. Soon he had to take over as officer of the watch on the bridge. Charlie and Percy navigated the busy passages until they reached the control room. There, Spike lorded over the radio shack, radar stacks, manifold, and planes. Wheels, gauges, switchboards, and levers dominated the cramped space. They grabbed the ladder and mounted to the conning tower. Moreau stood next to a white-faced Nixon and Leibold at the plotting table. Something was wrong. The captain waved them over. "Flash message from Red Horse." Charlie and Percy exchanged a glance. "Sir?" Moreau laid the message on the table. "Warmouth's gone dark." "Any idea what happened to him?" The captain shook his head. His face was the color of ash. Percy said, "His antenna could be damaged, or his radio broke." "He answered our message last night when we ran into the Jap sub," Charlie said. "That was soon after the battle, around 0200. "We'll find out soon enough," Moreau said. "Tomorrow night is the rendezvous at Rishiri, a small island near La Perouse Strait, their only exit from the Sea of Japan. Rickard's already on the way." "I'm sure Captain Shelby's fine, Captain," Leibold offered. "No Jap alive can hurt Pete Shelby." The two captains had been friends for years. They'd gone to submarine school and come up through the ranks in the boats together. Same with Rickard. "Are we still going ahead with the attack tomorrow, sir?" Charlie asked. Moreau nodded. "Rickard's going to join us as soon as he catches up." "What's the plan?" "We're going to surface and shell Otaru Harbor from a distance of 3 miles. The officer smiled as their imaginations went to work. The sheer gall of it astounded Charlie. Shelling a Japanese port in broad daylight. That would make an impression. The Japanese government could lie all it wanted to its people. Tomorrow, Otaru would know the Americans had come in force. "We'll drop rounds on the harbor until the tin can shows up," the captain went on. "Rickard will be set up off Takashima, ready to ambush the bitch." Charlie nodded. The plan sounded good. "Now get to work," the captain said. "Charlie, keep a sharp eye out for Red Horse topside. He's approaching bearing 005. We're moving at a slower speed, so he should be catching up soon. Don't shoot him." "Aye, aye, Captain." Charlie pulled on his windbreaker and mounted to the bridge with his lookouts. A northerly blew across the water. The cool night air refreshed him. "Permission to relieve you?" he asked Smokey. "Granted, sir. Lots of traffic up here, but we haven't had to dive yet." The new lookouts took their stations. Standing on the after bridge's cigarette deck, Charlie swept the southern horizon with his binoculars. Overhead, the radar made regular sweeps. Time crept as it did on the watch. The long hours gave him time to think. Somewhere out there in the darkness, Rickard was on his way. Tomorrow, Red Horse would be ready to drill holes into whatever luckless tin can the Japanese threw at Sand Tiger. Knowing this, Charlie felt more confident in the plan. He peered into the shades of black and gray that divided sea and sky, hoping to catch sight of Red Horse's telltale smudge. Maybe he'd find Warmouth. Warmouth had cleared the battle scene by 0200 while the DDs searched for Red Horse. What could have happened to him? Equipment malfunction? His mind refused to explore other possibilities. Shelby was an American, a submariner. He was one of the best submarine commanders the Navy had. Charlie wondered if Lieutenant Tanaka had it right, that Japan had attacked America, but America had done everything possible to provoke it, that the war was neither heroic nor moral, but an inevitable duel to the death between these rival powers. If that were true, Shelby killed and died for nothing. He refused to believe that. Regardless of the conflict's causes, it existed. In the end, it wasn't a fight between nations, but between men. Men connected to each other in the brotherhood of war and to the people they loved back home. They fought for each other. More so, they fought for home, for the future. If Shelby was gone, he died for it. Not for China, not for Pacific dominance, not for resources. For home. To Charlie, this wasn't just a story. It was all that mattered. Yellow light flickered near the horizon. The spark flared into a pulsing ball, then it winked out. "Con, bridge," he said into the bridge microphone. His heart pounded against his ribs. "Explosion, 070 on the starboard quarter." Red Horse had found a target. Give him hell, he thought. He counted the seconds. At 88, the muted boom rolled across the water. Sound carried about 1,100 feet per second. He estimated the explosion happened 20 miles away. Liebold emerged from the hatch. "Flash message from Red Horse." "Well, what's the word? What did he hit?" He handed Charlie the sheet of paper. "Look at this." Charlie clicked on a flashlight fitted with a red filter. The message read, "For raiders, stop. Contact report. Stop. Jap sub." Submarine. Rickard had tangled with the enemy submarine. "Where's the rest of it?" he asked. Liebold said, "That's it. That's all we got." "Wait," Charlie murmured, trying to deny it. The ball of light. "The message cut off just before you called down about the explosion." The message. Sent by a dead man. Like a warning from a ghost. He reached for the gunwale, steadied himself as his world suddenly shrank. He looked across the sea of Japan's black waters. Somewhere out there, Captain Frank Rickard and Red Horse's crew tumbled to the bottom of the sea, their final resting place far from home. Sand Tiger was on her own. Chapter 25. The Invisible Enemy. The captain retired to his stateroom to study his Bible. The conning tower fell silent. The sailors sagged at their stations in the gloomy atmosphere. Charlie said, "Helm, how does she head?" 045, Mr. Harrison. We'll zig to 315 in 4 minutes. Very well. Sand Tiger raced north on all mains, hoping to distance the Japanese submarine. She zigzagged as a protection against torpedo attack. For all Charlie knew, multiple submarines had closed in after the destruction of the troop ships. The Sea of Japan might be filled with lurking submarines. Now he understood how Japanese merchants felt as they darted from port to port on a prayer. To them, the invisible undersea enemy was nowhere and everywhere. The Japanese submarine had zeroed in on Red Horse's radar pulses and made his kill. Red Horse spotted him, but it was too late. Rickard and his crew didn't know it at the time, but they were already dead. Charlie pictured the lookouts calling out the incoming torpedo wakes. Torpedoes to starboard. Undulation in the sea. The collision alarms grating bleat. Rickard snapping, all ahead flank, rig for collision. A Hail Mary attempt to outrun the torpedo's track. The boat trembling with power. The crew in the conning tower gazing dully at their instruments, knowing they were about to die. The radio man starting his flash message to warn the wolf pack. How long to impact? 20 seconds? 15? 10? What was Rickard thinking in those last moments? "Sugar Jig, secure the radar," Charlie said. "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison," the radar man responded. He pictured the enemy boat rising in the water, his decks awash, just high enough to do a radar sweep. Torpedoes on standby. Rickard had a demanding schedule to keep. He wouldn't have been zigzagging. The Japanese skipper likely fired 2 Type 95 torpedoes at long range. The Navy had recently captured one, a beautiful and deadly weapon. In the years leading to the war, the IJN spared no expense in torpedo development. They knew the Americans had numerical superiority in capital ships. Both sides anticipated the IJN would whittle down American forces as they rolled west across the Pacific. Then the IJN would commit its big battleships for the final encounter. The American Mark 14 torpedoes relied on steam for propulsion, which left a telltale trail of bubbles in the water. The Type 95 torpedoes used pure oxygen, which made them virtually wakeless. They traveled faster and farther than American torpedoes. They carried a bigger warhead and a reliable detonator. Within a minute of detecting the American submarine, the Japanese skipper would have fired torpedoes. Red Horse's lookouts wouldn't have spotted them until they were close aboard. The same tactics had likely claimed Captain Shelby and his warmouth. "Bridge, Con," Charlie said. "I ordered the radar secured, Jack. I'm sending up 2 more lookouts. For the time being, we're eyes only, so stay sharp." "Roger that, Charlie. I need another 2 lookouts on the double," he told the yeoman. "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison." Rickard was good. He certainly would have kept his head. He may have even dodged one of the torpedoes. But the Japanese skipper would have fired at least 2 to ensure his kill. The next shot struck amidships. Charlie knew that because of the flash and boom. His magazine had gone up in an instant. The submarine had simply exploded end to end, its twisted hulk tumbling into the depths. Charlie didn't scare easy, but the Japanese submarine terrified him. The way he'd surfaced just enough to deploy radar and spot his target, how quickly he'd shot his fish, how far and fast his torpedoes traveled before terminating 60 lives. The Japanese skipper could have been firing on a friendly ship. The speed with which he'd assessed his target and fired was uncanny. How did he know the submarine he'd detected was American? "Helm, come left to 020, Charlie said. "Aye, aye, Mr. Harrison." The answer to his question was simple. The Japanese captain knew his target was American because there were no other Japanese submarines in the Japan Sea. "Steady on 020, he said. "All ahead full." "Steady as she goes, aye," the helmsman said. "All ahead full." No more zigzagging for Sand Tiger tonight. The boat knifed north by northeast toward Hokkaido. Charlie laughed bitterly at himself. After the convoy attack, the Japanese sub had acquired him on radar. While Smokey and the Japanese exchanged blinker signals, the skipper had been lining up his shot. For Sand Tiger, it was a simple ruse to buy time. Apparently, it had been a ruse for the Japanese as well. That skipper had been playing him right back. Damn, he was a wily son of a bitch. What would I do next if I were him? Charlie wondered. Likely he'd stick to a patrol area in central Honshu. No, Charlie decided. I'd move north along the coastline, sweep the Americans out, then back the other way using the same tactics, stay submerged at periscope depth and surface just enough to conduct radar sweeps. That meant the submarine remained a threat to the rear in a war zone already congested with enemy warships and planes. By morning, Sand Tiger would reach Otaru, however. Tomorrow night, she'd run La Perouse straight. In all probability, the Japanese sub would never catch her. The smart move was to bypass Otaru and make tracks for the strait, get the hell out of this cursed sea before the net closed. Moreau wouldn't do that. He'd made the Japanese suffer since he'd arrived. He wasn't about to head home with his tail between his legs. There was also the matter of avenging his dead comrades. Tomorrow, the captain would shell Otaru and unleash hell. Chapter 26. Otaru. Battle stations, surface action. Morning, in the land of the rising sun. The horizon burned like hot coals over Hokkaido's black mountains. The calm sea blazed red. Overhead, the paling sky glowed purple and blue, an artist's dream. Sand Tiger cruised west across Ishikari Bay. Otaru Harbor lay 3 miles off the port beam. Lookouts perched on her sheers, watching for enemy planes. David, prepared to meet Goliath. The helmeted gun crew tensed around the 5-inch deck gun. Seated on both sides, the pointer and trainer cranked hand wheels to bear it on the target, the 10-foot barrel elevated for a 5,000-yard shot. The sight setter corrected their aim. A train of sailors passed up the 50-pound cartridges. The loader shoved the first round into the breech and slammed the block shut. "Ready to fire, Captain," Smokey said. A line of ships lay moored at a series of sprawling wharfs in the harbor. Beyond, dozens of warehouses, buildings, and homes stacked Mount Tengu's plush green foothills. The target, a large vessel that appeared to be a sea tender for warships. Moreau lowered his binoculars and nodded. Charlie roared, "Commence firing!" The gun crashed with a burst of flame and smoke that dissipated in the morning breeze. The recoil flung the hot empty shell casing into a sailor's gloved hands, which tossed it aside. The loader shoved a fresh cartridge into the breech. Charlie glared through his binoculars. "Check fire." The 5-inch diameter shell tore the air in its long descent. A geyser shot up from the bay. "Short 50 yards, Charlie said. The sight setter adjusted the elevation. Smokey yelled, "Ready! Fire!" The pointer stomped the firing pedal. The gun bucked as it hurled another screaming shell across the lightning sky. "Check fire!" A decrepit freighter moored next to the tender rocked as the shell burst on its deck. Charlie called out corrections. "Ready." They had the tender zeroed now. "Fire!" The long barrel spat flame with another crash. The shell whistled onto the tender's deck and exploded in a spray of debris. The gun crew cheered. "Fire at will! Keep it hot!" The gun crew pumped shells into the tender at a rate of 20 per minute. Smoke rose from the burning tender as the rounds smashed into it. Anticipating airplanes, Charlie glanced at the sky. So far, clear all around. "There's our boy," Moreau said. Sleek and fast, a destroyer darted into the harbor. The Japanese had concealed him in a crowd of other ships behind one of the breakwaters jutting across the bay. Fubuki class, 2,000 tons, 6 127mm guns, 18 depth charges. An older destroyer built long before the war, but formidable. "Secure the gun," Charlie bawled. "Con, bridge," Moreau said. "Come right to 300, flank speed." Sand Tiger shrieked and snarled as her engines pushed to the limit. The submarine began her turn, blowing spray and smoke from her exhaust ports. Then she raced northwest. The Fubuki cleared the breakwaters and barreled after her with a pronounced bow wake, indicating high speed, what the submariners called a bone in his teeth. A puff of smoke appeared in front of his twin-mounted bow guns. The thunderous boom rolled across the bay. A terrific splash as the shells landed astern. "Contact!" one of the lookouts called out. "2 destroyers, starboard 110, 10,000 yards and closing." Charlie raised his binoculars to inspect the new arrivals. Asachios. 2,400 tons, 6 127mm guns, 36 depth charges. They charged toward Sand Tiger from the open sea at 30 knots. The Fubuki steamed in hot pursuit 6,000 yards astern. Soon they'd catch her in a vice. Still no enemy planes, though Charlie knew they were coming. David hadn't just challenged Goliath, he'd ticked off Goliath's entire family. The destroyers fired a salvo from their bow guns at long range. The shells punched the water far off the beam. For now, the Asachios were little threat. Charlie returned his attention to the Fubuki. He was gaining quickly, smoke pouring from his stacks. 5,000 yards, Captain. Another salvo punched the sea. Water sprayed across the deck. The Fubuki's bow gunners were finding the range. "Clear the topsides," the captain roared. "Dive, dive, dive." The lookout shimmied to the deck and went below. The captain followed. Charlie secured the hatch and dropped into the conning tower. Pressure in the boat, green board. With wailing claxons, Sand Tiger angled into the sea. "Helm, right full rudder," Moreau ordered. "Battle stations submerged." The fresh alarm bonged through the boat. Charlie repeated into the 1MC, "Battle stations submerged. Control take us to periscope depth. Sound, get on that DD on our tail. Bearing 302, range 4,000. Helm, steady as you go on 030, all ahead standard. Standard on 030, aye, Captain." Charlie reported, "The boat is at battle stations, Captain. Very well. After room, make ready the tubes. Order of tubes is 1, 2, 3, 4. Depth, 4 feet, high speed." Charlie had a few moments to analyze the captain's tactics. As usual, Moreau played his cards close to the chest. Sand Tiger had turned right. The captain intended to hit the Fubuki as he crossed the stern. Another gamble, and a big one at that. By presenting the submarine's broadside, the captain had made her much easier to detect. By staying at periscope depth, much easier to destroy. Sound. Bearing 300, range 3,100. The Fubuki's captain raced straight toward the trap. Part of Moreau's gamble. An American submarine had invaded Japan's private sea and shelled one of her ports. 2 DDs approached from the northwest. The Fubuki's skipper wanted the kill, and he had to do it fast before his brothers showed up. A matter of honor. Bearing 302, range 2,250 yards. Sand Tiger pushed to open the range to at least 450 yards, so her torpedoes would arm. A point-blank shot at the Fubuki's broadside as he passed. Bearing 301, range 1,100 yards. Moreau jerked his thumbs. The periscope whirred from its well. The captain grabbed Charlie's shoulder and pushed him toward it. Charlie seized the handles and pressed his face against the rubber eyepiece. Sound. 2 sets of light screws, bearing 115, range 2,500 yards. The Asachios. They were closing the distance rapidly. "Ignore them, Charlie," the captain said. "Focus on the target." He swung the periscope until he centered the reticle on the hull a little forward of the Fubuki's center mast. White uniformed sailors ran about the aft deck preparing to dump depth charges. The prow bore the stenciled number 99. The rising sun flag fluttered at the stern. "I've got him," Charlie said. "Final bearing, mark." Standing on the other side of the periscope, Nixon read the bearing from the bearing ring on the shaft. "Bearing 300. Downscope." The TDC whirred. The light flashed green. Liebold turned. "Set. Shoot any time." "Shoot," Moreau ordered. Liebold pressed the firing plunger. "Firing 1. Sound Tiger jerked as the torpedo lunged into the sea. "Firing 2. Firing 3. Firing 4. "Secure the tubes," the captain said. "Sound. Where are the other DDs?" "Light screws bearing 114, range 1,500 yards." "Very well. Take a deep. Emergency. All ahead flank." The deck tilted as Sand Tiger burrowed into the sea. Now came the wait. And retaliation. Charlie grabbed the nearest handhold in anticipation. "All fish are running hot, straight, and normal," the soundman said. "Rig for depth charge," the captain said. "Rig for silent running." Watertight doors slammed shut across the boat. The only hatch left open was between the conning tower and control room, which enabled communication without the phone. The air warmed as the air conditioning cut out. "How long?" Moreau asked. Liebold stared at his stopwatch. 30 seconds. We should be hitting soon," the captain said. This one's for Rickard. The first fish should have hit by now. Sound is the target evading? Target is maintaining bearing, Captain. I think our fish went under him, Liebold said. The Fubuki had a narrow draft of 11 feet. The Mark 14 torpedoes tended to run as much as 10 to 15 feet deeper than their setting. Moreau growled, "Damn these." Boom! Sand Tiger rocked as the shock wave struck the hull. Boom! 2 hits hurt, the soundman confirmed. Whump! Boom, boom! That's his magazine going up, the captain said. The boat shook violently in the aftermath. Put it on the 1MC sound. I want the crew to hear his swan song. The soundman connected the hydrophones to the 1MC, piping the destroyer's death throes over the loudspeakers. A grinding metallic roar filled the boat. The hulk broke into pieces that grated and scraped as they tumbled through the depths, the Fubuki's final screams. The thunder faded into a series of ghostly groans and pops. A new sound filled the submarine. A terrible sound the crew knew all too well. The thrash of propellers. The Asachios were coming. Chapter 27. Retaliation. Rigged for depth charge and silent running. Nothing to do but wait for the attack and survive it. The captain dropped into his lawn chair. I do believe I'll have my cigar. Moreau produced one of his foul-smelling stogies and lit it up, exhaling a large cloud of smoke. The acrid stench mingled with the diesel stink. Fast light screws, 300 yards in closing, the soundman reported. Percy paled. Here they come. Officers and crew looked up at the bulkhead. Charlie wiped his sweating hands on his khaki pants and took a firmer grip on his handhold. He hated this part. After experiencing his first depth charging on the 55, he'd wondered how any sane man could stay in the submarines. He still wondered that. Fast light screws close aboard, the soundman cried. He's making a run. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The men gazed dully at nothing, avoiding eye contact with each other. A depth charging was a personal experience in which each confronted his mortality. Splashes. The depth charges tumbled through the water overhead, drums packed with 200 pounds of powerful explosive. If you heard the detonator click, you knew it was close. Click. Wham! 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 Charlie held on as the Asashio dropped a string of 7 depth charges. Deafening thunder invaded the boat, growing in volume until water hammers struck Sand Tiger like a gong. The boat shook from the concussions. Corking and paint chips flew off the bulkheads and filled the air with choking dust. A light bulb shattered and sprayed glass across the deck. Then it was over. The men gasped and coughed in the aftermath. "Is that all you got?" the captain said. Charlie and Percy glanced at each other and exchanged taut smiles. "The other target is making a run," the soundman said. The thrash of the destroyer's screws flooded the conning tower. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Splashes, the soundman hissed. Charlie barely heard him, his ears still ringing from the blasts. Click, wham! Click, wham! Click, wham! Click, wham! Thunder rammed the submarine. The hull shuddered. Machines shook on their mountings. The deck lurched under their feet. The men moaned as Sand Tiger rolled to port. "Helm, left full rudder," Moreau commanded. "All ahead flank." The helmsman answered. Sand Tiger twisted in the murk, keeping her stern to the destroyers, fleeing as fast as she could. The destroyers switched to short-scale pinging, sniffing the deep for their quarry. The eerie echo filled the boat. The destroyers broadcast sonic energy looking for a reflection from the submarine's hull. "Control, find me a thermal layer," the captain growled. "Somewhere to hide." Ping. 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 The telephone talker sat up straight in his chair. "Captain, control says—" A man emerged through the open hatch. Lieutenant Tanaka wearing his IJA uniform. Charlie stepped forward and froze. The Japanese officer held Buster's .45 in a tight grip. In the other hand, he clutched his sheaf of letters from home. He kicked the hatch closed and stood on it. Moreau raced from his lawn chair. "What the hell you think you're doing, mister?" Ping! 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 Tanaka's black eyes flickered across the stunned faces of the men in the conning tower. He licked his dry lips. "You are commander? If you hurt anybody with that gun, I'll goddamn hang you. You are captain. If you think you can escape, we're 300 feet underwater." "I do not wish escape." The man's eyes were wild. "There is no escape." Ping! 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 "This is dishonorable, Lieutenant," Charlie said. "You surrendered." "Surrender not allowed." "You don't want to do this. I know you don't. I can see it." Tanaka said to the captain, "You killed my men." Ping! Ping! The .45 roared with a blinding flash. Then again. Blood misted the air as the slugs ripped through the captain's body. Moreau stumbled backward with a pained grunt. "Damn you, boy!" He fell into his lawn chair, eyes glassy. Tendrils of smoke rose from his chest. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Charlie stepped forward again. Tanaka shifted his aim and stopped him in his tracks. "I'm going to help him, unless you're planning to kill me too." The Japanese officer's face froze in a rictus of terror and regret. "Gomen nasai." Splashes overhead. Smokey launched against the man and body-slammed him against the radar console. The radar man fell out of his chair with a cry and scrambled away as the gun cracked again. The loud reports flattened Charlie's eardrums. He ran forward. Click. Wham! 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 Sand Tiger bucked at the shock waves. The jolt hurled Charlie against the plotting table. Pain shooting through his body, he rose to take in the scene. The quartermaster pinning Tanaka with his knees, rearing back, delivering a devastating punch to the man's face. The lieutenant's head snapping to the side, blood spraying from his mouth. Wham! The boat trembled, then stilled. The hatch flipped open. Spike and his sailors poured out and piled onto the prisoner. "Secure the weapon," Charlie said. "Smokey, that's enough for now. Take the prisoner forward, tie him up, and put a double guard on him. We'll deal with him later." He turned to the telephone talker. "Get the pharmacist mate up here on the double. Tell him the captain's been shot." Percy hugged the captain to shield his body from falling dust and glass. Liebold rushed to press his hands against the captain's wounds. "Tell Doc to hurry his ass. The old man's alive." "Helm, right full rudder," Charlie ordered. The helmsman stared back at him like a deer in headlights. Then he snapped out of it. "Right full rudder, aye." Charlie said to Spike, "Are you guys okay, Chief?" "We're fine, Exec." Spike hung his head. "I'm sorry, sir. He undogged the door and walked straight to the ladder. We didn't have time to react." "We'll deal with that later. Return to stations. Keep an eye on the bathythermograph." "Aye, aye." Spike disappeared back into the control room. "Harrison," Percy called. "He wants you." Charlie knelt in front of the captain. "Hang in there, sir. You'll be all right." Moreau winced at the pain. "Boat's yours, boy." The deck around him glistened with blood, diesel oil, or both. Depth charges exploded far away in the deep, making the boat tremble. "I'll get us out of this, sir." "Swear," the captain murmured. Charlie gripped the man's hand. "I swear." "No." Moreau glared up at him. "Kill 'em all. Swear it." I swear it, Captain. We'll kill 'em all." Moreau didn't hear Charlie's oath. He was already dead, his face frozen in a final grimace of rage and horror. Percy pulled himself away from the captain and openly wept, the front of his uniform stained black with blood. Nixon gaped at the captain, chest heaving. Doc arrived with his medical bag, but there was nothing to be done. Charlie looked up at the bulkhead, holding his breath. The pinging had stopped. "Fast screws on bearing 015, the soundman said. "They're moving away from us." The destroyers had lost track of their prey. "We're in a cold layer, Exec," Spike yelled from the control room. "Very well, Chief." "Screws fading to the north," the soundman confirmed. "Maintain this heading," Charlie said. "Reduce speed to 1/3. Secure from depth charge. Secure from silent running." "It's over." Down in the control room, the bathythermograph was scratching a downward line. By a stroke of fortune, Sand Tiger's right turn had moved her into a cold layer of water, confusing the enemy sonar. Sometimes you got lucky. Charlie closed the captain's eyelids. Rest now, sir. Other times, you didn't. Chapter 28. Healing Wounds. Charlie learned most of what he knew about submarine tactics from Captain Gilbert Moreau. What to do, what could be tried, and just as important, what not to do, what lines should not be crossed. He didn't love the commander, but he'd respected him. Charlie would miss his steady presence in the conning tower, his leadership in combat. The entire Navy would suffer the tragedy of his death. Sand Tiger felt his loss immediately. In the wardroom, Charlie regarded his shocked officers. I've taken command. Our next task is to get out of the trap. Percy wiped his eyes. I can't believe it. The old man's gone. The crew needed Moreau's command skills to get them out of the Sea of Japan alive, and he was dead. The depth charging had given Tanaka his opportunity. While the blasts rattled the boat, he'd snapped on WWII's neck. When Buster came to investigate, the lieutenant jumped and disarmed him. Charlie marveled at the will that it had taken to murder his countrymen. Armed with the .45, Tanaka forced the torpedo men to tie each other up. From there, a short walk through the officers' quarters to the control room. He undogged the door and asked where the captain was. Nobody told him, but their eyes flickered to the ladder leading up to the conning tower. We'll mourn the captain, Charlie said. He deserves it. But first we have to look to ourselves. Percy lit a cigarette with trembling fingers. I want justice. Why is that Jap son of a bitch still alive? The Articles of War. He'll have his trial. You'll be his judges. Liebold grit his teeth. We know he's guilty. I say shoot the bastard out the bow tubes now and be done with it. We'll follow the Articles of War. The trial has to wait, though. Our immediate concern is how to get out of the Sea of Japan alive. What's the plan? We'll stay hidden here until we complete repairs. The boat took a severe beating. Nixon? The engineering officer counted off the systems damaged during the depth charging. The stern firing control and tubes, the radio, the air conditioning, and the hull itself. Sand Tiger ran about 3 tons heavy, waterlogged from multiple leaks, and the water sheet absorbed by firing torpedoes. 10 inches of brackish water covered the main deck. To make things worse, Tanaka's stray rounds had punched 2 holes in the TDC. The radar and sonar techs were pulling it apart, but Liebold didn't hold much hope for its repair. We can live without everything but a leaking boat, Charlie said. Nixon, can you and your A-gangers repair the leaks by sunset? Maybe, the engineering officer said. He caught Charlie's stern expression. Probably. Yes, we'll do it. Dartfish will attack the Matsuwa airfield tonight at 0100, Charlie said. It's our best shot at getting out. We have to be ready to cross the strait by then. Liebold ran his hand through his greasy hair. What if it's guarded? Then we'll have to fight our way out. Liebold sagged. Without the TDC? If you can't repair it, we'll have to do it old school, Charlie told him. The torpedo data computer had given America an edge in submarine warfare. The 1,500-pound machine automatically tracked targets and produced firing angles for torpedoes using trigonometry. The boat's radar, active sonar, torpedo rooms, bridge TBTs, and gyro compass all linked to it. The old-school method, which submariners used in World War I, relied on 2 circular slide rule instruments called the is-was and banjo. The is-was helped determine the best course to gain a good firing position against a moving target, based on where it is and was. The banjo was a basic angle solver for generating firing solutions. Slow and inaccurate, but it was something. Fighting destroyers with a banjo, Liebold said. Just great. Do or die, Jack. Moreau had attacked a destroyer and sunk him. He might have bagged the 2 Asachios as well if they'd shown up just minutes later than they did. The captain proved it could be done. I can repair the boat, Nixon said. I can't guarantee she can take another beating like she got, though. One thing at a time. Let's focus on the repairs first. Get those leaks sealed tight and the boat pumped out. Jack, see what you can do with the TDC. Percy, same with the radio. Before that, splice the main brace. I think we need it. A slight smile flickered across the communication officer's face. Aye, aye. Now let's get to work. The captain had taught Charlie that with enough daring, even the biggest gambles might pay off. Though he was dead, Moreau might get them home yet. Chapter 29. Honor Bound. Lieutenant Tanaka sat slumped on the deck in nearly a foot of filthy seawater. Charlie acknowledged the watch with a nod and crouched in front of his prisoner. How are you, Lieutenant? I am alive, the man said. Why am I still alive? Strong rope pinned his hands behind his back, his uniform torn, his cap gone. Bruises discolored his face. Dried blood crusted the sides of his mouth. One of his eyes had swollen almost shut. You murdered 2 men, Charlie said. You will be tried under the Articles of War. Ah, with proper form. It is good. The tribunal will find you guilty. The penalty is death. Of course. Then how is it good from where you sit? Trial shows respect. Not shoot me like a dog. We will do same for you when you are captured and held accountable for war crimes. You want to die? Is that what you are trying to accomplish? Tanaka turned away. Dead already. Disgraced by surrender, he believed he could never go home. As far as his country and family were concerned, he died in the water with his platoon, a living ghost. The lieutenant's head lolled as his consciousness slipped away. Charlie grabbed a handful of his black hair. We're not done. Wake up. My turn to ask you why. More interrogation, Tanaka murmured. Charlie splashed water in his face. Listen to me. Why did you kill them? The lieutenant's good eye glared at him. I heard explosions. Thought boat being destroyed by our Navy. Had to act before I died. Killed Ando so I could take weapon from guard. Saved bullet for captain. He killed my men in water. And you took me from sea and brought shame on me. Ando was your countryman. He was nothing. He was traitor. Putting on a brave face, though Charlie wasn't fooled. He had taken a strange liking to the lieutenant during their conversations. In his mind, he'd built up the Japanese as arch-villains with superhuman capabilities. He and Tanaka had a lot in common. The lieutenant was just a typical young man doing his duty to his country, right or wrong. In the end, however, whatever mutual understanding they'd achieved meant nothing. They remained trapped in the parts they played in this war. They never stopped being enemies. Can I make a request? Tanaka asked. My letters. Lost, Charlie said. Ah. Then I will die alone. Charlie wanted to understand. I thought you hated all this. You were happy to be done fighting. Hate this war, yes. I do not want to kill anymore. I do not want to die. But I am soldier. Swore oath to emperor. Surrender not allowed. No choice in matter. You will never understand. I suppose I won't. Just as I had to try to kill you, though I did not hate you. Charlie stood, disgusted at the waste. I didn't hate you either, Lieutenant. But soon, I will watch you die for what you've done. Chapter 30. Fortunes of War. Exhausted by nearly constant combat, depressed by their captain's murder, the crew moved sluggishly through San Tiger's funereal atmosphere, the boat sweltering as the temperature climbed to 90 degrees. Charlie worked among them, exhorting, applauding, demanding. If they wanted to survive the next 24 hours, they needed to push harder. If they hoped ever to see home and loved ones again, they needed to give their all. Covered in grease, Nixon mounted to the conning tower. Percy followed. "Repairs completed on the leaks, exec," Nixon said. "Well done, Nixon," Charlie said, trying not to show his immense relief. He checked the clock with its shattered glass face. Sunset in 30 minutes. Once they reached the surface, they could pump their bilges. "We found our problem," Leibold said from the plotting table where he and the radar techs had laid out the TDC's metal components. He held up a battered part. "The resolver is damaged, and 2 differentials. Can you fix them?" "Sure." Sand Tiger had good machinists aboard. "But it'd take a few days. We might be able to replace the pin in the resolver easy enough, but the differentials require fine machine work. Without them, the TDC can't add." For a moment, Charlie missed John Braddock. He'd probably fix it in a jiffy, bitching while he did it. "What about you, Percy? Any luck with the radio?" Percy shook his head. "It's broke, Dick. I'll keep working on it." "Very well," Charlie said. "The leaks are repaired, so we're going to get moving. I'll take the boat up for a look at the surface first." "Roger that." "Hey, Percy." The communications officer stopped and smiled at him. Charlie wondered if he'd helped himself to more than a single shot of the medicinal brandy. "Yeah, Harrison?" "Why do you always wear those loud Aloha shirts?" The smile faded. "I bought one in Hawaii and was trying it on when the captain called battle stations. We sank a converted whale factory. I thought the old man would chew me out after. Instead, he told me I had to wear them all the time. He said it brought him luck." Charlie nodded. "Carry on, then. We're going to need all the luck we can get." He leaned toward the open hatch. "Control, take us up to periscope depth." "Aye, aye, exec." Sand Tiger had to surface soon. If she didn't, she'd run out of air and power. She also needed to find a safe place to pump the water from her bilges. The pumping would create a visible slick on the surface. "Sound, do you hear anything up there?" "Light screws bearing 091. Range 3,000 yards. No pinging. Not sure what it is. Sounds like a PT boat." Sand Tiger leveled off at 65 feet. "We'll take a quick look at him. Upscope." He crouched and rose with the periscope shaft slapping down the handles. The sea undulated in the wind. Cloudy skies. A pair of seaplanes, 4,000 feet elevation, far. A distant landmass, which was Hokkaido. He turned the view toward the ship the sound man detected. Charlie cried, "Battle stations! Torpedo!" The battle station's alarm bonged through the boat. The galvanized crew rushed to man their stations. "Downscope! Helm, swing us around! Steer to 180! "Aye, aye." "What's going on?" Leibold wondered. "Jack, get the banjo." He pulled down the 1MC microphone and said, "Mr. Nixon and Mr. Percy to the con." Percy arrived and took his station at the plotting table. "What did you find?" Nixon followed. "Here, exec." "I need you as assistant approach officer," Charlie said. The engineering officer brightened. "Okay." "Upscope." He swung the periscope until he'd centered his crosshairs on his prey. The biggest submarine he'd ever seen. More than 300 feet long. KD type from the distinctive faired metal sail that housed its conning tower. I-class. Dark gray, with the upper parts of the sail painted black. No hull number. A banner had been attached to a frame on the sail. A red sun on a white field. "What did you find?" Percy repeated. "I'm looking at the submarine that sunk Red Horse and Warmouth. Right at his meatball." Percy gasped. "Sound, keep those bearings coming," Charlie said. 092. 092 and a half. 093. No zigzagging. Dressed in white uniforms and Donald Duck caps, sailors lounged on the bridge and cigarette deck, smoking, laughing. They were a proud and happy crew after destroying the American invaders. Mission accomplished, they were headed to Otaru for a few weeks of liberty. "Give him 12 knots. "What do you think, Sound?" 200 RPM. "Yeah, about 12 knots. Angle on the bow, port 50. Downscope. The officers gathered at the plotting table. Percy sketched it out for him. He'll cross our bow at 1,500 yards. We'll have a straight bow shot. Sometimes you got lucky. Sometimes you hit the jackpot. Charlie intended to exploit this break for all it was worth, but he needed to get closer and reduce the range. The only way to do that would be to increase speed. At 9 knots, he could shorten the range to 1,100 yards. If he ordered flank speed, he'd drain what little battery power he had left. If he missed, the response would be fast and furious. He'd have to engage the submarine while being trimmed heavy. Ships and planes would arrive shortly after, and he wouldn't be able to stay under much longer. In just a few hours, the air would run dangerously thin and the battery would start to flatline. The clock read 05:15. Sunset in another 20 minutes. The safe move was to run for the strait. Get the hell out of here. Helm, he said. How do we head? 180, Mr. Harrison. Keep her so, he said. All ahead flank. Steady as she goes. Increase to flank. Aye, Mr. Harrison. The helmsman selected flank speed on the annunciator, which responded with a bell chime. Jack opened his mouth but closed it. He understood the risks but knew better than to say anything. Forward room, make ready the tubes, Charlie said. Order of tubes is 1, 2, 3. Set depth at 4 feet, high speed. The forward torpedo room acknowledged. The soundman called out fresh bearings. The situation remained more or less static. The Japanese submarine cruised east at 12 knots. The American submarine moved south toward him. The torpedo outer doors thudded open. Charlie keyed the 1MC. Attention. This is the exec. We spotted the Jap sub that sunk Red Horse and Warmouth. We're on an intercept course. We'll make a submerged attack. This one's for our comrades. This one's for Moreau. It was time Operation Payback earned its name. Upscope. There the submarine was, blissfully ignorant he was being hunted. Bearing, mark. Nixon read the value on the bearing ring. 094. Liebold wheeled a disc on his slide rule. Roger. Range, mark, Charlie said. Range 2,000 yards, Nixon said. Speed 12 knots. Roger, Jack acknowledged. Angle on the bow is port 65. Downscope. Jack lowered the banjo. We're looking good for that straight bow shot. If you shoot at the right time, he'll run right into our fish. Forward room, torpedo angle is 0 degrees, he said. Upscope, final observation. He centered the crosshairs on the submarine's gray broadside, right under the big meatball on her metal sail. Stand by forward. Final bearing. Mark. 095. Liebold. Set. Shoot any time. Charlie hesitated. Something about this felt wrong. Those sailors out there were submariners, men just like him. He actually pitied the Japanese skipper. The IJN hadn't warned him about a third American submarine in the area. That, or the skipper decided the Americans had left. You make one mistake, let your guard down once, and you were dead. The fortunes of war. Fire one! He cried. Liebold pressed the plunger on the firing panel. The boat kicked as the first fish left its tube and lunged toward the enemy submarine. After 8 seconds, fire two! Compressed air pushed the second torpedo from the boat. Its propellers cranked the warhead through the water at 46 knots. Fire three! Even one hit would do the job. Submarines didn't sink nice and slow like a big surface ship. The boats carried little reserve buoyancy. They sank like rocks. All fish away. Downscope. Forward, secure the tubes. Stand by to dive. Sound, stay on our fish. All fish running hot, straight, and normal, exec. Very well. Nothing to do now but wait as the torpedoes sped toward the target. The conning tower fell into a tense hush. Sound. 095. 095. 095 and a half. The enemy submarine held its course. The seconds ticked past. How long? Charlie asked. Liebold held the stopwatch. 45 seconds. Not long to go now. Upscope. The submarine cruised serenely toward Ishikari Bay. Sailors on the cigarette deck started as they spotted lines of bubbles reaching for their boat. Several pointed at the nearest wake. One cupped his hands and shouted something. "The first fish went right under him," Charlie said with disgust. So did the second. The third nailed him amidships with a heart-stopping roar. "One solid hit," the soundman said. "The detonation broke him clean in half," Charlie told the excited crew. "He's going down." Smoke and dust hung in the air. The bow reared and sank in a terrific fountain. The stern followed at an angle, consumed by the roiling foam. Sand Tiger bucked as thunder rolled against her. Charlie waved Smokey over. "Here, take a look." Smokey grinned at the view. "As for Captain Moreau, Jap bastards." "I didn't thank you, Smokey," Charlie murmured. "If it weren't for you, Tanaka would have shot me too." "Sink a few more Japs and you'll have earned it, sir." The quartermaster stepped aside. The officers took turns at the periscope to see the results of their work. When Charlie took the scope back, nothing but debris floated in an expanding oil slick. He circled 3 times to check again for threats. Clear water and skies. The sun bled into the horizon. Night was coming quickly. "Down scope. Stand by to surface." He took the mic from the 1MC. "Attention. This is the exec." He swelled with pride. "Scratch 1 Jap submarine." Across the boat the crew cheered. Charlie had given them vengeance for Red Horse and Warmouth, a victory to lift their spirits. Now it was time to make the run for home. They just had to make it through La Perouse Strait. Chapter 31. Home Run. Sand Tiger cruised on the surface 30 miles west. There she pumped her bilges. Then she struck north, her radar sweeping the sea for threats. 10 miles out from La Perouse Strait, blips appeared on the PPI. "Radar contact," the radarman called out, his face bathed in his cathode tube screen's green glow. "3 ships bearing 150, range 19,000 yards. Charlie studied the screen over the man's shoulders. "Destroyers?" The man turned, his face shining with sweat. "They sure look like it to me, Mr. Harrison." "Are they using radar?" "Just their active sonar, long-scale echo ranging." The green cursor line swept around the circular plot. Sakhalin to the north, Hokkaido to the south, the ships in between. Clustered near the edge of the screen, the blips jumped position as the plot updated. Then again. Sentries guarding the strait, weaving back and forth. They straddled a 6-mile stretch of water that marked the channel through the minefields. Each jump brought the blips closer to the center of the screen as the range closed. Dartfish had shelled Matsuo's airfield at 0100 an hour ago. Whatever damage she'd done, it hadn't been enough to budge these tin cans. Sand Tiger was alone, mauled, trapped in a hostile area. No choice now but to fight her way out. He said, "Clear the topsides. Rig to dive." The diving alarm sounded. Charlie had wanted to command his own boat ever since he first set foot on the S-55. There, J.R. Kane had taught him patience and to think analytically about combat. Wait for the right move, then strike with everything you had. Nixon shouted commands to seal the boat and get her ready to dive. The engines cut out. The main induction banged shut. "Pressure in the boat, green board," Nixon reported. "Ready to dive in all respects, exec. The boat has 296 feet under the keel." As the boat grew closer to the destroyers, the depth under the keel would shrink to 200 feet. She wouldn't be able to go deep to evade depth charges. She'd have fewer thermal layers in which to hide. "Very well," he said. "Dive." On Sabretooth, Charlie had tasted command. A boat full of refugees, a deliciously distracting army nurse, and one hell of an opportunity to sink a heavy carrier that attacked Pearl. On that boat he'd served under Bob Hunter, who taught him the role luck played in combat, that the most successful commanders made their own luck. Now he held the reins of command again, and he didn't want them. So tired he just wanted to let somebody else make the decisions. What was the best move here? How could he improve his luck? "Flood safety," Nixon barked. "Flood negative." Sand Tiger slid into the sea. The destroyers blocked La Perouse, Sand Tiger's only way out. She needed to cross the strait on the surface or else perish in the minefields. She could strike west and evade the Japanese for another month before her fuel ran out. The IJN would bottle up the straits, but after things settled down, perhaps they'd send the ships elsewhere. No guarantees on that, though. The IJN knew a third American submarine prowled their private sea. They wouldn't rest until they sank her. They might send more ships into the sea searching for her. Things looked bad now, but they'd only get worse. "Control, take us to periscope depth," Charlie said. Another option was to simply glide through the sentries, surface, and make a run for it, hope to lose the destroyers in the strait's pea-soup fog. There, radar would give Sand Tiger a decisive advantage. She'd have to make the run across miles of water with no fish left in the afterroom and 3 fast-moving tin cans on her tail. A no-go. The only option was to attack, fight her way through the blockade. 3 destroyers, 6 torpedoes. He had to make that add up. It added up, all right. It added up to Sand Tiger's annihilation. He'd always known the odds were on this being a one-way trip. Still, there was a chance at survival, however slim. "A submarine attack is a lot like high-stakes poker," Moreau had said. "You start with a stack of chips, concealment, surprise, torpedoes, battery power, air, your very lives. You gamble them one at a time to win." "Helm," he said. His voice sounded stretched and thin. He cleared his throat. The helmsman stared at him. "Sir?" Whatever fears he had, he couldn't let them show in front of the men. "Some men fold early. Others, if the pot is big enough, they gamble it all," Charlie said in a firm voice. "Call the men to general quarters." Battle stations, torpedo. Chapter 32. All or Nothing. Battle stations manned, rigged for silent running. 6 torpedoes loaded in the bow tubes. Sand Tiger glided through the depths at 3 knots. 6 shots, 3 tin cans. Every fish has to count, Charlie thought. The math was simple. 3 of the 6 have to hit, or we're dead. Even with the TDC, fire control remained an inexact science, which was why commanders fired a spread at their targets. Right. We don't have the fish to deliver a good spread per target. Sand Tiger also didn't have a working TDC. Destroyers are damned hard to hit. If he missed, the destroyers would react with devastating force. They'd push her under. Then they'd smash her to pieces in the shallow waters. He shook his head. Enough of that. It was do or die. They had no choice. "Rig for depth charge. Upscope." Charlie crouched, pulled down the handles, and rose as the periscope extended from its well to break the water above. Hugging the scope, he circled twice. He spotted the sleek destroyers in the dark, brought the nearest ship into view, an Asashio-class destroyer. Very likely one of the tin cans that gave Sand Tiger a pounding off Otaru. "Acquiring target, Asashio. Bearing, mark." 175, Nixon said from the other side of the periscope. "Range, mark. 1,500 yards. Angle on the bow is starboard 70, speed 20 knots, downscope." The periscope whirred back into its well in the deck. Liebold turned the discs on the banjo. "Set." Sound continued to call out target bearings. 175. 175. 174.5. Charlie wiped sweat from his grimy, bearded face. "Nixon, you ready?" "Roger, exec." "Jack?" The torpedo officer fidgeted with the banjo. "Ready. Stand by forward. Upscope. Final observation." Charlie focused the crosshairs under the Asashio's center mast. In the darkness, he made out faint Japanese markings on the hull. The rising sun flag waved at his stern. His deadly twin 5-inch bow and stern guns stood ready to fire. Final bearing, mark. Liebold finished his firing solution. Recommend spread of 20 and 24 degrees. Nixon. The engineering officer tilted his head as he ran the numbers in his mind. I concur, exec. Forward set gyros by hand, 20 and 24 degrees. Gyro set, the telephone talker confirmed. Torpedoes ready to fire. Fire 1. Sand Tiger bumped as she released her first torpedo. After 8 seconds, fire 2. Downscope. Forward confirms both fish are in the water, the telephone talker reported. About a minute to impact, Liebold said. The soundman turned his sound head control wheel to acquire the torpedoes moving through the water. Both fish are running hot, straight and normal. Very well, Charlie said, his heart booming against his ribs. Forward reload tubes 1 and 2. We may need those torpedoes. Liebold counted the seconds. 26, 27, 28. Upscope. Charlie centered the periscope's view on the destroyer. 55, 56, 57. He broke out in a fresh sweat. The first fish should have hit by now. A blinding incandescent flash followed by a roar that shook the boat. The destroyer shuddered, his back broken and his screws stopped. The ship bent inward. Depth charges tumbled from their racks and exploded against the bridge castle. He's lighting up like a firecracker, Charlie cried. Fire raged at the center of the ship, which began to sink, shooting gouts of burning diesel oil. The bow and stern reared out of the water until almost vertical, flinging spray and debris. Then, both plunged into the boiling sea. Scratch 1 destroyer. Charlie swung the periscope. Contact. Another DD's coming at us with a bone in his teeth. Shifting targets. The destroyer charged at the exposed scope, bow wake foaming like a mad dog rushing for the kill. A fubuki, smoke pouring from his stacks. We're spotted, he said. He's zigging. The Japanese skipper played it safe, weaving as he ran at the submarine. Bearing, mark. Range, mark. Speed, 35 knots. Liebold feverishly worked the banjo, sweat dripping down his face. Again, bearing, range, angle on the bow, and speed, until they had a general idea of the Japanese skipper's pattern. The bow guns boomed. Charlie didn't see where the shells landed. Stand by forward. He couldn't shoot farther than 1,200 yards or the destroyer would have time to dodge his torpedoes. He couldn't shoot less than about 500 yards or the torpedoes wouldn't arm. The timing had to be just right. The destroyer's V-shaped prow grew larger until it filled his view. The bow guns fired again. The submarine rocked as the shells struck the sea close aboard. Jack, wait! Range 750 yards and closing. I need a firing solution now. Jack gave it. Nixon concurred. Charlie told the forward room to set gyros by hand. Then he gave the order to fire. 3 away. Fire 4. 4's away. Charlie's knuckles ached as he gripped the periscope handles. Sound. Fast light screws bearing 245. The third destroyer, fast approaching. The sea around the protruding periscope lit up clear as day. A searchlight. Just a few more seconds. The zigging Fubuki's bow exploded in a fireball. We hit him! By God, we hit him! Sound. Fast light screws. Close aboard. Charlie screamed. Take us down to 180 feet. Emergency. Dive. All ahead flank. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Sand Tiger bore into the water, heading directly under the sinking destroyer. The crew looked up in terror, faces glistening with sweat. Above, the warship shrieked and groaned as he sank. Crack! Boom! The men flinched at the loudest sound they'd ever heard. Then another and another. The destroyer's magazine or boilers had exploded, maybe both. On the surface, the dying DD shuddered, buckled, flew apart. The water roiled around the submarine as the first pieces plummeted to the bottom. Within seconds, it was raining metal. Metallic howls and groans echoed through the submarine from all sides. Almost through the gauntlet. Depth 75 feet. Sand Tiger shuddered as something big struck the forward deck and slid away into the deep with a grating shriek of metal. Jesus Christ, Liebold said. Then, they were through. Charlie took a ragged breath. Sound, Try to get on that last ED. The sea behind them churned as the Fubuki's final remains tore through the water on their way down. The thunder faded to a ring in Charlie's ears. Sound. He's short-scale pinging. Where the hell is he? I've got him. Bearing 355, range 1,600 yards. What's our depth? 100 feet, Nixon said. Bring us back to periscope depth. We're going to sink the bastard. The battle wasn't over until Sand Tiger had sunk all 3 warships. That was the only way to get through the strait. 65 feet in holding, exec. Stand by forward. Upscope. Blinding white light. A dark V-shaped prow with a pronounced bow wake. He spotted our scope. Bearing, mark, range, mark. Liebold shook his head but produced a firing solution. The telephone talker relayed the manual gyro settings to the torpedo room. Come on, Charlie growled. The destroyer grew larger by the second. Torpedoes ready. Fire 5, fire 6, downscope, right full rudder, dive, take her down, emergency. The 2 torpedoes streaked from Sand Tiger toward the destroyer. The boat groaned as she turned in the water and angled down. Fast screws close aboard, the soundman cried. He's starting to run. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The torpedoes had missed. How deep are we? Nixon checked the gauge. 80 feet, exec. Not enough. Splashes. Click. Wham, wham, wham. The hull buckled at the blasts. Bulbs burst. Gauges shattered. Overhead piping cracked and sprayed cold water across the room. Men screamed as the lights went out and the concussions hurled them across the room. Charlie held on with both hands in the dark, his feet leaving the deck as the boat listed heavily to starboard. Something struck him in the forehead over his right eye. He dropped to the deck and landed on a body. Alive or dead, he didn't know. Then the boat's roll swept him across the sloshing deck. The emergency light popped on. Dust and insulation swirled in the weak light. Charlie stood among the coughing men. He touched his throbbing forehead. His hand came away wet with blood. All compartments report damage. Boom! The blast tossed him like a rag doll. He slammed against the TDC and flopped to the ground, gasping for air. Sand Tiger heeled over, stopped for a moment by the explosive force. Then she rolled again, her crew tumbling with her. Liebold shook Charlie's shoulders. Get up! We're being bombed! Christ, the Japanese were throwing planes at him now. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Pinging steadily, the destroyer made another run. The soundman should have reported this, given them some warning. But his station sat empty, his equipment smashed. It didn't matter. They were done. What did Liebold want from him? He just wanted to be left alone and sleep. Liebold shook him again. Charlie! He wagged his head. Covered in several inches of filthy seawater, the deck tilted under him. The boat remained angled down. What's our depth? Liebold helped him to his feet. 175. We're going down fast. The boat was out of control and heading to the bottom. With the hatch closed and dogged, there was no way to talk to the control room except on the XJA or JA circuits. Wet and battered, Charlie splashed through the oily water toward the telephone talker's station. Click. Wham! 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 Sand Tiger shook like an earthquake. Charlie stumbled and lost his footing on the slippery deck, landing hard on his knee. He cried out as pain shot up his thigh. He lunged and grabbed the headset. Control, Khan, get control of your... Boom! Charlie's vision flared white. He awoke, propped against the bulkhead, his legs under water and his chest warm with his own vomit. Blood poured over his left eye, half blinding him. Nixon stood under the overhead piping with a wrench, feverishly working to close a valve. Liebold dragged a body through the water. Percy, wearing one of his loud Aloha shirts, was raving into the phone. "Pump the water out!" he screamed. "Pump the fucking water out!" Sand Tiger couldn't take much more than this. She might be dying already. A one-way trip. Charlie had wondered what Rickard thought about in those last moments before the Japanese torpedo blew him back to God. Now he knew. His entire life passed before his eyes. His mother nibbling a single piece of dry toast while she watched her children eat. One of his sisters cleaning behind his ears with a washcloth. J.R. Kane moving a chess piece. "Check, Harrison." Evie sipping a soda through a straw while she talked about their future, the home they'd build, the beautiful children they'd one day have. Jane undressing in his room at the Royal Hawaiian, taking her time, staring him in the eye with a slight smile as if daring him to look away. Rusty reading aloud from the letter he wrote his wife on the eve of the Battle of Blanche Bay. I love you. I'm sorry. Be happy. Charlie thought about Evie. I'm sorry. Sand Tiger shook again, groaning as another string of depth charges pounded her hull. The men staggered at the hammer blows, shouting to each other. The radar man sat on the deck, screaming with his hands over his ears. Charlie slid from the bulkhead onto his side in the brackish water. The boat bucked again. The deck had more or less leveled out, he realized. Trimmed heavy, the boat had an up angle. The plainsmen had taken control of the planes and stopped Sand Tiger from slamming into the sea bottom. They still had a chance. The pinging faded in volume as the destroyer completed his run and turned about for another go. Charlie hauled himself to his feet, dripping blood and water. Helm. He coughed hard into his fist, ribs flaring with pain. Helm, how does she head? Nixon answered for him. 005, exec. Right full rudder. The helmsman cowered against the bulkhead. Charlie splashed through the water until he stood over the shaking sailor. Helm, mind your rudder. Return to your station. The sailor crept back to his post. Right full rudder. Aye. Take us into the strait. All ahead flank. The officers stopped and stared at him. That's suicide, Percy said. Helm, belay that order. Charlie clenched his fists. Mr. Percy, shut it, or you're relieved. It's crazy. Silence, Charlie roared. Helm, head for the strait. That's a goddamn order. The helmsman gaped from Percy to Charlie with wild eyes. Aye, aye. Why? Percy pleaded. You sure about this, Charlie? Liebold asked. Charlie said, It's our only chance. Sand Tiger limped toward the minefields. Row after row of horned mines moored to the bottom, swaying in the murk. Control, periscope depth, he ordered into the headset. Spike, put fresh men on the planes. We'll need to hold depth at exactly 65 feet for the next 30 miles, not a foot deeper. The chief hesitated before saying, Aye, aye. The conning tower fell into a tense silence, the men holding their breath. The pinging faded as she entered the strait. The boat tingled at distant explosions, fresh planes dropping their payloads onto the sea. Then, no sound except for the loud ringing in their ears. Liebold was the first to break the silence. I'll be damned. Sand Tiger cruised at periscope depth in La Perouse Strait. When the boat had entered the Japan Sea, Charlie theorized the IJN mined the strait at a depth of 70 feet. The strong current caused the mines to dip at least several feet, providing more room between the submarine's keel and the mines. The torpedo officer shook his head in amazement. How did you know? I didn't, Charlie said. It was just a theory. And the biggest gamble of his life.